Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive the trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
A committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
Thank you. I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Aged Care Amendment Implementing Care Reform Bill 2022. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. The Coalition acknowledges that this bill, in part, continues the work of the fundamental and generational reform of the aged care system to ensure it meets the needs of senior Australians both now and into the future. However, this bill is also an election commitment tick and flick. The bill is rushed, it lacks detail and it ignores the unique circumstances faced by rural, remote and regional Australia. This bill ignores the importance of good legislation. The opposition will continue to work constructively with the aged care sector, older Australians, their families and the government to collectively address the many challenges that lie ahead, including the changing and expanding expectations of aged care services, the legacy of COVID and Australia's ageing population. The task before us is to maintain and sustain an aged care sector that meets expectations, is affordable to those that need it and is equitable whether you live in Sydney, Mildura or Kununurra. We must ensure that the people this sector aims to support and their quality of life is at the centre of every piece of our decision-making. Whilst the Coalition supports the intent of this bill, it is very inadequate and suboptimal. It neglects to recognise many important and substantial consequences because it's been rushed, and doesn't even try to address the concerns of stakeholders about the severe lack of workforce and the uncertainty of what might be contained in the delegated legislation. This bill, implementing care reform, contains 3 schedules amending the Aged Care Act 1997. However, the opposition is disappointed with the incredible lack of detail missing from this very important piece of legislation. In government, the Coalition called the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety to ensure our oldest and most vulnerable Australians receive care that supports and respects their dignity and recognises the contribution that they have made to society. We responded to the recommendations of the Royal Commission by investing $19.1 billion to improve aged care, fund new home care packages, respite services, training places, retention bonuses and infrastructure upgrades. Schedule 1 of this legislation goes to the heart of a very significant recommendation of the Royal Commission, Recommendation 86.5, which states that from the 1st of July 2024, the minimum staff time standard should require at least 1 registered nurse on-site per residential aged care facility at all times. The opposition supports the implementation of a recommendation for a nurse on-site 24/7 in every aged care facility, in line with the Royal Commission's recommendation, as we know the workforce challenges the Australian care sector is facing, and this is particularly acute for registered nurses. Considering this schedule is not consistent with the timeframe recommended by the Royal Commission, and noting the current workforce shortages experienced across Australia, the opposition has concerns about the impact of the expedited timeline on the broader healthcare sector. The new residential aged care staffing targets are ambitious, and achieving them is going to be challenging, especially for small providers and rural, regional and especially remote providers. However, in the broader current climate of worker shortages and record low unemployment, the whole sector will face significant difficulties employing and retaining the critical staff to continue to support our older Australians. Despite these undeniable factors, the government has just looked at a few inner-city aged care providers and has blatantly ignored a whole range of factors that the Royal Commission took into consideration when they suggested their timeline. This conflict with the Royal Commission's recommendation is the reason that the opposition is concerned by the one-size-fits-all approach in this legislation, because we know that aged care comes in all shapes and sizes, issues vary from location to location, and facilities have residents with varying levels of acuity of care needs. I note the testimonies to the Community Affairs Committee hearing into the bill, and that many witnesses, including aged care peak bodies, providers and advocacy groups, anticipate that accessing additional registered nurses will be difficult, if not impossible, within the timeframes designated in this bill. The written submissions of the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation stated, and I quote, "There is a risk that many services may need to close or that providers will leave aged care, especially in areas where there are no other services available. There is a known undersupply of health and care staff across the sector. In aged care, this includes registered nurses. The aged care industry needs adequate time to recruit and train additional staff." Without clear advice and direction from the government, it is unclear how providers, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander providers and those in rural, regional and remote Australia, will be supported to ensure that their aged care services are not forced to close due to this accelerated requirement. Although acknowledging the government's amendments moved by Senator Pocock in the other place, they really do nothing to address the opposition's concerns about the lack of key information and the impact on rural and regional and remote nursing homes and the Australians who rely on them. Another issue that has been raised by numerous aged care providers is the matter of enrolled nurses and the potential impact on them of the strictly prescribed requirements of care minutes within Recommendation 86 of the Royal Commission. Enrolled nurses are an absolutely critical part of Australia's aged care workforce. They provide essential care to older Australians, they support registered nurses and they can assist in administrative staff in the work that they have to undertake. The timeframe that the government has set for aged care providers in this bill to achieve having a registered nurse on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and noting that many providers remain anxious regarding that exemption and what the clauses will be, we call on the government to give consideration to the role of enrolled nurses in this time period. The refusal of the government to provide details about subordinate legislation is not only concerning as it avoids parliamentary scrutiny, but has been highlighted as a key issue for aged care providers and other stakeholders. The government must provide answers to significant questions that remain unanswered, particularly surrounding this exemption clause, which to date have been completely silent. For example, what exactly is the exemption mechanism that will be detailed in this delegated legislation? When will the delegated legislation be available for the sector to be able to see? When will the delegated legislation and will it be consulted on? Who will be eligible for an exemption? For those not eligible for an exemption, what are the penalties for non-compliance? All these very, very important questions that the security of the aged care sector going forward and their certainty have been unanswered by this government, and yet they still want to push this piece of legislation through this morning. The opposition is particularly concerned about the possible additional burdens and requirements that will be placed on regional, rural and remote providers if the exemption clauses are not adequately defined. We note the unique circumstances of rural, regional and remote providers due to their geographical locations and the burdens that they are facing in finding additional workforce or competing with other sectors like hospitals for the workforce to meet the requirements that will be set out within the timeframes in this bill. These concerns were particularly shared by Nachos, who said, in order to meet the recommendations of the Royal Commission and the National Agreement and ensure Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people receive aged care from the most appropriate organisations, consideration must be given to alternate staffing models for services in urban, regional, rural, remote and very remote locations. The cost to providers of a poorly drafted exemption clause has the potential to be significantly detrimental, especially since the detrimental changes in July to the distribution priority areas. Regional providers are now finding it extremely difficult to attract and maintain a steady, reliable workforce as qualified health professionals and their staff relocate to urban areas. It remains unclear whether the subordinate legislation will consider the acuity of care required by individual facilities in implementation of the requirements for a registered nurse to be on site at all times. I note testimony from Dr Brooke, the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Community Industry Alliance, who said, "The other problem is that if you have one registered nurse for a whole facility, you're not defining the level of experience suitable to that level of acuity for those residents. You can have one registered nurse who's a new graduate and has been out into the community for 2 weeks, and that will still fulfil that requirement. But the level of acuity with palliation, dementia and delirium isn't going to be supported by an inexperienced nurse or a nurse who is not familiar with the residential aged care facilities. The government must advise whether they will stipulate specific nursing requirements for services who care for residents requiring a very acute level of care. And they must advise the public if they are considering mobilising enrolled nurse personnel for situations where they can be utilised. Instead of clear and concise articulated solutions to these issues, all we have had from the government is a talk-fest, solutionless jobs summit. In recognition of our concerns, the opposition will again seek to move an amendment to ensure that the draft subordinate legislation is presented to the parliament prior to the start of the schedule to allow providers the time to consider and consult on the proposed exemption clause. Schedule 2 of the bill enables the government to cap charges that approved home care providers can charge care recipients and removes home care providers' ability to charge exit fees. In government, the Coalition implemented for the first time a requirement for information to be published relating to the median prices charged for home care services to support older Australians and their families make more informed decisions on home care and the associated costs. We began the process of providing greater accessibility of information, not only to assist with informed decision-making on home care services, but also to put downward pressure on home care prices. We support the government's continuation of our reforms to support older Australians access important home care services, allowing them to remain independent in their homes for longer. The government has also not provided clarity regarding who will set home care caps and how the relevant Deputy Secretary of the Department will work with the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority to decide what the relevant price cap is. There is also a lack of certainty regarding how much discretionary power the decision-maker will have for setting the home care fees and whether this will be formulated using evidence-based advice. Schedule 3 of the bill requires the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to publish information in relation to the operation of aged care providers, with the aim of further increasing transparency on aged care services to allow Australians to make a more informed decision on aged care. The publication of additional information to increase sector transparency and to increase consumer understanding of the sector is supported by the opposition. We are happy to see the government continue our reform work in this area. However, it must be noted that, like Schedule 1, the details of this schedule are subject to delegated legislation that has not been released by the government. Therefore, there are still questions regarding what exactly will be required to be published. We are calling on the government to ensure that when amending the quality of care principles, they note that all aged care homes who currently do not have a registered nurse on site at all times, 53% of them are in rural, regional and remote areas, and 46% of them are small providers. We are introducing amendments to ensure the government, who was elected on a platform of transparency, provide the necessary information to allow for adequate parliamentary scrutiny of this bill and its delegated legislation, and to ensure that providers are genuinely supported and not just another headline to fulfil an election promise. Furthermore, the opposition will move an amendment to having an enrolled nurse on site and an RN on telehealth 24/7. This will be a feasible option for some low acuity providers or regional providers who are currently unable to attract a steady RN workforce despite ample and genuine attempts to do so. The opposition strongly supports continued improvement in the aged care sector and the care provided to older Australians. However, this bill is nothing more than a slap in the face for transparency. Furthermore, the opposition will move an amendment to require the Secretary, when considering whether the provider has taken reasonable steps to ensure that the clinical needs of the care recipients in the facility will be met during the period for which the exemption is in force. The Secretary must consider whether the provider has established reasonable measures to ensure the highest level of clinical care with the available workforce will be provided, which may include measures for support for clinical care by an enrolled nurse and through telehealth consultations with a registered nurse. This would not change the overall standard that the provider needs to take reasonable steps to ensure clinical needs are met. Current workforce constraints and the extreme reliance on this bill on delegated legislation, the details of which have not been released by the government, is disrespectful to the aged care sector and remains a serious concern of the opposition. Notwithstanding the very serious concerns that the opposition has to this bill, we will always support improvements in care for older Australians, and therefore we will be supporting this bill in the Senate.
Senator Ruston, are you moving your second reading amendment? And then I'll give the call to Senator Rice.
Could I please move the second reading amendment on sheet 1638, standing in my name?
I'll take that as moved. Senator Rice. My apologies.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I'm very pleased to be rising today to be supporting the passing of the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022. It's an important bill. It adds to the aged care framework to ensure that we are providing appropriate care for older Australians. And it's consistent with the principles that the Greens bring to aged care, where we believe that the federal government must play a central role in the funding, regulation and support of high-quality aged care services, and that older people should be able to access health and aged care services as soon as they need it, and that we want to see a high-quality, affordable aged care system characterised by quality support, nursing and personal care, whether that's in their own home, residential care or hospital. We also believe that this should be being provided on a not-for-profit basis. Obviously, this legislation doesn't go for that, but that's the aspirations of the Greens going forward. We welcome the scrutiny that this legislation received through our Senate Community Affairs Community Affairs inquiry process, and believe that there was a lot of important information that has in fact influenced this bill and also influenced how this legislation is going to be implemented in terms of the things that currently are in delegated, will be in the delegated regulations down the track. We heard clear evidence through the inquiry process that advocates want this commitment to nursing requirements implemented. We note that indeed was a recommendation of the Royal Commission. Note that the timing has been brought forward from the Royal Commission's recommendations, but that the sector overall support bringing this forward. The Older Persons Advocacy Network said that OPAN strongly supports the requirement that registered nurses must be on-site and on duty at all times, that is 24 hours each day, 7 days each week. While we acknowledge that the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety recommended one registered nurse be on staff for both morning and afternoon shifts, 16 hours per day, increasing to all day from 2024, OPAN believes a registered nurse should be available 24 hours per day as soon as possible, rather than delaying implementation. The increasing health complexity and comorbidities of older people entering residential aged care requires a corresponding need for staff with the right health and medical skills to provide support. We know that health-related incidents don't just happen in the daytime. And similarly, the Council on the Ageing said this measure strengthens national minimum staffing standards in residential aged care and brings Australia into line with similar regulations in other countries. Nurses play a vital role in aged care in partnership with allied health professionals, lifestyle coordinators and well-trained personal care workers. COTA Australia has long supported the principle of ensuring the right skills are available in the right setting and at the right time, within each staff member's professional scope of practice. So we welcome this legislation. We are glad to see it being brought forward by the government and look forward to seeing it passed by the parliament. I also want to thank and note at this stage the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation for their crucial advocacy and engagement on this issue. I met just yesterday with a delegation of nurses who are here to advocate for this legislation. And I heard about their experience working in walk-in centres, in aged care homes, in providing palliative care and a range of other types of care. One of them, Glenn, began his nursing training in 1978, so he's been in the field for a long, long time. And one of the things he said to me yesterday that stuck with me, he said the number one thing that was going to make the most difference to the older people he cares for was having more eyes, more feet, more hearts on duty. Another nurse, Steph, talked of being a nurse in aged care rather than hospitals, even though the pay was less. And I asked her why. Why did she stuck with it, working in aged care? And she said she really likes and enjoys and appreciates the opportunity to be working with older people at the end of their lives, that she's not in it for the money. She's there because she cares. This delegation of nurses, however, talked about nurses walking away from the job because at the moment the job was just too much. The stress, the overwork, the not having the support that they needed wasn't what they signed up for. And so nurses were deciding. We have trained nurses across the country who are at the moment deciding they just cannot cope with that extra stress of being in the job, who are off doing other things. This is a critical part of addressing the workforce shortage that we face of nurses in Australia. It's actually bringing nurses back into the profession, those trained nurses who are currently working in other fields because they don't feel that they are being paid appropriately, that they are valued and that the job is sustainable for them in the long term. I mean, the nurses that I talked with yesterday talked of just not having the time to do the work that needed to be done when they were on the job. And clearly increasing nursing staffing levels in aged care homes is going to make a vital difference to people around the country. So it's really important that we enable this framework to be established. So, which goes to the critical issue, of course, which Senator Ruston was just talking to, that as part of implementing this framework, we know that providers around the country, and especially in rural and regional areas, are going to need more nurses. We know that that is the fundamental issue, the tension of introducing this legislation now and the timeline that's being introduced on. But going to the heart of it, having more nurses around the country and putting in place a framework that requires that is a good thing, because nurses are providing crucial care. And as a country, we should be providing the best care possible for older Australians. Of course, so that we then going to the heart of those concerns that have been raised particularly by regional and rural providers about how they are going to be able to ensure that they can attract and retain staff when these reforms come into effect. Obviously, a crucial part of this legislation and how any exemptions that would be in place if, despite the best efforts of these providers to attract those staff, if they are not able to do it, is going to be in delegated legislation. And in particular, that delegated legislation is going to lay out what those exemptions are. We too would have preferred to have seen more detail in this legislation. But at this stage, it's weighing up. Do you pass this legislation now, or do you wait to get that more detail, to see more detail in the delegated legislation? We recognise it's an important issue, but believe on balance that it is much more important to get this legislation passed now. And I know, and I want to let people know, that we are going to be scrutinising the delegated legislation very, very closely. And I really look forward to be working with the government as the delegated legislation is developed. I really look forward to ensuring that people across the sector, from the nurses to the providers to the community, have the opportunity to provide input into that delegated legislation, to make sure that, most importantly, we make sure that the framework that delegated legislation provides can best be implemented to support older Australians. So we are going to be looking at it really closely, and I'm confident that, that we will be able to work with the government, and the government is going to be able to work with providers, workers and, most importantly, residents to make sure that that delegated legislation is appropriately. But fundamentally, I mean, the issue with rural and regional facilities being able to access staff, it comes down to how many people are in the workforce. And to tackle that, we need to address the underlying issues about the pay and the conditions that the workforce is experiencing. We need to be creating an aged care sector so that nurses really do feel that the work that they are doing is sustainable, that they're being paid well, that they're being valued and rewarded. I mean, we look forward to seeing the outcome of the Fair Work Commission's review into the pay levels of aged care workers. As you know, the Greens are supporting that 25% increase in pay levels for aged care workers across the board. We need to be improving the pay and condition of workers in the care industry so that it does become an attractive career path for more people, and so that it does become a field where people feel that it is something that they can do sustainably. Like Glenn, who has been in it since 1978, and to bring nurses back into the workforce who at the moment feel burnt out, who don't feel supported, who feel underpaid, who feel that, no, there are other things that they would prefer to be doing. And as we talk about the importance of implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission and improving care for older Australians, there are a number of other points I would like to raise that we will keep on advocating for, that aren't being addressed in this bill, but I look forward to continuing working on them in the context of the complete review of aged care legislation that is also underway. The first is the use of restrictive practices. It's something that my predecessor in this portfolio for the Greens, Senator Siewert, pursued relentlessly, and I intend to continue focusing on that. And I want to thank the advocacy groups around the country who've raised that issue with me. I mean, nobody's human rights should be undermined for corporate profit, and this is something that we will keep on fighting on. And I mean, I'm disturbed that since the Royal Commission that showed their inappropriate and overuse of restrictive practices, and the Royal Commission highlighted it as a key issue, the data so far has shown that there hasn't been any reduction. So it's something that clearly needs to have ongoing attention paid to it. The nurses I spoke to yesterday when I was talking about restrictive practices also noted the massive link and the correlation with the amount of workforce and having enough people to actually be able to work with older residents, so that it's not just the quick fix of restrictive practices, and that often, despite their best efforts, that without the workforce, able to sit down and to be talking through issues with residents suffering from dementia and to be giving them that sense of being heard and being supported, that restrictive practices are something that they will fall back on. The other issue that I've consistently raised is allied health, and I continue to do so, and it's reflected in the second reading amendment that's been circulated in this chamber. We have got some, in terms of care minutes for registered nurses that this legislation is addressing, that's a really important issue, but we remain concerned that the changed legislation now is not giving the same level of support to allied health professionals. We need to be ensuring that allied health is given the support and with the serious intention that it deserves, and that the care for older Australians is genuinely multidisciplinary, that is determined by a team approach, and that all of allied health professionals are there, that residents in aged care facilities and older Australians in general can access the levels of allied health care that they need and that they deserve. And finally, I would like to make the point that there are a number of recommendations in the Royal Commission's final report that related to palliative care, and in particular Recommendation 80 that focused on ensuring dementia and palliative care training is available to everyone in the aged care sector. And so, given that context, it's extremely concerning that we understand that the work of the palliative care peak body is at risk due to funding cuts, and that's an issue that I'm going to be closely examining in Senate estimates. In conclusion, I would like to thank Minister Wells' office for their close engagement on this bill and the work that they've done bringing it to the parliament. This is a piece of reform that's been a long time coming, and it is going to make a crucial difference to people's lives. And I'd also like to thank Senator Ruston for her close engagement on this legislation, her work with me and her advocacy for the sustainability of smaller providers in rural and regional Australia, who are such a critical part of our aged care system. This is important legislation, and we want to see it passed, and we want to see it passed today. It needs to be passed today to be supporting older Australians. We have a second reading motion reflecting our advocacy on restrictive practices and allied health care, which are issues I will continue to engage on, but I am very pleased to be able to share the Greens' support for this legislation and our hope that it is passed by the Senate today.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to make excuse me, a relatively brief contribution today. Senator Ruston has outlined the Coalition's position on this bill. I will foreshadow that I will be moving a second reading amendment, which Senator Ruston did describe in part, but I will also talk through. Acting Deputy President, just picking up on some of the comments from Senator Rice, and I have no doubt about her commitment in this space, but the challenges facing smaller, particularly smaller rural and regional providers are just so fundamental. And I've visited so many providers with relatively low number of people in their care who are just struggling. Centres with as fewer numbers as it varies between 8 and 12, but even centres going into the 20s and the 30s are struggling in a very fundamental way in regional areas. They find it extraordinarily difficult to find staff. When they can find staff, they're often poaching them from the local GP or the local hospital. So in making a requirement, a new requirement on these small rural and regional centres, it does have the potential, and that's why the opposition is so keen to see the regulation that underpin the vast bulk of the changes embodied through this legislation. It does have the potential to force centres to reconsider their operation. I mean, they're struggling at the moment. They're struggling at the moment. So how is a new requirement in an environment where, I mean, in so many country towns in WA, they can't even find a house for health professionals. let alone find the actual professional. Towns up north in WA that I visited recently, who nurses are working on fly-in, fly-out rosters. They can't attract nurses to actually live permanently in those towns. So the challenges are very manifest, and that's why the exemption clauses in the subordinate legislation are so important, and that's why the Coalition is so keen on seeing those clauses prior to this legislation being implemented. We would like to see, as I've said, a copy of those draft recommendations to Parliament as soon as practicable, and that is what would allow us to be certain that those particularly smaller rural and regional centres are not going to be adversely impacted. I think it's important to note that our nursing community have worked tirelessly over the last few years. The pandemic, particularly for aged care providers, but right across the health sector obviously, has been an extreme challenge. And the support that nurses have provided to older Australians in aged care homes has been absolutely outstanding. Nurses stood up when it mattered most to protect older Australians, and we know through those times that we were always, and I know this place on many occasions, stated our gratitude to the work of nurses in particular, but all health professionals. In responding to the Aged Care Royal Commission in this bill, we are seeing a time frame that isn't consistent with the Royal Commission's final report, and something that does potentially have some negative impacts on those, particularly those rural and regional providers I spoke about earlier. I will now end my remarks there, and I will formally move my second reading amendment.
We'll get you to move that later after the first one has been dealt with. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of this bill and would like to start by echoing Senator Brockman's acknowledgement of nurses and what they have done for our communities across the country during the pandemic. They are some of the heroes of the pandemic. They've worked tirelessly, many to the point of burnout, and they continue to deal with massive workloads, burnout, low pay, and this is a welcome first step to acknowledge that and start to put things in place to ensure that nurses are better supported, but also people in aged care are better supported. I'd like to acknowledge the work of the ANMF and the registered nurses in the gallery today. Much has been said about our aged care system in this place since the Aged Care Royal Commission, and rightly so. We've heard the stories of senior Australians being left to die without dignity in the very places that are meant to look after them. Stories of pain, heartbreak and anguish. We may never know the full extent of the suffering that has taken place in aged care facilities across the country over the past couple of decades. But we do know what the way forward needs to look like. The Aged Care Royal Commission gave us the blueprint for reform and laid out what is needed to ensure residents receive high-quality care in aged care facilities. This bill achieves part of that vision. Principally, it enacts the requirements for all aged care facilities to have a registered nurse on site and on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This requirement would come into effect on the 1st of July 2023. This actually goes above and beyond what was recommended in the Royal Commission, but I know it is a commitment that has been welcomed widely by older Australians and advocates across the country. Simply, having a registered nurse available in every aged care facility at all times will lead to better health outcomes for residents. It will ensure there is better monitoring of the health of aged care residents. It is hoped that we will see less people transported to hospital for issues that would otherwise be prevented through early identification and intervention. I want to echo what I've heard from aged care advocates and those that work in aged care. One nurse should be the bare minimum. This bill does not put a cap on the number of nurses required in aged care. It sets a minimum standard of at least one nurse 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There will be nothing preventing providers from employing more than one nurse, and I hope these decisions will be made on the needs of residents over any other factor. Throughout the inquiry, I heard concerns with how the exemption framework was established by this bill. On the bill's first reading in the House, it contained no safeguards for the granting of exemptions. It allowed the government, without limitation, to write and then enforce their own rules in exempting providers from the RN requirement. Technically, it would have been feasible for the government to exempt providers indefinitely from the requirement. I did not think that that was appropriate. I was pleased to work with the Minister for Aged Care to move amendments to this bill that strengthen the safeguards. This bill now contains some important provisions that limit the government's ability to provide exemptions in line with what was intended by the Royal Commission. Any exemption must now be time-limited and cannot exceed 12 months without review. The need for exemptions may differ markedly across the country. I acknowledge the challenges of regional and remote areas as highlighted by Senator Ruston, Senator Brockman and many others in this place. Some providers may initially require more time to recruit the necessary workforce, and in this instance, a longer exemption may be required. Some facilities may have a limited workforce, and if one nurse were to become sick, an exemption may then be needed for a short period. Therefore, I think it's important that there is flexibility in the time limits provided, but none should exceed 12 months without looking at whether circumstances have changed for that facility. Importantly, the government will now also be required to consider the safety of aged care residents in granting an exemption, and whether alternative arrangements are in place to keep people safe and healthy during that period. Finally, all exemptions will be needed to be published in full view of residents, their families and aged care watchdogs. This will provide another accountability mechanism to ensure the exemption power is not being overused. Cumulatively, these changes ensure that one RN requirement cannot be watered down. If we're going to make this a minimum standard, then it should apply to every facility in the country. We should not be setting different standards based on postcodes. Those living in regional and remote areas should be entitled to the same standards of quality and safety in aged care as those living in the major cities. There is no doubt that for some providers, recruiting and retaining an appropriate workforce to meet this requirement may be very difficult initially, but the exemption framework will assist with this. This also speaks to a broader issue around the availability of skilled nurses across the health system and how we attract and, importantly and crucially, retain them. It seems to me that there has been an undervaluing of nurses for some time now, particularly in aged care, and I've heard many stories of aged care nurses moving to other places like the NDIS simply because they're being paid more and they have less patients to deal with. We're now realising what a precious resource nurses are and how much catch-up work we need to do to value them. I implore the government to look at this holistically and consider how we are training, recruiting and retaining highly skilled nurses in all corners of our health and aged care systems. I thank the Minister once again for her collaboration on this bill. This is not the end of the road when it comes to reform, and I look forward to working with the government on continued reform that will improve the lives of people in aged care across Australia.
Minister.
Sorry, I've got some cords that I didn't want to trip on, Acting Deputy President. Can I thank all senators for their contributions in this debate? This is a really important bill that delivers on some key election commitments of the Albanese government. So we're very pleased to have this legislation before the Senate so early in the term. But more importantly, this bill will also deliver the care that our older Australians need and the support that our aged care workforce deserves. And can I, at the outset, thank officials from the ANMF who are in the gallery today, and Glenn Driscoll, an aged care nurse who I know has been very involved in the discussions around this bill, on representing the many thousands of nurses who work in aged care and have for a long time needed a government that backed them and provided the support that they deserve so they can care fully for our older Australians. So thank you to your participation in this really important bill. As I say, this bill makes important practical changes to the delivery of aged care services and provides greater transparency on what funds are being used for. The measures in this bill put the quality and safety of older Australians first, just as the Albanese Labor government has committed to do. The bill introduces a new responsibility for approved providers of residential aged care and of specified kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse on site and on duty at every residential facility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from the 1st of July 2023. This will save thousands of unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments and will ensure that older Australians living in residential aged care have access to the nursing care they deserve. I remember talking about this policy in the run-up to the last election, and I think most Australians were shocked to learn that there was no requirement on residential aged care facilities to have a registered nurse on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But unfortunately, that was one of the legacies left by the former government in terms of its regulation of aged care, and it's one of the factors that contributed to some of the appalling incidents we saw in aged care facilities around the country. I know very well from spending time in aged care facilities that the staff work there incredibly hard, but just haven't had the resources that they need to be able to provide the care that they want to provide residents of aged care facilities. And the change we're making in this legislation will go a long way to doing that. I might just note that some of the contributions from opposition senators questioned the ability to deliver on this promise in rural and regional areas, and that is a serious issue. And I noticed Senator Brockman talking about the difficulty that rural and regional providers have in obtaining staff and housing. And I've got to say, this is exactly the problem that has arisen as a result of 10 years of neglect of the aged care system. For an opposition senator to now be saying that we can't do what we need to do for our older Australians because of problems in skills, problems in housing, well, I'm sorry, but the opposition had 10 years to do something about these issues and failed to do so. And finally, we have a government that is prepared to make the regulatory changes required and back it up with real resourcing to fix the problems in the aged care system that the last government left for 10 years. Now, we are conscious that there are massive skill shortages in the aged care sector, and they have grown over 10 years of doing nothing by the former government. So that's why we have already established a wide range of programs to support providers to attract and retain staff. And these were things that the former government never did in the 10 years that they had to do something about this. For example, the Workforce Advisory Service is available to assist providers attract, retain and build the skills of their workers. Subsidised vocational educational and training places are widely available to train personal care workers, and the Rural Locum Assistance Program supports providers with recruitment challenges. Initiatives specifically aimed at nurses include a transition to practice in aged care for newly graduated nurses, scholarships and the Nurses Retention Payment, and local guidance is provided through the department's regional stewardship network. Another thing that the former government failed to do in the 10 years that it was in power was do anything about the wages of aged care workers. They wouldn't even take a position when the case was taken for the wage rise that aged care workers were seeking, and I was incredibly pleased to see the Albanese Labor government make a submission to the Fair Work Commission in support of increased wages for aged care workers, and, of course, we have committed to fund the outcome of the case. So rather than having the hand-wringing that we see from some members of the opposition saying that this is all too hard and can't be done, this government is actually stepping up to the plate and doing things that the former government didn't do in the 10 years they had to do something in power. We're serious about fixing the skills shortage in aged care. We're serious about making sure that older Australians get the care that they deserve, and that's why we're introducing this bill and making a lot more resourcing available to the sector. Now, we acknowledge that there are going to be challenges in some rural and regional environments, and that's why this bill sets up a system to provide exemptions for the rare cases where this requirement can't be met, and the process for that to be worked through between the department and individual providers. So we acknowledge it's going to be a challenge, but we're putting significant resourcing into this to back up this commitment, and again, something that the former government failed to do in any one of its 10 years in office. Beyond the provisions about 24-hour nursing, what this bill also does from the 1st of January 2023 is introduce powers to enable the government to cap administration and management charges for older Australians receiving a home care package, and removes the ability to charge care recipients for ceasing care. There is currently little transparency of how providers set their prices for care and package management, and there is no cap on how much they can charge. The Royal Commission heard that some providers were charging up to 50% of home care package funding for administration and management. The bill will provide the means to ensure high levels of administration and management charges reduce, to stop the rorting, and to make sure that the maximum amount of funds instead goes directly toward meeting people's care needs. Again, this is something that should have been done by the former government, but it's taken the election of a new Labor government to actually make change on this front. Finally, the bill will also include amendments relating to the transparency of providers' financial information and other valuable information about providers' operations. This will empower older Australians and their families to make more informed choices about their care, and will make transparent to taxpayers how aged care funds are being used. Now, in wrapping up, the Minister for Aged Care would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee members for their time and contributions in the consideration of this bill and the subsequent report. The Minister wants to reassure those that have taken the time to participate in these processes that we've heard you and the issues you've raised, and as a result the government moved a number of amendments which clarify some points which would otherwise be insubordinate legislation. The Minister would like to thank Senator David Pocock and his office for their productive engagement on these amendments, as well as all members and senators that have engaged with the Minister and her team. The government acknowledges comments raised during the inquiry process around ensuring appropriate levels of consultation for the delegated legislation, and we agree there should be consultation about the detail, and there will be. In relation to the recommendation made by the Australian Greens in the inquiry report, the government consulted broadly during the drafting of both the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Royal Commission Response Act, as well as this bill, including with aged care providers and allied health specialists. The government supports robust consultation and will continue to consult with the sector and invite commentary on subordinate legislation moving forward. We also acknowledge recommendation 4 made by Senator Pocock in relation to introducing a review mechanism for exemption decisions. We agree, and the Quality of Care Principles 2014 will be amended to provide for a decision of the Secretary to grant an exemption to be a reviewable decision for the purposes of the Aged Care Act 1997, in accordance with existing provisions around reviewable decisions. The government is committed to driving meaningful aged care reform and will continue to work through the details with the sector, unions, older Australians and our colleagues in this chamber and in this parliament. We want to do this reform once and do it well for a lasting positive impact on people's lives, and that will require us all to work together to make that happen. Again, this bill is another step towards fixing the terrible problems that were left to us and left to Australians in the aged care system by the Liberals and Nationals. This is a very good piece of legislation, and I encourage all senators to support it.
Thank you, Minister. Senators, we have 3 second reading amendments, and the first is by Senator Ruston. So the question before the chair is that the second reading amendment from Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 43 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to invite Senator Rice to move her second reading amendment. Senator Rice.
Thank you, President. I move my second reading amendment on page 1613.
Thank you. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Rice be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Rice be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 46 no, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now invite Senator Brockman to put his second reading amendment.
I move the second reading amendment as circulated in the chamber in my name on behalf of the opposition.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Brockman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Brockman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Pratt as teller for the noes. I do remind senators that once I have called the tellers, you need to be sitting still and not standing. Thank you. Order. There being 30 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I believe there's a committee stage required. The question now is that the motion for the second reading as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Yep.
Objection is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say...
I think you probably want to call Senator Ruston.
Before I get to there then, Senator Ruston, do you wish to have the call?
I wish to move... actually, am I able to ask the Minister a few questions before I move my amendment, or would you prefer me to move it first?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so I just have a few questions I'd like to ask the Minister in relation to this bill before I move my substantive amendment. So, Minister, I was just wondering if I could get a little bit of clarification in relation to the budgeting around this particular measure. I note in the explanatory memorandum that there is an amount of funding. I've asked the department through questions to explain to me the funding that's attached to this bill, exactly how it is going to be spent, but I haven't had a response yet, which has been somewhat frustrating, given that you are seeking for us to pass this bill despite the lack of information that has been provided in relation to the delegated legislation, which is so important to be able to understand exactly what is going to be required. So I'm sort of interested, Minister, if you can give me some idea around what the funding that has been allocated in your explanatory memorandum is actually going to be going to.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Senator Ruston. The information I've been provided with is that, in accordance with the financial impact statement in the explanatory memorandum to the bill, the indicative financial impact over the forward estimates of each of these measures for Schedule 1, which involves the extra nurses who will be needed, $450.7 million. Schedule 2, which relates to capping home care fees, $1.2 million. And Schedule 3, which relates to transparency and reporting, $8.1 million.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Minister. I was just wondering, in determining the $450.7 million that's been allocated to Schedule 1, which relates to the requirement of 24/7 nurses, what provision has been included in the calculation for that for the likelihood of exemptions?
Minister.
I'll just try and get some advice on that point. Well, I mean, while I'm obtaining that advice, I will just reiterate this point that it is disappointing to see the opposition continue to do what they did for 10 years, which was fail to deal with the need for 24/7 nurses in Australian aged care facilities. As I said earlier, I found when I was talking about this issue in the run-up to the election, people were shocked that we don't have 24/7 registered nurses in aged care facilities. And it's very clear that one of the reasons that we saw the range of appalling incidents involving care in aged care is not because of bad staff, but lack of staff. So it seems that the opposition continues to want to delay this important measure, which is about providing extra support for residential aged care workers so that they can provide better care for residents. As I already acknowledged, that there are challenges in implementing this in rural and regional environments, and that's why this government is putting more resources into fixing this situation than what we ever saw from the former government. So, as I say, it's disappointing to see this ongoing delay tactics from the opposition when we finally got a government that wants to fix it. The information that I've been provided is that the government will be providing overall, over 4 years, $2.5 billion towards 24/7 nurses and increased care minutes. We're introducing a 24/7 registered nurse supplement to support residential aged care services, employ extra registered nurses to be on site and on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll invest $473.3 million over 3 years from the 1st of July 2023 in a new RN supplement that tops up Australian National Aged Care Classification care minutes funding to support smaller services to meet their 24/7 requirement. Initially, the supplement will be available to eligible services providing care to up to 60 residents. Services over this size will not receive the supplement as their existing care minutes funding will be sufficient for providing 24-hour care, taking into account the previously announced funding increases and the additional $1.9 billion in Australian National Aged Care Classification funding in the budget to increase care minutes to 215 minutes, including 44 RN minutes from the 1st of October 2024, and this supplement will be available to eligible providers from the 1st of July 2023. In terms of exemptions, the government has considered feedback from the sector around current workforce shortages and will allow one-off 12-month exemptions to the 24/7 RN requirement for all services of 30 or less beds in modified Monash Model 5 to 7 areas. This exemption is provided on the basis that small, rural and remote services are likely to face the most significant workforce challenges in recruiting sufficient RNs to meet the requirement. Exempt services will not, of course, receive the RN supplement. So we are taking into account the challenges that particularly rural and remote services will have in attracting workforce. And again, if we'd had a government at some point over the last 10 years that were prepared to invest in workforce, prepared to build the skills of the workforce, then perhaps we wouldn't be having this problem.
Order. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Minister, in the interest of time, I have a number of questions, and I absolutely don't want to delay the passage of this legislation despite the false information you've just put on the record. But could you please just advise, in quite short answers, is the $450.7 million that's been allocated to Schedule 1 one-off funding, or is it an ongoing measure?
Minister.
It's an ongoing measure over the forward estimates.
Senator Ruston.
Just seeking clarification on your answer. The 450.7 is for 4 years. Are you saying that this will be a continued funding measure past the end of the forward estimates, or is it just a one-off allocation for the 4 years of this particular budget cycle?
Minister.
Senator Ruston, as you well know, having been in government, the way governments structure their budgets is to provide funding for 4 years. Any decisions about future funding beyond the forward estimates are obviously made closer to the end of the forward estimates, but I can't see any situation in which we would walk away from this.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. I'm interested to understand, of this funding, will it go to providers who currently do not have an RN on site, or is it going to be allocated more generally?
Minister.
The advice to me is that the money will be allocated on the basis of that modified Monash model level that I referred to before, but the funding will be provided to both services that have an RN now and services that don't have an RN, provided they meet that modified Monash model test.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so can I take it from that that modified Monash 1, as an example, will not have access to the 450.7, whereas more remote and inaccessible operators will get access to it. So it's entirely based on the modified Monash model and not on need.
Minister.
I'm obviously taking advice as we're debating this, but to be clear, there's two issues. There's the exemption that's provided, a one-off 12-month exemption. Yep. And that applies to services of 30 or fewer beds in modified Monash Model 5 to 7 areas. As to whether services in modified Monash Model, for instance, 1 areas get extra funding, the answer is if they have 60 beds or less, then they would be eligible for that funding. So it's possible that I misled you before. My answer earlier was in reference to the level 5 to 7 areas was in relation to the exemption rather than the funding. So I apologise for any confusion there.
Senator Ruston.
So I'm keen to understand in the determination of the expenditure of the $450.7 million for Schedule 1. You've said that it's available to any provider with 60 beds or less. Could you advise whether there is any mechanism within the determination that would differentiate between a provider who was struggling with the current workforce crisis or awarding providers that weren't bad providers, and we know that we do have some of those sadly out there. So is there a mechanism that will actually determine the most imperative issue before us at the moment, which is workforce crisis versus rewarding bad providers.
Minister.
While I get some advice on that specific point, I might just give you a little bit more information about how this supplement and who will work and who it will be paid to. So the 24/7 RN supplement will be introduced from the 1st of July 2023 to support residential aged care services employ extra RNs to be on-site and on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This supplement is targeted at small services, up to 60 residents, in recognition of the extra support these services need to deliver 24/7 RN coverage. The RN supplement provides up to $733,000 in funding per annum to rural and remote services in modified Monash model 5 to 7 areas and is paid at a higher rate to rural and remote services, recognising the increased costs in attracting nurses to work in rural and remote areas. The supplement is expected to be available to around 90% of, I've never quite known whether you say triple M or MMM, 5 to 7 services, compared to just under 40% of more metropolitan services in MMM 1 to 4 areas. So it will be eligible for both rural and urban, and it's more dependent on the size of the service.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So can I take it from that the $733 million that you've just referred to in the supplement is not actually contained in the explanatory memorandum as a cost associated with this bill? You've only got 450.7, which relates to the support for nursing homes to employ extra RNs. Just to seek clarification of what you actually just said, you said that the 450.7 million was to enable to support facilities to be able to employ extra RNs. So what you've actually just said sort of contradicts somewhat in what you said before. You said it would be available to all facilities as long as they met the 60 or below threshold, but what you've just said is that it is for them to employ extra RNs. So is the 450.7 able to be used to provide extra RNs even with facilities that already have 24/7 RNs?
Minister.
The advice I've received is that that supplement would be available to services that do already have 24/7 RNs in place, provided they have 60 or fewer beds, and that's in recognition that those smaller services, whether they be large, small, rural, urban, have additional difficulties.
Senator Ruston.
Can I just quickly state some clarification? We've got 450.7 for Schedule 1 of this bill, and you've just said to me $733 million for the supplement. Can you, so where is the $733 million currently allocated for in the budget? Where is the 450.7 allocated in the budget? And what is the differentiation in terms of what you're talking to me about, the difference between the 450.7 and the 730? Which is the supplement, or are they both the same thing?
Minister.
Sorry. I think what might be happening, I've been wondering where you got that $733 million figure from. What I said, unless if I said the wrong thing, I was talking about $733,000 in funding per annum to rural and regional and remote services, not $733 million per service. So just to repeat the point, the RN supplement provides up to $733,000 in funding per annum to rural and remote services in MMM 5 to 7 areas, and it's paid at a higher rate to rural and remote services because of the increased costs that they will incur.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. So I was just wondering, just moving on to the exemptions that exist under this particular schedule, could you please advise where you're up to regarding your current considerations about what would constitute an exemption under this legislation?
Minister.
Obviously, this legislation puts in place a process to then create exemptions. Early consultation has begun, but what I'm advised is that an exposure draft of the exemptions will be finalised soon. It's currently being drafted, and of course there'll be a consultation process on that exposure draft.
Senator Ruston.
Do you think there's any possibility we could get a little more detail about when that exposure draft is likely to be available?
Minister.
Early next year.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. Clearly you're not going to be providing us any more advice around that process of, what is actually in your minds in relation to general attempts to try and obtain an RN, or can you provide us some more information on that?
Minister.
We're obviously working out the specifics at the moment, but the intention is to make it an open and fair process that treats particular facilities on a case-by-case basis. But I'm sure Minister Wells would be more than happy to provide a briefing to you once the consultation process begins.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So, in relation to that, what communication, consultation and certainty have you given to providers to date regarding how the exemption process will work, or are you just going to leave them to wait until they see the exposure draft, or have you actually been, talking to them? Because, if we don't see these exemptions, because, you put out an exposure draft, we're not going to see the delegated legislation until, March or April. I think it was April next year, I was advised when I asked about this in committee. Where does that leave providers who will be frantically trying to possibly seek an exemption and provide the necessary detail to you? So I just like to understand what communication and consultation have you provided to date to give certainty and security to these very important workers in our community?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. What I'm advised is that there has been extensive consultation around these commitments already. I won't go through it in great detail, but there was general consultation conducted in relation to the government's election commitments around aged care that has occurred with a range of groups, employer, union, providers, carers, through July and August. General consultation was conducted in relation to legislative amendments, again with a range of stakeholders from various different perspectives through July and August. And specific consultation in relation to exemptions to the 24/7 RM requirement was conducted on the 22nd of July with the Funding Reform Working Group. And I could run through the members of that, but it essentially again includes providers, a wide range of providers and various interest groups. And again, there'll be further consultation once we've drafted.
Senator Ruston.
I was just wondering whether you could put on the record, Minister, how many regional providers has the Minister visited, and how many rural and regional and remote providers has the Minister discussed his exemption clauses with directly?
Minister.
I'm obviously not in a position to advise that here. But what I can see is that some of the groups that were consulted about the exemptions on the 22nd of July included the Aged Care Workforce Remote Accord. There's Leading Ageing Services Australia, and a number of other large providers who have services in regional and rural Australia.
Senator Ruston.
Minister, I'd be appreciated if you could take it on notice and maybe come back to me for estimates as to how many rural, regional and remote nursing home facilities that the Minister has visited and consulted with, both of them. So I'm just wondering, just finally on these amendments, on these exemptions, in the information that's contained in the documentation that we have suggests that they are for 1 year. Is there an ability for those exemptions to be extended or renewed past that 1 year if it's determined that the exemptions are still warranted?
Minister.
The advice is yes. There would be capacity for those to be extended, but they would have to reapply.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to probably the most important issue that is facing the Australian care sector more generally, and that is obviously workforce challenges. So I'd be keen to understand what data has the government relied upon to understand and to be able to quantify the current level of workforce shortages and therefore the impact this is likely to have on the ability of the sector to be able to deliver on the requirements of this bill.
Minister.
What I'm advised is that there are a range of sources of that data, including departmental modelling.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Would it be possible for the data and the sources on which the government has relied on making their decisions around this to be made available to the opposition or to this chamber?
Minister.
I'm very happy to take that on notice, in addition to the one that I took, the request about the minister's travels.
Senator Ruston.
I'm just wondering if the government has done any research since, sort of post the end of the. So maybe has the government done any research since coming into government to reassess and stocktake the number of nurses currently in the sector? Because we do know that there is quite a lot of pressure and stress, and a workforce that is highly susceptible to burnout from the conditions that they have experienced over the last 3 years with the amazing job they did in dealing with COVID. So I was just wondering whether there has been any reassessment in terms of the impact of the last 3 years on our nursing workforce and how that may impact on the ability of the provisions of this bill to be able to be implemented.
Minister.
What I'm advised is that we rely on the National Health Workforce Report, the last of which was made public. Yeah, we'll find out when that one was. And there will also soon be another quarterly financial information report. I'm not exactly sure of the exact title of that, that is due in October or November, which will have further information on that. I might again just put on the record, I'm really welcome the fact that the minister is interested in the workforce challenges facing the aged care sector, and I just wish she and her colleagues had been so focused on it in the 10 years they were in government.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Just wondering if the government is expecting to rely on immigration to assist providers in fulfilling the requirements of this legislation, and if they are, to what extent, and the kind of numbers that they are expecting to rely on from immigration in the timeframe in which they believe they will be able to be accessed in Australia.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Yes, there will undoubtedly be an element of immigration required to meet the general workforce challenges of the aged care sector, whether it be as a result of this legislation or because of the crisis in the aged care workforce that was left behind from the former government. Just as there is a workforce crisis in agriculture, in hospitality, in manufacturing, in construction, in every industry of the economy because of the failure of the former government to act. Immigration will be a part of it. I've seen myself the minister's announcement about work that's being done under the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Program to source workers for our aged care sector, in addition to other sectors of the economy. But of course that is in addition to the range of measures that we have already put in place to train locals and provide skilling opportunities for locals to work in aged care, again, which were never put in place by the former government.
Senator Ruston.
So can I take it from that you have not modelled specifically the requirements, immigration requirements of the requirement of 24/7 nurses? You've just made a blanket statement around general workforce. So just wondering if you could answer the following. I didn't say that. Well, you sort of did. Anyway, I'll ask you another question.
Order.
So Ruston. What is the current estimate number of nurses needed to ensure every aged care facility in Australia has an RN on site 24/7? What is the estimated number of nurses believed to be required to meet the care minutes that will come into effect in October 2023 for 40 minutes of care? Can I have them both separately? And obviously, and do you have an accumulative total? Because obviously some may well cross over into the other, please.
Minister.
Well, again, first I'd make the point that I never said that there was no modelling around immigration. That is the Shadow Minister's decision to misrepresent what I said. What I'm advised is that the estimated additional nurses required for 24/7 registered nurses in our nursing homes is 869, measured in terms of headcount.
Senator Ruston.
Would you like to answer the other half of the question? Okay, so 24/7 nurses. There's also a requirement in October 2023 for 40 minutes of care. You referred to it in your second reading address, the 40 minutes of care minutes. Just wondering if you could tell me how many additional registered nurses are required for the 40-minute care minutes, and what is the collective total of those two things which were coupled under the Royal Commission and of which your government has chose to decouple. I would like to know what the coupled impact is.
Minister.
I don't have that information to hand, but again what I would say is that whatever the number of extra nurses required to deliver on this commitment would have been a hell of a lot easier if the former government had done anything about training nurses.
Senator Ruston.
Would you be able to take that on notice? Because in the absence of you taking it on notice and providing that piece of information, which is absolutely essential, one can only assume that you don't know the answer. Look, just finally, just wondering if there's any additional funding in the budget or contained in this particular bill that would go to assist nurse peak bodies, aged care providers to upskill their current workforce of enrolled nurses or nurse practitioners.
Minister.
I'm certainly aware that part of the workforce plan here is to upskill existing workers and increase the participation of existing workers. I'm sure the Shadow Minister would be aware that there's a large number of aged care workers who either work part-time or casually, and there's certainly an opportunity there to increase the working hours for those who wish to do so. I may have to take on notice the details as to the cost.
Interest, because I know Senator Pocock's got a couple of questions. In interest of time, could you also take on notice and provide me with advice as to, will any funding that's allocated under the workforce training or whatever element that you're going to come back to me to train and upskill enrolled nurses, and if the money, is it ongoing funding or will it only be one-off funding to upskill? And provide, also understand whether providers are expected to provide their own ongoing funding, or do you, in terms of this development? Because I'm very interested to understand what provisions have been put in place to ensure not just the attraction of additional workers into the sector, but also to make sure that existing workers in the sector are able to be given the opportunity to upskill so that they can try and assist in meeting the expectations of this bill. Look, I'll let Senator Pocock go. Sorry, I've taken up a lot of time. So please.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Ruston. My question goes to how the government will be monitoring for compliance with the 24/7 RN requirement when it comes into effect. After 1 July, it will be the responsibility of aged care providers to meet this requirement, and I understand that the Commissioner may have powers to sanction providers should there be breaches. How will the government ensure that providers are complying with this new responsibility? And specifically, what are the plans to communicate to those living in aged care and their families on how they can also report breaches if they notice them?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock, and again, can I thank you for your cooperation with us in getting this legislation finalised and into the chamber. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission will be responsible for ensuring compliance with this new provider responsibility, just as it is currently responsible for a range of other regulatory measures. The Commission will extend their existing risk-based and proportionate regulatory approach used to regulate other provider responsibilities to this new responsibility. Consideration is also being given to develop auditing arrangements that ensure the registered nurse and care time data that facilities report is accurate. I think the second part of your question is what a resident or family member would do if they were concerned that the requirement was not being met, and I presume the answer is that they could make a complaint to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Does the government have plans to inform aged care residents and their families that they can report after 1 July?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. There are already a range of activities undertaken to inform residents and family members of their rights to make complaints or raise concerns about the failure to meet regulatory requirements, and information is provided on how people can do that. And I guess this would come within the existing information, whether it be a breach of this provision or breach of existing provisions. Information is provided to residents and families about how they can make those kind of complaints. But I'm happy to follow that up with the department and make sure there's specific reference to this.
If there are... Senator Pocock.
Sorry, Chair.
Not at all.
One more question, if I may. Through the inquiry process, the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation raised that there currently isn't the Indigenous-led workforce that can provide culturally appropriate care where it is needed. Currently, elders may have to move off-country to live in aged care facilities. I think there's no doubt that having more Indigenous aged care workers and nurses would help provide more culturally appropriate care for these elders. Could the Minister advise what plans are underway to ensure the training of the next generation of Indigenous aged care workers and nurses happens?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. You raise a very good point. I've actually been to an aged care facility in remote Northern Territory and saw firsthand the particular issues and challenges that arise in providing aged care in those sorts of settings. There are existing training programs in place, but I'm happy to get the department to come back to your office with some more information about what more we can do. But you're dead right. It's a really important thing to have First Nations people trained to deliver these sorts of services in community.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick final questions. I'm just wondering whether the department has modelled or taken into account or has any understanding as to the impact of the changes to the distribution priority areas that may make it more difficult for regional and rural providers to retain or obtain staff.
Minister.
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. Well, on that basis, it would be really good in the response if you could provide us with any evidence as to whether you believe it has or it hasn't, and what that evidence might well be. Are you considering, a bonus or incentive for nurses to relocate to regional communities to help providers meet their requirements in this legislation, as opposed to the incentives that are being provided to providers to retain nurses?
Minister.
We're obviously at a fairly early stage of planning, doing the workforce planning to deliver on this commitment. The money has been provided in the budget, consultation has begun. There's a range of measures that are under consideration, but I can't sort of commit to one or the other at this point in time.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, finally, I just wanted to understand whether the department has or is intending to look at how technologies like telehealth could be used to support current nurse workforce, given and noting the challenges, particularly of the shallow workforces that we find in rural, regional and remote Australia. I'm just wondering whether any consideration has been or will be given to supporting providers to using innovative technologies like telehealth to ensure that older Australians are able to actually be able to get the care that is possible within the circumstances that they often wish to live. I mean, I know a lot of people who live in rural, regional and remote Australia would prefer to stay in their own communities than move to places that may have a greater depth of service opportunity. So I'm just wondering whether any consideration has been given to using other types of technology and innovative approaches to ensure that service is provided without necessarily having to force providers to have 24/7 nurses when other alternatives may deliver the same outcome.
Minister.
Yeah, I'm certainly familiar with the benefits that telehealth can provide for health and aged care in regional settings, and you may have seen, Senator Ruston, that we actually provided significant new funding to extend telehealth services in the bush, in health in general. We are giving consideration to what more can be done for telehealth specifically for older Australian, but I certainly wouldn't rule out doing that kind of thing.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether, just on that point, not necessarily specific to this bill, whether the minister might seek for the department to provide me with advice about the expansion of telehealth services in the bush that are in the budget. The only one that I saw was the reinstatement of the loading on psychiatric service. So I'm just wondering whether you could provide more additional detail around telehealth services to the bush that you've just referred to. And just wondering whether that you absolutely commit to working with rural and regional and remote providers to ensure that we don't see facilities closed in an attempt to try and meet the requirements of this bill, that you will always operate and the government will always act in the interest to ensure that facilities are kept open and the supports are provided them to be able to be kept open in a manner in which delivers the appropriate care for the older Australians that rely on the services of those facilities.
Minister.
Yes, we certainly will be consulting those providers as we roll out this initiative. What I can say is that we will be working with providers to make sure that they can access the workforce that they need. And what we will also do as a result of this legislation is ensure that older Australians living in rural and remote areas get the kind of nursing care that they deserve in rural and remote nursing homes, something, again, that was left to neglect by the former government. We're determined to fix that and make sure that all Australians get the aged care services they deserve, whether they live in the bush or in the cities.
Senator Ruston.
That's great news to hear that, Senator, so I find it somewhat astounding that you voted against our second reading amendment, but there you go. Could you just advise the 450.7 and the 1.2 and the 1.8 that are contained in this bill, are they contained in the $2.5 billion election commitment that you're currently rolling out for aged care?
Minister.
What I'm advised, and we'll come back to you if I get this wrong in explaining it, is that the measures included in Schedule 1 do form part of the $2.5 billion because that was about extra hours and minutes for nursing homes, but the measures included in Schedules 2 and 3 are outside the $2.5 billion because they relate to transparency and other things.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so the $3 or $4 million sits outside, but the bulk of it sits inside. So just wondering, just finally, whether it would be possible, and maybe we can prosecute this more vigorously during estimates as to what the actual $2.5 billion, and I know you read out earlier, is actually going to, and what additional funding sits outside the $2.5 billion that's contained in your healthcare commitments as a part of the budget. But if you don't have that information, I'm more than happy to prosecute through estimates.
Minister.
Yeah, it might be better to explore this further at estimates, but again, the $2.5 billion election commitment was for extra hours and minutes of nursing care and other care. The matters that are in Schedules 2 and 3 are to deal with other things, and funding has been provided to the department via the budget to do those other things.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. And look, I thank the minister for the answers he's been able to give. Obviously, there's a lot more that needs to go in terms of this bill. I'll reiterate the disappointment of the opposition that we don't have greater clarity around the really important aspects of this bill that will have such a huge impact on our nursing home facilities across the whole of Australia, not the least of which will be the significantly disproportionate impact on rural, regional and remote communities. So I look forward to seeing what you've got to come forward with your delegated and subordinate legislation, and we certainly will use the opportunity of the little time that you're going to be providing to us and the wider community to make sure that we are not having unintended detrimental consequences because of the fact that this has been rushed and the lack of transparency and the lack of time that is obviously going to be made available for these really important facilities that protect and support older Australians in their journey in older life. But But obviously, this is a tick and flick that is being put in place to move forward an election commitment with no regard whatsoever of the unintended consequences. But as I said in my contribution earlier, the opposition is absolutely committed in making sure that we support any initiative that is going to be able to support older Australians in their journey. So we will not be standing in the way of this legislation. In fact, we would have put in place almost this legislation in its entirety. We probably just would have accepted the recommendations of the Royal Commission, who spent many months working with the sector more generally to understand the really significant nuances that exist across our aged care sector, to make sure that whatever we put into this place, whatever legislation we enacted, took into account all of those details. Instead, we see those opposite for a headline because, yes, Australians do expect that people that are in nursing homes will have access to the appropriate nursing care. But in the pursuit of a headline, they have absolutely failed to recognise that there are sometimes nuances that will mean that things need to be changed to meet the individual and unique circumstances that we find, because we have such a large country, that we have very shallow markets across our country. But that's not what's happening here today, but we certainly won't stand in the way of improving the situation for older Australians who need the support and care of our many wonderful aged care providers. And we also will not stand in the way of making sure that anybody who is a bad provider, a rogue provider, is held to account and is not allowed to inflict the kind of devastating pain and impacts that we saw in some of the testimony that we saw during the Royal Commission. But I would urge those opposite, as they go forward in their aged care reform, a reform that we're happy to be constructive and support you with as you go forward with that reform, is please do not apply a one-size-fits-all model to this, which appears to be what you're intending to do in this bill and the bill that you pushed through this place more recently. I would urge you to make sure that you actually take a little bit more time, that you actually put a little bit more investment and effort in making sure you understand the nuances of what is a very important sector for Australians. Because it is absolutely important, as we see with our ageing population, that we support the journey of older Australians. We put them in the centre of every single piece of our decision-making. This should not be what the government wants, what the bureaucracy wants, or even, for that matter, what the providers want. What we need to be doing is investing in the opinions and the wants and the needs of older Australians, and making sure that that is the seminal point when we make decisions about what we are intending to do. You need to listen to the voices of older Australians, not to your own voices. And on that note, as I said, the opposition will be supporting the government in moving forward on this important piece of reform, despite the reservations that we have about the way that this has been handled. So on that point, Chair, I wish to move move the amendments on behalf of the opposition on sheet 1677.
And Senator Ruston, are you seeking leave to move those amendments 1 and 2 together?
I haven't got the piece of paper, have I? Hang on. I'll tell you what I'm seeking. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 1677 by leave together.
There is leave granted. There being no objection, leave is granted. The question is that the amendments moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. Order. The question before the committee is that the amendments on sheet 1677 circulated by Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, those against to the left. I appoint as teller for the aye Senator O'Sullivan and teller for the no Senator Pratt. Noes. It's passed in the negative. Pursuant to order, I shall report the bill.
You reporting that, and then I'll take the packet.
Honourable Senators, the committee has considered the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2020 and agreed to it without amendments.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Minister. Page 2. Sorry. Senators, time allotted for debate on the bill has now expired. I will now put the questions on the second reading and remaining stages of the bill, which is the counter-terrorism bill. The question is that bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. That's now agreed. I believe. Not yet. No. Okay. Okay. I'll call the clerk. Thank you.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
I just advise the Senator Ruston that we've now passed the counter-terrorism bill, the Gillett, and you wish to have a no vote recorded. Yeah, I'll put the vote again. So those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. Did you want a division called? Division for 4 minutes. Ring the bells. Ring the bells for 1 minute. We're ringing the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill of 2022 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pratt as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
Are you seeking the call? Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to table the second reading speech in relation to the previous bill that was passed due to my inability to be able to table it because we were under a time order.
Leave is granted. Senator Ruston. It now being... Oh, I'm sorry, are you seeking the call, Senator Shoebridge? Yeah.
I seek leave to make a brief contribution in relation to the counter-terrorism legislation, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Shoebridge. It now being 11:15, I am moving on and I'm going to call the clerk to present a petition.
President, a petition has been lodged as noted on the dynamic red. The terms of the petition will be incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Before I call Senator Urquhart, could people either leave the chamber or resume their seats? It's very hard to see who's seeking the call and it's quite disorderly. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence for a senator.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator McCarthy for today on account of ministerial business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. No other notices of motion? Senator White.
President, pursuant to notice given on the 26th of October 2022 on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, 3, 4 and 5 for 7 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Air Navigation Air Noise Amendment 2021 Measures number 1, Regulations 2021, Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment Health Measures number 9, Regulations 2021, Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment Prime Minister and Cabinet Measures number 11, Regulations 2021, Industry Research and Development Underwriting New Generation Investments Program Instrument 2021, and business of the Senate notices of motion number 3 for 13 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Bankruptcy Amendment Service of Documents Regulations 2022.
Thank you, Senator White. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I present the 6th report of the 2022 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Urquhart. So the question is, a motion is moved by Senator Chisholm.
I move the following amendment.
Just a moment. You need to speak up, Senator Chisholm.
Try again. I move the following amendment.
It's on now, Senator Chisholm.
I move the following amendment. At the end of the motion, add end. In respect of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 17 November 2022. And in respect of the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Education and Employment Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 17 November 2022.
Thank you. You're seeking the call, Senator McKim?
President, I can indicate that the Greens will be supporting the government's amendments to the Selection of Bills Committee report and flagging that we will also be moving an amendment once these amendments have been dealt with.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Ruston.
Equally, I flagged that we will also be moving an amendment to actually, could I actually amend the... Yeah, I would seek leave to amend the amendment that has been moved by Senator Chisholm.
You don't need leave.
Okay, so at At Part B of the motion, in respect to the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Employment Legislation Committee for inquiry to report on the on the 10th of February 2023. So my change reflects a change of committee, the Education and Employment Legislation Committee, and for a reporting date of the 10th of February 2023, as per the amendment circulated.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. And Senator Ruston's indicated that amendment has been circulated. Senator Wong.
Well, I rise to speak in support of the government's amendment, but also to respond to the amendments just flagged by the opposition. Well, if you ever wanted to see that the Liberal Party and National Party were wedded to wages, low wages as a design feature of the Australian economy, you see that again in this. They don't even want to deal with a bill which has at its heart, recognising that we've got to get wages moving again in this country. But do they want to debate the bill? No, they want to defer the Senate considering legislation which is all about trying to get wages moving again. You are so wedded to low wages as a design feature of the economy, you're even trying to defer legislation which this government has clearly a mandate for. Now, we are very happy to have a proper inquiry, but let us be clear. A 1st of March date, we know what that means in terms of legislation. 10th of February date. 10th of February date. We know we want to defer it till next year, and I think anybody through this country who remembers Senator Cormann's declaration, low wages are a design feature of the Australian economy, that was the policy under the coalition government. And here today, yet again, we see how slavishly they are wedded to that proposition, wanting to defer a bill for which not only does this government have a mandate, a very clear mandate, it's not as if this was not clearly discussed in the election, but which is needed through our economy, particularly to low-paid men and women throughout this country who are battling inflation, battling rising cost of living at a time where they have experienced wage stagnation for years under those opposite. So when the opposition come in here and ask questions about cost of living, let everybody remember what they are trying to defer is changes to our industrial relations system, which have at their core a desire to get wages moving again. So I'd say to the Senate, don't give them that. They have to learn that people in this country, workers in this country, actually not only want but are entitled to a better deal than they had under Scott Morrison and the coalition.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Just before I call you Senator Birmingham, I just remind all senators it is particularly disorderly to call out when you are not in your correct seat. Senator Birmingham.
Well, President, the government's proposal for the inquiry into this legislation is an obscenely short inquiry, obscenely rushed, and shows that this Labor government are scared of any fair dinkum scrutiny into their industrial relations proposals. They have just released this bill today, and they are seeking to push it through the Senate inquiry process in a matter of weeks. If you actually look at the Senate sitting calendar, when you look at estimates and other considerations, they're only effectively allowing just 3 or 4 working days for any potential hearings to take place. We know they won't, of course, use those days. They'd be the last few days before the committee reports. So what opportunity will Australian small businesses have to get their head around the legislative proposals of this government? What opportunity will they have to take time out of their businesses and make a submission? What opportunity will they have to appear before an inquiry and put their views and their concerns about this legislation? The answer to that is bugger all. They will have bugger all opportunity in terms of giving fair income, evidence, analysis and advice to the Senate about this legislation. The government is clearly scared of scrutiny around these reforms. They're scared of allowing proper, reasonable scrutiny. If this proposal is adopted by the Senate, if the government's reporting date is adopted by the Senate, This will be one of the shortest, the most rushed processes for industrial relations reform in living memory. So this will be rushed through faster, quicker than any comparable reforms we have seen, with less scrutiny, less time for senators, but most importantly, less time for Australian businesses. Now, why does this matter? Because these types of reforms will matter about whether we have an economy where businesses have more confidence to employ Australians or less confidence to employ Australians. We already know from the budget, the hapless budget handed down by this government earlier this week, that unemployment in Australia is forecast to go up under Labor. We already know that there are forecast to be more Australians losing their jobs over the next year under this government. And reforms such as this run the risk of worsening that problem, run the risk that if they get it wrong, as appears from the concerns of many parts of business they might, that we will have a situation where Australian businesses, particularly Australian small businesses, will be even more hesitant to employ more Australians. And if businesses are concerned about employing Australians, that means fewer Australians in work, more Australians on unemployment benefits, fewer Australians with the opportunity to get ahead. And Lord knows they need every helping hand they can in terms of work opportunities to get ahead at present. With the inflationary environment, with this government's broken promises in relation to energy prices, with this government's threat that they're hanging over the heads of Australian workers in terms of increased taxes in the future, Australians need all the help they can get to be able to secure work, get secure work, have certainty, but do it in an environment where those jobs actually exist, because they only exist if businesses are hiring. They only exist if small businesses are hiring. Now, the government claims that these reforms in this bill were largely cooked up from their Jobs Summit. But we know that small businesses were largely absent from that Jobs Summit. Unions, indeed, Senator O'Sullivan, plenty of union representatives at the Jobs Summit. We know from all the evidence that Mr Burke and others sit down with the unions quite frequently, and that they have been there at the drafting table, no doubt, day in, day out, preparing this legislation. But look, this is not a debate about the substance of the legislation. This is a debate about whether or not proper process is followed. And those opposite don't want to follow the established processes. This is a highly unusual process they're proposing, to rush through the inquiry in an abnormally short period of time. The opposition's amendment simply ensures that we have a normal period of time, and then the government could bring the legislation forward for normal debate in the early part of next year, as would be customary, not seeking to ram it through as they are proposing. I urge the crossbench in particular to support the opposition's amendment to ensure a fair—
Senator Pocock is on his feet. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. This is clearly a really important legislation for Australians, particularly Australian workers who are in areas such as nursing, frontline workers who have not seen wage increases, who are feeling the pinch when it comes to inflation, cost of living prices, electricity prices forecast to go up more. This is really important for us to consider as a Senate. I am very supportive of a number of the measures in this enormous piece of legislation. However, as a senator, I think it's really important that we do have time to consider this. As good as the ideas and the legislation are, and to be clear, I've not seen the legislation. The crossbench has had no opportunity to see it in detail. Those who have had an opportunity to see it have signed non-disclosure agreements. So this is brand new legislation with a reporting date of a few weeks. It doesn't make sense to me to give crossbench senators a couple of weeks to get across this, to give small business owners who are under the pump a short period of time for elements of this bill which have huge consequences for our industrial relations laws in Australia. I asked the Parliamentary Library to look at the length of reporting dates for industrial relations reform in Australia, all the way back to work choices in 2005. And this sort of reporting date is unprecedented in terms of industrial relations. So I have real concerns about having such a short reporting date. I have put to the government that I believe that there are parts of this big omnibus bill that potentially don't need as long to consider. Parts of it around gender equity, objection of putting that into the Fair Work Act, equal remuneration and the two new expert panels, banning pay secrecy clauses, and the boot reforms, which people have known about. There seems to be general consensus. But other elements of the bill are new to many and I think warrant our consideration. I have circulated an amendment that would allow us to have more time, but I'm certainly open to talking to the government about ensuring that we do deal with this legislation in a timely way, but we also allow the oversight that these committee hearings provide. And being new to this place and having been involved in the committee process for a few bills now, it's quite incredible, the access to experts and the ideas that come up and the genuine consultation, as well as the very collegiate way that senators engage to improve legislation. So would really like the government, given we haven't seen any details of this bill, given how big it is, but crucially just how important this is to Australians and the future of workers in Australia, the future of small businesses in Australia, that we do get the balance right between legislating in a timely manner, but also having time to really look at the detail, to engage with the various stakeholders, and ultimately, I think, to legislate very important reforms that are needed, that are warranted when we have wages for many Australians back to 2008 levels.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, blow me over if this doesn't reek of union all over it. I don't know what does. You've got to be kidding. You're doing an omnibus on IR laws. Anytime these guys, the whole time I've been up here on omnibuses, what did you say? These omnibuses got to go. So what do you do it? Some of the probably most important things that need to be done over the next term of parliament is these IR laws to be looked at and looked at properly. What do? Roll them in the omnibus and try and run that bus down the bloody hill. That is what is going on here. I will not be doing this. Where am I going to speak to my businesses in Tasmania? I haven't even seen the bill either. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. These are going to be some of the most crucial and important decisions we are going to make for the future when it comes to IR, and you're trying to shove them down our throat? Seriously. Seriously, if this is the way it's going to go, goodness me, I don't know. This is just not going to function well up here. I can assure you. I need time to go and have a look at that bill. That's the first time. I need to go and use my small amount of staff that I've now got left to try and dissect that bill. And if you think I can do that in a matter of a few weeks, I tell you what, I know what planet you guys are living on. I know what planet you guys— oh, that's right, you're living on the planet of the unions. I can tell you it is not going to happen. It's not going to happen over this bill, and any other important bill you put up in the future and you want to ram it down our throats, you will not get that vote. You will not get it. If you want this done a little bit quicker, great, then give our staff back. That's fine. In the meantime, you can keep wearing the small ones we've got still left, the little amount we've got left, keep wearing them down so we get a revolving door of staff, which makes it worse. But there is no way No way that reporting date is happening this year. And I'm sorry to those guys out there that expect pay rises and all the rest. I apologise to you. But there is no way. I have made it I've stipulated when it comes to Jackie Lambie Network, we will not vote on anything in this parliament without putting it under the microscope. And if you do not give us time to digest that and put it under that microscope, you will never ever get our vote. We will just vote against you. So here's a very clear reminder how we operate up here. And this is what the Tasmanian people expect from me, and I will give them nothing less. This needs to go to a Senate inquiry. There is going to be, I imagine, a lot of people putting in submissions to this, which we're also going to have to go through. And the amount of time that you have given us to do that, or want to do that, is absolutely shameful. It is shameful on those people that you're trying to get wages for, and it's shameful on small business who has been through 2 years of COVID and is struggling to keep their doors open still. You're not doing this to my small businesses down there in Tasmania, because that's who we rely on. We need their doors open. We are not rushing through this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. This has got nothing to do with workers, this rushed inquiry. It's got everything to do with union bosses. Let me tell you why. Because with the exception of people like senators like Deb O'Neill, Tony Sheldon, Glenn Stirl, the Labor Party no longer represents workers. I've been pushing an issue in the Hunter Valley and in central Queensland with casual miners for 3 years. I've been misrepresented by Labor and the CFMEU in the Hunter Valley to put people off the scent. Thanks to Senator Barbara Pocock, we're starting to get some traction. She's now aware of what's going on in the Hunter Valley. Labor has not been at all interested in fixing that problem. They don't even want to recognise the problem. I've raised it with Senator Ayres, nothing to see here. I've raised it with Senator Sheldon, who said he would like to help but couldn't, and I appreciate that, Senator Sheldon.
Roberts, I've given you some leeway, but we are debating motions before the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So am I, President.
No, Senator Roberts, it's not a debating point with me. I'm the President. We are looking at the timing put forward in the motion by Senator Ruston and the Committee of Bills report. That is what you need to confine your remarks to.
What I will say again is that the Labor Party is not being genuine here. This is a complex bill. We know that some people in the Senate have seen it. We have not. Why not? Have Senator Lambie seen it? No, she said she hadn't. Why are some people getting it and not others? This is a complex bill and it needs to be done properly for the workers of this country. This is about union bosses making sure that donations get back to the Labor Party. That's why we need a thorough inquiry to assess the benefits for workers, to give small businesses an opportunity to comment, and so that we can all have proper scrutiny of this bill. I will be supporting the Liberal National Coalition on this. I will not be voting for the Labor Party rushing this through the chamber. And I want to make a comment again and emphasise that in the climate change bill, it was in the hands of the Greens and Senator Pocock weeks before we even saw it. Why? 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 Now we've got the Greens justifying. But my point is this bill needs solid scrutiny for the benefit of small business and workers.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Ruston.
If it will assist the chamber in a more streamlined approach to the reporting date of this particular important bill, the coalition will withdraw its amendment for the reporting date being the 10th of February and in doing so indicate that we will support Senator Pocock's motion that requires the reporting date to be the first day of the sitting week of 2023.
So that's, I'm assuming you were seeking leave to withdraw, Senator Ruston?
Withdraw.
Thank you. I think leave is granted. And Senator Pocock, if you would now formally move your motion, please.
Thank you, President. I move my motion.
So the question is that the motion to amend the selection of bills committee report standing in the name of Senator Pocock, which has been circulated, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So I'm now going to move to the government amendment. I'll just give senators. Are you seeking the call, Senator Birmingham? Yep.
Thanks, President. I will be very brief, but President, it is deeply disappointing that the government and the Greens have combined to block fair income scrutiny of this legislation. We note the only proposal left on the table to actually have any Senate inquiry at all is to have this rushed, curtailed inquiry that is being forced upon the Senate by the Labor Party and the Greens with complete disregard to the interests of Australian small businesses or the opportunities for those businesses to be heard and heard properly, and the opportunities indeed for crossbench senators and others to give proper, serious consideration to this legislation. And let it fall upon the government's head then, if those senators come back to this place when they seek to rush this legislation through in the final 2 sitting weeks, and those senators say, we haven't had a chance to properly consider it. If those senators say business tells us we haven't had a chance to properly consider it, let it be on your heads, Labor Party and Greens, if that is the consequence when it comes to your legislation, that the message you have when it's considered is that there hasn't been time, there hasn't been proper consideration, and if the voices of Australian small businesses are emphatically, we haven't had the chance to get across the detail of it. However, some inquiry is better than no inquiry, and so despite the opposition's deep reservations about this rushed inquiry, we'll give those who can have the chance the opportunity to participate in at least getting their voice heard. But we know this will be woefully inadequate, President, and it all hangs and sits on the Labor Party's head.
Thank you, Senator. The time for debate has now expired. I'm going to put the motion as moved by the Minister. So the question is that the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report, as moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Senator Ruston.
Could I ask that Part A and Part B be put separately?
Thank you. That can happen. So, on Senator Ruston's request, I'm now going to move Part A of that amendment. So the question is that Part A of the amendment moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'm now going to move Part B of that amendment. So the question is that Part B of the amendment moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment circulated in my name to the Selection of Bills Committee report, and for the assistance of senators, this is an amendment that seeks to refer the Privacy Legislation Amendment Enforcement and Other Measures Bill 2022 immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 22nd of November 2022.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is the motion which has been circulated. I beg your pardon, Senator Roberts.
Leave to speak to this?
No, the time's expired, Senator Roberts. You could ask for leave, but that's not my decision. It's the decision of the chamber, Senator Roberts. I'm indicating to you that the hard marker for this bill, for this part of the day, has passed. If you're seeking leave, is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Roberts. So the question is that the order. It is order. It is particularly disorderly to call out across the chamber when you are not even in your correct seats, and I would ask for silence as I put this motion. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McKim to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'm now going to move the amended Selection of Bills Committee report. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Senator Roberts.
Could I get my name recorded as opposing the Senator McKim's amendment, please?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. That will be done. Senator Ruston. Senator Lambie, I have was you seeking the call, Senator Ruston? Senator Lambie.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. That will be done. I'm now going to move the amended selection of Bills Committee report. So the question is that the amended selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Smith. Yeah, let me just catch up. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? And I'll just give senators a few moments to get back to their positions. Senator Chisholm.
I move that today, A, government business orders of the day as shown on today's order of business be considered from 12:15 p.m. B, government business then be called on and considered till not later than 1:30 p.m. And C, general business notice of motion number 78 be considered during general business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. No other placing of business. We'll now move to postponements and extensions of time. I remind there are none. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any? We'll deal with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg.
Ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, proposing a reference to the Economics References Committee relating to ASIC be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Bragg.
I move the motion.
So Senator O'Neill?
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator O'Neill.
I draw the Senate's attention to the reality of the work of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services. It is the statutory responsibility of that committee to inquire into the effectiveness of ASIC's enforcement measures and to make sure that we do our proper judicious work in supervising that entity. Senator Bragg and Senator McKim are both members of that committee, and it's within that committee this morning that we adopted the terms of reference that are here on the notice paper before the senators, with the addition of one further item, the effectiveness of ASIC's enforcement measures in protecting vulnerable Australians. If this bill is supported, senators, it will lead to a duplication of this inquiry in 2 different places. In fact, this is the construction of a platform for Senator Bragg, who is on both committees, to provide himself with an opportunity for media, not the service of the Australian people. I urge you, senators, to vote against this. We should be absolutely working on this in the PJC.
O'Neill, your time has expired. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Bragg. Business of the Senate number 1 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Lock the doors. So the question is, business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 43 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We'll now move to business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2, standing in the name of Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator.
Thank you, President. I ask that the business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ormond-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Ormond-Payne be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. Senator Rennick.
I ask that business of the Senate, notice of motion number 3, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Rennick be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Two. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 standing in the name of Senator Rennick be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to business of the Senate, number 4, standing in the name of Senator Chandler. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. Before asking that the motion be taken as formal, I wish to inform the chamber that Senator Lambie will also sponsor the motion. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 4 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chandler.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 4 standing— oh, beg your pardon, Senator Ciccone.
Okay, thank you very much, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Ciccone.
I move that the motion be amended by omitting 1 December 2022 and substituting 1 February 2023. I'd also like to seek leave to make a short statement of no more than 1 minute.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Ciccone. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much. Look, the government acknowledges the importance of the issue and believes it is something that it does deserve consideration by this place. I do want to note my disappointment, though, how this particular motion has progressed with the lack of consultation given that the motion was only lodged after the consultation was only after that the motion was lodged by the table office. But I do move the amendment to report in the date to allow proper consideration to this very important and sensitive matter by the committee.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just indicating that the Greens will support—
you need to seek something.
Can I seek leave to make a short statement, please?
Is leave granted? 1 minute, Senator
Thank you.
Hanson-Young.
Just putting on the record that the Greens will be supporting the amendment from the Labor Party to the reference, but I want to put it on the record that we expect a public hearing this year from the committee, and we'll be working with the committee to have a public hearing this year.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. So the question is that— So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator Ciccone be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And now the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chandler and Lambie as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business 69, standing in the name of Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 69 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ormond-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 65, standing in the name of Senator Ormond-Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business notice of motion number 70, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. Senator Rennick.
Okay. I ask that general business notice of motion number 70 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 70, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 70, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is negated, resolved in the affirmative. We now pass the hard marker. I said.
Okay, where are we? So we're
government.
Okay, senators, if you could quickly, efficiently move out, thank you. Senators, just to clarify, that last vote was negative. Okay, call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 7, Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise to give a brief contribution on the Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill amends the Health Insurance Act 1973, the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008 to protect the viability of Medicare. The bill supports the integrity of the Medicare Benefits Schedule, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and the Child Dental Benefits Schedule, CDBS, by addressing inappropriate practice as well as protecting payment integrity, encouraging compliance with claiming requirements and supporting consistency. Medicare, including the Medicare Benefits Schedule and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, provides Australians access to free hospital care and more affordable health care and medicines, while the Child Dental Benefits scheme provides access to dental services to children. The primary intention of the bill is to strengthen the compliance powers of the Professional Services Review, the PSR, which is the agency responsible for reviewing and examining possible inappropriate practice relating to Medicare or the PBS, and of course also add a degree of flexibility to the PSR's ability to address any inappropriate practice. It is the same legislation introduced by the former coalition government in the 46th Parliament via the Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2021. This legislation formed part of the Coalition's commitment to protecting the integrity and financial viability of Medicare. Medicare is there for all Australians and underpins our world-class health system, and the former government were stewards of ensuring the viability of Medicare and supporting access to affordable health care for all Australians, having introduced this legislation in the last Parliament. The Coalition oversaw record investment in Medicare, ensuring all Australians can access health care services no matter where they live, and we were committed to investing $133 billion over 4 years into Medicare, including $31.4 billion in 22-23 and an increase of $7.3 billion compared to the 21-22 budget, $32.3 billion in 23-24 and $33.9 in 24-25. The Coalition will always be committed to supporting the integrity of financial viability of Medicare and ensuring that all Australians have access to our world-class health system into the future. Once again, the Labor Party are prioritising the passage of one of our bills in recognition that the Coalition was a leader when it came to important healthcare policy and improving the sustainability of Australia's world-class health system for the benefit of all Australians.
Minister.
Thank you. The Australian government is committed to protecting the integrity of the Medicare program. Rigorous and effective health provider compliance is a vital component of this commitment. The behaviour of individual practitioners remains a critical focus, but the government is adapting its compliance arrangements for corporations in recognition that they are increasingly involved in and influencing the provision of healthcare services. The bill both strengthens and adds flexibility to compliance powers, especially the ability of the Professional Services Review, the PSR, to address the inappropriate practices of corporations. In essence, the bill extends provisions that are currently applicable only to individual practitioners, to corporations and other non-practitioners. The new provisions allow the Director to come into an agreement with a body, corporate or non-practitioner, as an alternative to a lengthy review by a committee. This is a valuable and practical addition to the PSR's toolkit, facilitating confidential agreements with corporations while still ensuring that the PSR properly addresses inappropriate practice. It must be emphasised, however, that while the bill strengthens the compliance arrangements in respect to corporations, it also protects practitioners employed or otherwise engaged by corporations that acknowledge inappropriate practice. To be clear, individual practitioners will not be named in agreement with the corporations. To encourage compliance, the Director of the PSR will have discretion whether or not to publish details of the agreement when it comes to when its terms are not fulfilled. The government's commitment to improve compliance is demonstrated through new sanctions, including civil liberties, to discourage behaviour that interferes with the ability of the PSR to review inappropriate practice and the Commonwealth's ability to recover debts formed in agreement between persons under review and the Director. In addition, the Director will be able to apply for court orders that require non-responsive corporations to comply with notices to produce information. Another important safeguard protecting the compliance terms negotiated in agreements is the extension of the government's ability to garnish the bank accounts of persons and or corporations that renege on agreements to repay a debt to the Commonwealth. The bill also clarifies that a referral to the PSR may be made where it appears that there is the possibility that a person may have engaged in inappropriate practice in the provision of services. It is ultimately for the Director or a committee to investigate whether or not a person has provided services and to determine whether the conduct of the person under review in relation to the rendering or initiation of those services amounts to inappropriate practice. The bill also addresses inconsistencies arising from the introduction of legislation in 2018 to improve debt recovery powers under the Health Insurance Act 1973, the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008. The bill introduces amendments clarifying the application of debt recovery provisions, the use of financial information powers, the recovery of Commonwealth debts from estates, the recovery of interest on Commonwealth debts and the administrative penalties for debts under the Shared Debt Recovery Scheme. Finally, the bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008 to mirror recent changes to the Health Insurance Act 1973. The December 2020 amendments to the Health Insurance Act 1973 clarify that the Commonwealth may recover incorrect payments resulting from the giving of false or misleading information. I thank the senators for their contribution and commend the bill to the Senate.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading.
I move the third reading.
The question is that the bill now be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes. Government Business Order for Day number 8, Treasury Laws Amendment, More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The opposition will not be opposing this legislation, and indeed it was coalition policy in government, part of a significant program of reforms to assist small businesses by the former coalition government. It is worth noting, however, that the measure in this bill was one that blew a $500 million black hole in Labor's budget before it was even handed down. Prior to the election, Labor claimed its policy to increase penalties under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 would raise $557.7 million in its first 4 years. But Treasury's costings of the government's legislation shows that it will actually raise a mere $63 million in its first 4 years. Helpfully, the Assistant Treasurer clarified the government position on this black hole in a media interview recently, where he said, "We've got to wear that, obviously. It's regrettable, but we've got to wear that, and we've got to find other areas to ensure those savings are made up." And look, in the budget handed down this week, we saw the only new change to the tax system announced in the budget was a new tax on investments. Labor's sneaky new tax will slug people who invest their own savings and superannuation. Despite ruling out these changes before the election, Labor will hit retirees and investors with a new $555 million tax depriving investors of franking credits which they have previously relied on. So, in classic Labor fashion, they've mixed up their sums and introduced a new tax to pay for it. Labor wants you to work hard so they don't have to. So the opposition will be supporting this bill, but will not be letting Labor off the hook on their failure to manage the budget, and we won't be supporting their higher taxes to pay for their poor budget management.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The bill will deliver on the government's election commitments to help ease the cost of living by increasing penalties for breaches of competition and consumer laws and to provide greater protection for small businesses from unfair contract terms. Schedule 1 to the bill will increase the maximum penalty for anti-competitive behaviour under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, as well as breaches of the Australian consumer law, to ensure the price of misconduct is high enough to determine unfair activity and to ensure consumers retain a robust level of protection. In 2018, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development found that the average and maximum competition penalties in Australia are substantially lower than those in other international jurisdictions. As a result, there is a risk that a breach of the existing competition law could be seen as an acceptable cost of doing business by some large firms. Consumers and small businesses often lack the resources and bargaining power to effectively review and negotiate terms in standard form contracts they are offered by a larger party. The existing unfair contract term protection in the ACL and the ASIC Act provide that where a court finds a term is unfair, the term is void. This approach has not provided sufficient deterrence against the use of unfair terms, which remain prevalent in standard form contracts. The amendments introduce civil penalty provisions prohibiting the use of and reliance on unfair terms in standard form contracts. This will enable a regulator to seek a civil penalty from a court. The existing definition of an unfair term remains unchanged. The government's expectation is that the regulators will continue to take a reasonable and proportionate approach to enforcing unfair contract terms protections, including affording businesses an opportunity to respond to allegations of unfair terms before commencing any legal proceedings. The bill includes a requirement to review the reforms 2 years after commencement, and the government will also welcome feedback from stakeholders ahead of this review. I commend the legislation to the Senate.
Senator McKim, my apologies, Senator McKim. I think you're seeking leave to make a short statement.
President, I am seeking leave just to make my second reading contribution. It will be well under 5 minutes.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Thank you, Senator McKim.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I thank the Senate. The government is to be commended for bringing forward this bill. It will increase penalties for anti-competitive conduct, and it will expand the scope of unfair contract terms, and the Greens will be supporting this legislation accordingly. Now, in particular, the Greens welcome the increase in civil penalties for various contraventions of competition and consumer law. Under the bill, maximum civil penalties for individuals, and I want to highlight those words, civil penalties for individuals, including the CEOs and other executives of corporate Australia, will increase from $500 million to $2.5 million. As the government has explained, this will put penalties for anti-competitive conduct in Australia on par with those in comparable jurisdictions around the world. And after 9 years of the Liberal government dragging the chain, this bill will finally bring Australia up to scratch. But I wish we could say this in other areas. Unfortunately, the good work that the government is doing here stands in stark contrast to their obsequiousness to the banks in other areas. The Financial Accountability Regime Bill, which is currently before the Senate, establishes a framework to hold the executives of banks, of insurers and of super funds to account. Very similar to provisions in section 46 of the Competition and Consumer Act, the Financial Accountability Regime seeks to hold executives to account, not just for deliberately ripping off their customers, but for failing to take reasonable steps to ensure that customers are actually not ripped off. The Financial Accountability Regime, it might help senators to understand it, to put it this way, it is the banking equivalent of the effects test. But while this bill increases civil penalties for executives under the effects test to a maximum of $2.5 million, the Financial Accountability Regime, as proposed by this government, includes no such civil penalties for the executives of banks. So this government's position is to apply a maximum civil penalty of $2.5 million on executives who breach competition obligations, but to give those executives a complete free pass if they breach their accountability obligations, which will set up Australia's banking accountability regime right at the bottom of the international rankings. It is an approach which makes absolutely no sense at all. It has zero internal coherence. And I've got to say it's a worrying sign, because the government seems to be picking up where the previous government left off in going soft on the banks. The Banking Royal Commission appears to be lost in the mists of time. And this is how the rot sets in. From the chair of ASIC going soft on enforcement, to the minister making clear the limits of this government's ambitions, including by not putting civil penalties in the financial accountability regime. As Commissioner Hayne outlined quite rightly in his report, every time the government goes soft and the regulators go soft, the big banks interpret it as a sign they can just get back to business as usual and doing what they want to do, which is, let's face it, to exploit their customers just as hard as they can so they can increase their profits just as much as they can. The banks need to be held to account, and when the government finally wakes up to this obvious fact, the Greens will be ready to work with them to deliver an accountability regime that is consistent and fair and does the job to hold banking executives finally to account.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I just would table a correction to the explanatory memorandum relating to this bill.
So the question is that the bill's been now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading. Minister.
Thank you. I move the third reading.
The question is that the bills be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Securities and Investment Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
A message has been received from the House of Representatives forwarding a resolution agreed to by that House proposing a variation to the resolution of appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and requesting the concurrence of the Senate. Call Minister. Oh, sorry, Minister.
I seek leave to have the message considered immediately.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Is that motion be agreed? Does that opinion say aye? Those against say no? The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Question is that motion be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to offshore electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leave's been granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 21st of November 2022. Call the clerk.
Government Business Order for Day number 3, Australian Human Rights Commission Legislation Amendment Selection and Appointment Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you. I rise to speak on behalf of opposition senators to put the opposition's position on this bill on the record. The Coalition has a strong history of supporting the Australian Human Rights Commission and human rights work both in Australia and overseas whilst in government. It was under the Coalition government that Australia was elected to the Human Rights Council. Australia's autonomous sanction laws were expanded through the Autonomous Sanctions, Magnitsky-Style and Other Thematic Sanctions Amendment Bill of 2021 and the Autonomous Sanctions, Magnitsky-Style and Other Thematic Sanctions Amendment Regulations of 2021, and Australia sought an independent review into the origins of the COVID-19 virus by the World Health Organisation, which a record 145 countries co-sponsored. This bill responds to a technical process issue raised by the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions Subcommittee on accreditations in relation to aspects of the appointment processes for the Australian Human Rights Commission and the potential length of tenure of commissioners. The Global Alliance of the National Human Rights Institutions reviews and accredits the NHRIS based on the United Nations General Assembly principles relating to the status of national institutions, also known as the Paris Principles. The Australian Human Rights Commission has held A status accreditation since 1999, when the accreditation regime was put in place. While supporting the bill, it is important to acknowledge that these accreditation processes are not perfect, are focused on process issues rather than practical human rights outcomes, and are designed for developing countries without a strong history of independent institutions. By way of example, Sweden's NHRI, the Discrimination Ombudsman, was downgraded to B status in 2011. The subcommittee determined its mandate was too narrow, as it focused on equal rights but didn't consider non-discrimination. The subcommittee was also concerned because, like Australia, the government appoints and can remove the Ombudsman. So Sweden, despite its strong human rights record, has a B status NHRI. Again, by way of example, Belgium's NHRI, the Interfederal Centre for Equal Opportunity, was also given B status accreditation in 2018. Once again, the subcommittee was concerned its mandate was too narrow, as it didn't cover the full range of human rights and was only responsible for combating racism and discrimination. This was despite the fact it acknowledged that while in practice its mandate was interpreted broadly, it didn't have clear legislative backing for a broad human rights approach. Concerningly, despite the panic over A status, if we were to more closely work at the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions classes as A status organisations such as Benin, the Russian Federation, Uganda, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Ghana. I would hardly say a country like Belgium or Sweden have grave human rights concerns, yet under this accreditation process they are worse than countries with significant human rights concerns. In March 2022, in the same review, Australia was threatened with a downgrade. Some other countries, which seemed to excite the same criticism as Australia, had received from the Global Alliance, nevertheless had their A status confirmed. For instance, Benin was accredited for the first time. Benin was given A status despite the subcommittee expressing concern that its appointments weren't independent or transparent. While Coalition senators are not opposing this bill, we do stand by the high-quality appointments to the Human Rights Commission and that the Coalition did make in government. I particularly want to observe, note and thank them for their service and the contribution they have made to the discussion and protection of human rights in our country. All of these people are and have been distinguished Australians who have made particular contributions to safeguarding and advancing human rights in this country and beyond its shores. As a liberal democracy with a commitment to human rights, which I might add is shared across this parliament, Australia delivered on key priorities during the Coalition's period in office and on the Council. Australia spoke out against Russia's attack on Ukraine and its people, against the Chinese Communist Party's human rights violations, against deteriorating human rights situations in North Korea, Afghanistan, Ethiopia and Myanmar, against the erosion of human rights in Hong Kong, against the erosion of democratic institutions in Venezuela and against the humanitarian toll of the conflicts in both Yemen and Syria. So, while notwithstanding the clear issues with the accreditation process, the government does not oppose, the opposition does not oppose this legislation that seeks to address these process matters, and it will enjoy our support. And we look forward to continuing to work very, very closely with like-minded countries across the world, supporting human rights and the institutions that deliver these outcomes.
Senator Shoebridge.
Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, I indicate that the Greens will be supporting but seeking to amend the Australian Human Rights Commission legislation amendment, selection and appointment bill. This bill adds new criteria for the process of appointing members of the Australian Human Rights Commission, including a requirement for at least some merit-based processes and public advertising. It applies to the President of the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and each of the commissioners under the Age Discrimination Act, the Disability Discrimination Act, the Racial Discrimination Act and the Sex Discrimination Act. It retains the existing requirements that commissioners need to have appropriate qualifications, knowledge or experience, and in the case of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Social Justice Commissioner, that the person has significant experience in community life of Aboriginal persons or Torres Strait Islanders. It further amends those acts to clarify that the total term of appointments for presidents and commissioners cannot exceed 7 years. We're here because the politicisation of these positions by the former government was disgraceful, and it has tarnished the global reputation of Australia and the Human Rights Commission. And the defence that we just heard, the defence that other countries have engaged in significant breaches and are being called to account, is a defence that's unworthy of any government that should care about human rights. The fact that other countries have failed, and to give the list of other countries that have failed, as the Coalition just did, and say, oh, therefore, we're in a class of defaulters, is no defence for the disgraceful efforts that the previous Morrison government made to tarnish Australia's human rights reputation. But of course, this bill only partially delivers on an election promised by the ALP that was in response to what is likely to be, without this and other measures, the downgrading of the Human Rights Commission by the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. And they had clearly threatened to downgrade it from an A status institution to a B status institution, and in doing that, they identified two particular appointments and the lack of due diligence and process in those appointments that clearly did not meet accreditation standards. They were the appointment of Ben Gauntlet as Disability Discrimination Commissioner in 2019, a political appointment by the government, and then the appointment of Lorraine Finlay as the Human Rights Commissioner in 2021, another clearly political appointment without any due process by the Morrison government. The Global Alliance of Human Rights Institutions, of course, has called for far broader reform than what Labor is offering with this bill. They are pressing for it, and I'll quote here from their report. The SCA encourages the AHRC to continue to advocate for a selection process in law and practice that includes explicit requirements to A, publicise vacancies broadly, B, maximise the number of potential candidates from a wide range of societal groups, C, promote broad consultation and or participation in the application, screening, selection and appointment process, D, assess applicants on the basis of predetermined objective and publicly available criteria, and E, select members to serve in their own individual capacity rather than on behalf of the organisation they represent. And apart from point 1, Acting Deputy President, pretty much none of the rest of that is implemented in this bill. And while the bill doesn't do this, what this bill doesn't do is provide a pathway for identified positions for any of these senior appointments, a position that is increasingly out of step with global best practice and public expectations. But the bill also fails to implement the requirements of the Paris Principles, and particularly Clause 1, Part 2. That's important because in the Attorney's second reading speech, he relied heavily on the Paris Principles as justifications for these measures. And Clause 1 of Part 2 of the Paris Principles provides that the composition of a national human rights institution and the appointment of its members must ensure the pluralist representation of civilian society through the presence of representatives of non-government organisations responsible for human rights and efforts to combat racial discrimination, trade unions, concerned social and professional organisations, for example associations of lawyers, doctors, journalists and eminent scientists, as well as trends in philosophical or religious thought, universities and qualified experts. None of that is implemented in this bill. The Greens strongly support increasing rigour in the appointment process, but that is only the first step in creating a Human Rights Commission that meets minimal international standards and is up to the job of upholding human rights in Australia. And I pause here to note that one of the critical failures in the Australian Human Rights Commissions is a woeful lack of budget, a woeful lack of resources that was in no way remedied in the most recent budget that we've just seen passed. But I particularly want to draw the Senate's attention to the lack of identified positions as a particular concern and a breach of the Paris Principles and a non-response to the UN criticism. And it's just one element that needs to be addressed. But for that reason, the Greens in committee will be seeking to amend this bill to explicitly provide for an LGBTIQA+ Human Rights Commissioner. And I want to commend here the work of my colleague Stephen Bates, the member for Brisbane, who has been a powerful advocate for the addition of this commissioner, a powerful advocate for his community, a powerful advocate for the LGBTIQA+ community. And we have seen in the last few years attack after attack on that community, often coming from the right of politics, ugly, divisive attacks on the right of from the right of politics. And it's about time that the LGBTIQA+ community had a commissioner on their side, someone to go to, unambiguously on their side, so that when the next set of attacks come, and they almost certainly will come from some ugly part of the political right in this country, that they are guaranteed to have a commissioner on their side, fully resourced to go into bat for them. I'll speak further about that in committee.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak in support of this bill. As I understand it, this bill seeks to introduce greater transparency into the selection and appointment of commissioners to the Australian Human Rights Commission. The Commission is one of our great public institutions, endeavouring every day to stamp out instances of discrimination in our society. Just the other month, I had the pleasure of meeting Disability Rights Commissioner Dr Ben Gauntlet and hearing about his work in pushing for greater equality and opportunity for people with disabilities across our community. The presence of the Australian Human Rights Commission reminds us that in our nation, no matter the colour of your skin, your faith, your disability, or whether you're part of the LGBTQIA community, everyone has a right to live their life free of discrimination. The Commission supports this by monitoring our nation's compliance with international human rights standards and by providing a mechanism for people to lodge complaints in instances where they feel that they have been discriminated against. This includes instances where people feel that they have been discriminated against by the Australian government, department or agency, or as a matter of policy. In this way, the Commission can also support the government and the parliament to identify and challenge areas of entrenched discrimination. They also advocate broadly for human rights to be better considered in law and policy making. The Commission has a long history of providing this frank and fearless advice to governments and to the public. To name one example, I remember well when in 2014 the Commission released its watershed report into the detention of children in immigration centres called The Forgotten Children. This sobering report found that Australia's policy of mandatory detention of asylum seeker children was causing significant mental and physical illness and developmental delays in breach of Australia's human rights obligations. When the report's 324 pages were provided, amongst those pages, the Commission unflinchingly pronounced Australia is better than this. The Commission drew significant ire from the then government with a former Attorney-General allegedly asking for the Human Rights Commissioner to tender their resignation. However, the report's findings withstood all challenge, the product of extensive investigation and qualitative and quantitative research. The plight of these children may never have received the attention it deserved without the Human Rights Commission. This is when our public institutions are at their best, when they are holding truth to power and acting without fear or favour to bring issues to the attention of policymakers. We have the best people for these roles, and we need to ensure that they also have the public's trust. But a loose set of laws, at least those underpinning this Commission, have left room for political appointments that have undermined both public and international trust in this institution. This is to the extent that the Commission is currently at risk of losing its status as an A-grade national human rights institution and being downgraded to the B grade. This bill seeks to remedy that risk and will undoubtedly strengthen the Commission as an institution by making clear that appointments to the Commission must be merit-based and made transparently. I welcome the new government's commitment to transparency. Much has been made by them about issues with transparency in the past, and I look forward to them following through with this and ensuring that all legislation that comes through this place has a high degree of transparency. This bill makes further amendments to ensure that all commissioners appointed hold appropriate qualifications, knowledge or experience. And I guess simply the bill ends a policy for mates approach in the Commission. This should really be standard across our public institutions. I think there's an expectation from Australians that people get jobs based on merit and not because of who they know. According to the Grattan Institute, 7% of all federal government appointees have a direct political connection. This figure rises to an alarming 21% among those positions that are well-paid, prestigious and/or considered powerful. This is an indictment on politics in Australia that needs to be remedied. Our communities are frustrated with this and they want it to change. This is a welcome first step in the right direction to actually deal with these sobering figures. Political appointments harm our democracy and significantly undermine confidence in our public institutions. It means we miss out and have been missing out on the most qualified, the most knowledgeable people to fill these roles. It also perpetuates a culture where some of our highest decision-makers may be afraid to speak their minds and criticise government policies simply because they are worried about their future job prospects. Altogether, it means the people appointed to make crucial decisions about our everyday lives may be doing so for their own party political interests rather than the public interest, rather than the people who pay for them to be there to serve Australians. It's time to restore integrity to appointments in our public sector. This bill is a good first step, but there is a way to go. While I appreciate the urgency in passing this legislation to avoid a downgrading the Commission's international rankings, I hope we can keep our sights on a broader set of reforms to end the jobs for mates culture. We should also be looking to make changes that ensure all board, tribunal and statutory appointments are publicly advertised with selection criteria, like for almost every other job in the country. We should also look to ensure that there are mechanisms where these appointments can be independently assessed, with a ranked shortlist presented to responsible ministers for their consideration. This is a good first step. I commend this bill, but I sincerely hope it's not the last one.
Thank you.
Senator Chisholm.
I thank the honourable senators for their contributions to this debate on this bill. This bill will install integrity to appointments to the Australian Human Rights Commission and help maintain the Commission's international credibility as part of our broader commitment to the international rules-based order. The bill is an essential part of the government's integrity agenda and it will implement our election commitments to ensure that appointments to the Commission are made through a merit-based and transparent selection process. The Australian people deserve no less. In addition, this bill will address the concerns raised by the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions Subcommittee on Accreditation when it deferred the Commission's re-accreditation as an A-status national human rights institution. The effective functioning of our anti-discrimination system is dependent on the proper functioning of the Australian Human Rights Commission. It is essential that the Commission is able to function as an independent statutory body and the public has confidence that the commissioners that represent their communities are appointed solely on the basis of merit. To address these concerns, the bill legislates a merit-based and transparent appointments process for members of the Commission by amending relevant provisions of the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986, Age Discrimination Act 2004, Disability Discrimination Act 1992, Racial Discrimination Act 1975 and the Sex Discrimination Act 1984. The bill will remove the ability of direct appointments to the Commission without a merit-based and publicly advertised selection process. Further, to address concerns raised by the Subcommittee on Accreditation, the bill also addresses the tenure of the members of the Commission. The bill amends these acts to clarify that the total term of the President and Commissioners is 7 years, inclusive of any reappointment. Finally, the bill will make minor amendments to ensure consistency in the qualification requirements for the President and the statutory commissioners. I note the Greens have circulated an amendment, and Senator Shoebridge mentioned this in his contribution, to create an LGBTIQA+ commissioner at the Australian Human Rights Commission. And this issue has also been raised in debate by others. The government will not support that amendment in this debate. The critical issue that this bill will address is restoring the international standing of the Commission by urgently addressing the specific issues around transparent and merit-based appointments raised by the Global Alliance to support the Commission's re-accreditation. The amendment circulated by the Greens is unrelated to the subject matter of this bill. If the Greens sought to move a similar amendment in the House of Representatives, it would be ruled out of order, and the Greens should know this. The government recognises that it is important to consider how best the Commission can operate to promote and protect the human rights of all members of the Australian community, including LGBTQIA+ people. I acknowledge the work that the Commission already undertakes in relation to LGBTIQA+ rights, led by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner. By the way of example, in 2021, the Commission reported on the human rights of people born with variations in sex characteristics in the context of medical intervention. In addition, the Commission is also engaging on the World Pride Games and Conference due to take place next year. There will no doubt be further discussion on the proposal for the creation of the LGBTIQA+ Commissioner, as well as other opportunities to strengthen the work of the Commission in the future. Broader concerns regarding the structure and operation of the Commission should be considered separately to this important bill. An independent Human Rights Commission is fundamental to Australia's human rights agenda, both internationally and domestically. This government strongly supports the work of the Australian Human Rights Commission and is committed to restoring integrity to the process of Commissioner appointments. The bill will support the Commission's re-accreditation as an A-status national human rights institution, which is necessary for its international legitimacy and credibility. Most importantly, this bill reaffirms our commitments to restoring integrity to government. I thank all honourable senators for their contributions to the debate, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you. So the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Relating to the appointment of members of the Australian Human Rights Commission and for related purposes.
Now, continue to committee.
it the wish of the committee?
Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There are no objections. It's so ordered.
Senator Shubridge might want to call.
Senator Shubridge.
Deputy President, I move the amendment previously circulated. As I indicated in the second reading contribution, this amendment seeks to amend the bill to provide for an LGBTIQA+ Human Rights Commissioner. The Greens have been approached by a variety of organisations, community groups, from across the broader law reform community, but especially from the LGBTIQA+ community, who have been asking for this for decades. We've been approached by Just Equal Australia, who raised the very real issue that the reform in the bill just does not go far enough. And that's why we're moving for this well-overdue appointment of a standalone LGBTIQA+ Human Rights Commissioner. And again, I want to acknowledge the work of my colleague from the other place, Stephen Bates, the member for Brisbane, in helping pull together these amendments and drive forward with this. This amendment cannot wait. The reason that the Labor government is opposing this amendment now is that they say, oh, it doesn't fit neatly in the bill. Well, tell that to the thousands and thousands of members of the LGBTIQA+ community who want a commissioner unambiguously on their side to advance their rights, to protect their interests when the next attack comes. Now, this is a community who went through the appalling marriage equality plebiscite, and thank goodness they won it, and thank goodness together we won that. But the attacks that came in that plebiscite, the platforming of hateful transphobic views that we've seen from Liberal Party members and other right-wing politicians and commentariats. The LGBTIQA+ community deserves a commissioner, deserves part of the Human Rights Commission institution to be unambiguously on their side. It would have made a material difference in the past 3 to 4 to 5 years in public debate had this been on the statute books. And there is no reason, apart from bloody-mindedness from the Labor government, for it to wait another day. And the model we're proposing here is far from revolutionary. The model proposed for this commissioner has similar functions to the existing human rights commissioners, but with that special focus on the LGBTIQA+ community. And that includes raising awareness of human rights impacts, research and education, and examining existing and proposed laws to assess their likely impact on LGBTIQA+ people and the community. That's exactly what we need. And it may well be that in the next 12 months we have another go at religious discrimination laws. And of course we should be thinking ahead and putting in place the commissioner who can help the community through that, be an advocate for the community through that, and help this parliament at the end of the day get the laws right, if that comes again to this chamber. The lack of such a commissioner is such an obvious oversight, and we can remedy it today. The numbers are in the House today, if only Labor has the decency and the imagination to get on board and support. And the need is clear. The need is clear. And in fact, there have been previous statements from the Labor Party, indicating they support this reform. Well, now's the time to test that, because now's the time to see if those statements carry any weight. Do you support it or not? We'll see how you vote.
Just if you clarify, was he seeking leave to move both together?
Senator Shubridge, just seeking clarification whether your intention is to move Amendment 1 and 2 of Sheet 1604 together.
Well, for the convenience of House, I seek leave to move items 1 and 2 together.
Great, thank you.
And I do so.
Thank you. Minister.
Thanks, and I thank Senator Shubridge for that contribution. And We certainly understand the strong sentiment expressed by members of the community over a long period of time now about a dedicated LGBTIQA+ commissioner, but we are of the view, as I mentioned, summing up, that this bill is not the vehicle to create such a position. The government recognises that it's important to consider how best the Commission can operate to promote and protect human rights of all members of the Australian community, including LGBTIQ+ people. There is no doubt that there will be further discussion on this proposal, as well as other opportunities to strengthen the work of the Commission in the future, but the critical issue in this bill that it will address is restoring our international standing of the Commission by urgently addressing the specific issues around transparent and merit-based appointments raised by the Global Alliance to support the Commission's reaccreditation. And that is what the focus of this bill is today. And as I mentioned before, it is not possible to make such changes in this for it to go back to the House of Representatives.
Thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Acting Chair. On behalf of the opposition, I advise that we will be opposing this amendment. This bill was introduced to clarify the recruitment arrangements for the President and Commissioners of the Australian Human Rights Commission, the AHRC, in order to satisfy the requirements of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. This bill responds to a technical process issue raised by that same body's subcommittee on accreditations in relation to aspects of the appointments process for the Australian Human Rights Commission and potential length of tenure of commissioners. LGBTIQA+ rights are already addressed in the work of the AHRC commissioners, including in particular the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, so this amendment is not required.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge.
Well, of course the Coalition won't support this. And that's one of the reasons why they got thrown out of government. That's one of the reasons why we have a new parliament with a majority in this chamber and a majority in the other chamber that is meant to be committed, unambiguously committed, to supporting the rights of the LGBTIQA+ community. That's one of the reasons that the Coalition's in opposition. And the only rationale given by the government for not supporting this urgent, necessary and fundamentally right amendment is that, and I quote, "This bill is not the vehicle." Well, I don't think the LGBTIQA+ community care which vehicle is used. It can be Uber, it could be a taxi, it could be a bike, it could be this bill. The vehicle isn't relevant. What's relevant here is getting the substantive amendment through, getting the commissioner in place, and for the community to hear that response from the government when they know that they've got the numbers right here now to achieve the reform, and the answer is just sort of computer says no. Well, that's a deeply disappointing outcome. And as I said before, of course the Coalition, with their current mindset, it's not all, but it's an uncomfortable chunk of the Coalition, with their mindset that refuses to show decency to this community, of course they're going to say no. But why is Labor joining with them? Why is Labor joining with the Coalition to say no to this? We haven't heard an answer, or no persuasive answer. And it's a deeply, deeply unfortunate precedent to set in this new parliament. I thought things had changed.
Senator.
Minister, just a question. The bill is responding to concerns raised internationally by the Human Rights Council around the status of the Commission and commissioners. They've also raised concerns in the past about the fact that Australia, even as a signatory to the ICCPR, has not legislated federally for the protection of all parts of our community, including those who hold a religious faith. Could you just update the Senate on the government's commitment or plans to address those concerns which also come from these international bodies?
Minister.
Thanks. We remain committed to introducing legislation to deal with people's to end discrimination against people with religious belief.
Senator Fawcett.
So, as this amendment is alluding to, there is concern amongst various parts of our community that the Human Rights Commissioner, with a broad remit, doesn't cover the detailed support for elements of our community. And the same concern has been raised by people of religious communities in Australia. And within the ICCPR, Article 2 includes protection against people from discrimination because of their religious faith. Article 18 is specifically around having freedom of thought, conscience and religion, including the ability to practice that with their community. Article 19 says everyone shall have the right to hold opinions without interference. Article 22 have the right of freedom of association with others. And Article 27, which may in fact be applicable to communities here now, for example, the latest census says that even the Christian community is now a minority. Article 27 says that in those states where ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities exist, members of such minorities shall not be denied the right in community with other members to enjoy their own culture or profess and practice their own religion. So as the government considers its response to those encouragements from the international community and Human Rights Council to specifically legislate for religious freedom and the protection from discrimination, will they also consider the appointment of a Religious Freedom Commissioner?
Minister.
Thanks. The government will consider all of those matters as part of our consultation process in regards to the religious discrimination bill.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. And Minister, does the government accept that in the example of Mr Thorburn, which we have seen just recently, where through no words or actions of his own, but by mere association, he has been discriminated against and, in the opinion of some legal experts, has been subject to a constructive dismissal, that such protection is required for people of faith in Australia?
Minister.
Thanks. I don't think it is appropriate for me to comment on that particular case, but I certainly am aware of the commentary around the abandoned appointment of Mr Thorburn.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. And my last question, Minister, is does the government accept in the conclusions that were found by the Senate Select Committee, which was inquiring into the exposure draft of the bill into legislating for same-sex marriage back in 2017, that in order for Australia to remain a plural democracy where different views are respected and legal, that action is required to protect both people who have different views on gender, but also people who have different views in terms of their religious faith?
Minister.
Yeah, thanks. I assure you, Senator Fawcett, that the government remains committed to introducing legislation that will prohibit religious discrimination.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, will the government ensure that there's an LGBTIQA+ commissioner in place for that community before the next round of sometimes divisive and marginalising commentary happens associated with religious discrimination? Will you ensure the commission is in place before this parliament goes down that path again?
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Sorry.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. As I've said repeatedly now, we understand the concerns expressed by the community, and I know the Attorney-General is committed to continuing discussions on this important matter and how best the Human Rights Commission can ensure that people from LGBTIQA+ community are protected.
Being no further questions, I will put the question that the amendments on sheet 1604, 1 and 2 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Aye. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The ayes to the right of the chair and the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan for the noes. There being 13 ayes and 31 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. It now being 1:30, it is time to move to 2-minute statements, but with the indulgence of the chamber, I would like to put the final questions in order to finalise this bill. So I'll take the advice of whips. Yes? Okay. So the question is now that the bill stand as printed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. The committee has considered the Australian Human Rights Commission Legislation Amendment Selection and Appointment Bill 2022 and agreed to it without amendments. I now call the Minister.
I move that the report be adopted.
Sorry. I now put the question that the report be adopted. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the appointment of members of the Australian Human Rights Commission and for related purposes.
We'll now proceed to 2-minute statements. I call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you. In the Senate today, I want to share some meaningful thoughts from a rally I attended in Perth for Tuart Place. Tuart Place, of which I'm proud to be a patron, supports survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. Based in Fremantle, it has occupied its headquarters at 24 High Street since its inception. That location has become a home, has become a haven for survivors. The organisation is now threatened with eviction. The owners, the Christian Brothers, who it must be noted have previously supported Tuart Place, plan to sell this property. Many voices were heard at the rally calling for Tuart Place and its services to remain where they are. Dr Philippa White, the director, said, "Tuart Place needs to stay right here on the ground floor of this building, where we have been since 2007. We have exhausted every option for moving, and yes, we could rent a 2-room office space with a reception area, but what we would lose would be everything that we have built, everything that is special about this place, everything that is our community. People who come here often have had many different homes when they were young, and it's hard to settle down after that. This is a stable, familiar, accessible place where you can just drop in and are always welcome. The staff and volunteers are warm and friendly, and it feels like home," she said of Tuart Place. You don't just take that away, especially now as people are getting older and need more care. And John Ryle, a child migrant, said, "This building, 24 High Street, is unique as it meets all the needs of the staff and members. There are no buildings like it in Fremantle that we can afford. Many of our people feel safe and secure here." This is a matter of great concern. This concerns many West Australians. I especially call upon the Christian Brothers today to show greater charity, to this important group of vulnerable Australians.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, today in this place we launched the Women's Budget Statement, a part of the budget, a feature of the budget which has been missing for a decade since former Prime Minister Abbott appointed himself Minister for Women and abolished it. This is a really important moment. The Women's Budget Statement is back. I'm really proud to be part of a government which is made up of equal women in this place. Indeed, I believe as a government we have more than equal representation of women and men. But more importantly, I'm proud to be part of a government which is delivering for women already. And one of the key features that we've seen in this budget is Labor's extension of the paid parental leave scheme, a scheme that we brought in last time we were in government, a scheme we believe in and back, but a scheme which has largely been left untouched for a decade. Our policy will bring paid parental leave up to 26 weeks, 6 months, by 2026. And this will make a tremendous difference to families as they make those judgments and those decisions early in their little ones' lives around how much time they can spend at home, how much time they can spend as a family. By supporting families to be there with their children in those critical early months, and let's face it, those really tough early months for many, many families is a really special thing, but it's also a really important thing when we look at productivity, when we look at workplace participation. It is just one measure contained within the Women's Budget Statement that I'm deeply proud of, and I am deeply proud to be part of a government which is delivering for women and their families.
Thank you. Senator Barbara Pocock.
I'd like to talk about the question of roster justice, an issue that affects so many Australian workers, one we've heard so much about in our Work and Care Select Committee. We all use and rely on retail, hospitality and care services, and workers in these sectors are frontline workers. They're essential and they're the fastest growing group of employees in the country. Yet these workers, often women, are low paid and lack decent working conditions because of the absence of roster justice. Too many are forced to play a form of roster hunger games. They are contracted for very short numbers of hours, 10 a week, for example, and their hours and thus their pay are absolutely critical to their kids and families and themselves. But their shift times fluctuate, often with very short notice. A lot of workers need a bit of extra time to top up their pay, but they have to remain glued to their phones at a high-stakes competition to secure their hours. These workers cannot plan their lives in advance or arrange the care they need for their children and families. This causes an enormous amount of daily anxiety and stress, and it's driving many, particularly women, out of the labour market at a times of skill shortage because they're forced to choose between their job on the one hand and the care of those they love on the other. Women are left desperately trying to seek care for their kids at the last minute. The choice between work and providing care is a deeply unfair choice, and it's a choice we can change. When workers ask for certainty about their rosters, too often they are penalised. They miss out on hours, they lose conditions and rights, or they may never work again in that workplace. Large retailers can predict exactly how many and what kinds of apples we will buy tomorrow. They can predict that with certainty. They can certainly predict the hours of working time from their workers that they need tomorrow. Their employment is predictable. Their rosters should be predictable. Workers need predictable rosters ahead of time, they need certainty about the minimum hours they work, and they need the opportunity to negotiate rosters so they can plan their care and lives. Our workplace relations system should enable it.
Barbara Pocock. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. 5 long years of the McGowan government has driven the West Australian healthcare system to breaking point. Labor inherited a world-class system from the Liberal Barnett government, a $7 billion investment in our hospital system, world-leading infrastructure, the Perth Children's Hospital, the Fiona Stanley Hospital, Midland Hospital, Joondalup, Albany, Kalgoorlie and Busselton Health campuses, world-leading staff planning, recruitment and policy settings, including the 4-hour rule in hospital emergency departments, and so much more. But instead of building on what we left them, they have been progressively destroying it. The Premier cannot blame COVID-19. The rot started well before COVID-19 did. We now have the lowest number of beds in Australia per capita. Ambulance ramping is at historic highs. In opposition, Labor called 1,000 hours a crisis. Today it is 7,000 hours, the highest in Western Australia's history, and it is going up. Fatal and near-fatal medical mistakes in child health services have risen by 20%. Over 50% increase in elective surgery wait lists, a chronic shortage of nurses, and sadly the list of failure goes on and on and on. Everybody now in Western Australia knows someone who is suffering or has died as a result of these failures. This is not a result of a lack of money. They have plenty. Under us, under this side of when we were in government, they got a 150% increase in hospital funding, and the Western Australian government now has a $6 billion surplus. Political hubris really is a killer. The Shadow Minister, Libby Mettam, is to be congratulated for her relentless holding of the WA government to account. She is right. The McGowan government must start turning around their health failures. The lives of more Western Australians depend on it.
Senator Reynolds. Senator Sheldon.
If there's one thing we can all agree on, and that is that Aussies have been doing it absolutely tough. Australian workers have suffered through 9 years of wage decline. And we've suffered a decade of the Australian middle class going backwards. This is an emergency. When working families are struggling to fill up the car or to put food on the table, when they can't get secure work, when their wages are going backwards, that is an emergency. We're elected to this place to legislate solutions to challenges Australians face. That's why we're all here. And there's no greater or more urgent challenge than the decline of wages and secure work. And there is no greater or more urgent challenge than that decline. The Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill contains solutions to those challenges. The opposition and their mates in the employer lobby will always say that now is not the time. They'll always say that workers should wait a little bit longer. Australian women have been waiting for over a century to get real equity at work, and Australian workers have been waiting for 10 long years for a pay rise. Now, we could wait another 10 years to pass this legislation, and the opposition and some in the employer lobby will still say it's too soon, because low wages are part of a deliberate strategy that will never change for that lot. The Shadow Treasurer has been complaining that this bill will push up wages. Yes, the bill will push up wages, and we make no apology for it. Australian workers and the Australian women deserve their fair share. Let's get it done.
Thank you. Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy. Look, it hasn't been easy for our local wine producers these last few years. They've been trying to grow their businesses, but how can they? There's been COVID lockdowns and low tourism. There's been natural disasters. Tassie wine producers have been struggling to keep their businesses afloat. They've got bills to pay just like the rest of us. That's why I've been so supportive of the Australian Wine Tourism and Cellar Door Grant program. It's why I was so concerned when the future of this program wasn't clear. I called for the government to give winemakers some certainty over their future, and I'm very happy to see that the government listened. We got confirmation in Tuesday's budget that the program is continuing. This is very welcome news for our Tassie wine producers. Fred Peacock from Bream Creek Vineyard was so relieved when we called him to tell him the news. He's building a brand new cellar door near Marion Bay. With this grant continuing, he can employ the staff he needs to ensure the best possible visitor experience. It's also a relief for the businesses around Fred. They're relying on his new cellar door to help bring tourists to the area. These tourists will spend money at local hotels, cafes, restaurants and shops. It shows how important these grants are, important to rural and regional communities, not just for the flow-on effect of tourist dollars, but also for job opportunities they create. I want to thank Minister Watt and the government for continuing this program. I promise you, these businesses are worth investing in. I know they are, as do you. Next time you're in Tassie, Senator Watt, give me a call. I'll make sure that you get to see the best and the brightest of the wine cellar door industry here in Tasmania, and I'm sure Fred will look after us. Thanks.
Senator Scarr.
I'll give you a call as well next time I'm in Tasmania. In the lead-up to the last federal election, Labor made a promise. They made a promise. They made a promise, and I'll quote it. This is from Labor's Powering Australia policy. It will cut, Labor will cut power bills for families and businesses by $275 a year for homes by 2025 compared to today. That was the promise. That was the promise. And this week, when the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers MP, member for Rankin, was asked where did the $275 appear in the budget, he said, yep, it's in the budget, And then he had to say, I misheard the question about the $275, because the $275 was not in the budget. And in fact, the position is worse. Not only are power prices not going to go down $275 for each household, but in fact, page 57 of the budget says this: Treasury has assumed retail electricity prices will increase by an average of 20% nationally in late 2022, contributing to higher forecast inflation. Given forward wholesale contract prices for electricity remain elevated, retail electricity prices are expected to rise by a further 30% in 2023 to 24. Where's the $275? Where's the $275 promise? The electors of Queensland didn't mishear. In the lead-up to the election, they heard the Labor Party promise a $275 decrease in power prices. They didn't mishear that promise, but what they find in the budget is that Labor has not kept its promise. Labor has not kept its promise. And in fact, electricity prices will go up under Labor. They're going up. They're not going down. They're going up. Another broken Labor promise.
Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Deputy President. Sadly, the floods continue to have a very severe impact right across many communities in my home state of Victoria, and obviously—
Senator Ciccone, can you just get Senator Ciccone's microphone? I know. Give it another go.
Thank you again, Acting Deputy President. Thank you for that. As I was saying, the floods are continuing to have a severe impact right across the eastern states of Australia and in my home state of Victoria. The Australian government has moved very quickly to provide payments and coordinated relief efforts with state and local governments. Those impacted by the floods in affected council areas can now claim $1,000 payments for every adult and $400 for every child. There is also a disaster recovery allowance which is available in a wider range of council areas, which is a 13-week payment at the job seeker rate for people who have lost income as a result of these floods. The government has also authorised the deployment of up to 550 Australian Defence Force personnel, who I really want to place on the record my gratitude for the hard work that they are doing to assist flood-impacted communities. As of today, around 400 ADF personnel are supporting local authorities with flood-related tasks right across regional Victoria, including in Echuca, Shepparton, Swan Hill and Bendigo. While these floods continue to have a terrible impact on many communities, as is so often the case in our darkest days, we are seeing so many examples of Australians pulling together to help each other out. I saw a story recently out of Skipton, where a working bee is supported by the local Lions Club and Football Netball Club. The clubhouse has been used as a relief hub and a base of operations for volunteers. This is another great example of the Australian spirit and how we look after each other when times are tough. So I say thank you to all the volunteers, to all the emergency workers and ADF personnel who are out there currently on the ground helping the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
I've used pliers to rip out a fractured tooth because I didn't have the money for the dentist. I can only afford to pay the minimum on my HECS debt each year, and each year it increases with indexation. I'm never going to pay it off. I can confirm my partner and I only eat once or twice a day because we just cannot afford more than that. These are just three of the messages my office has received recently in the lead-up to this budget. And the government just had a choice to end a decade of that grind in poverty, and they chose billionaires instead. Millions of people voted for change. Australians voted to get rid of a Prime Minister that didn't care about the cost of a loaf of bread, didn't know the cost of a power bill. So how can the Albanese government even think of locking in the largest tax cuts in Australia's history and confirm that wages are going to go backwards and then flatline for years, while rent, power, food prices are going through the roof? And while I'm sure it's not just my office, but MPs across this place are getting messages like that. We just had a cost of living and a climate election. This budget addresses neither, and millions of Australians need and demand better, and we better stand with them. When we talk about the 22 floods in New South Wales, we already need to ask which ones. My state, New South Wales, is now suffering its third major flooding event, with more on the horizon. The food bowl of Moree is underwater. Farmers are out checking their wheat crops in boats as they wait for waters to subside. Gunnedah has the awful distinction of the 5th flood in 12 months. And people in Western Sydney are looking with anxiety to see when the next time the Nepean will spill over its banks. And the Shoalhaven is still recovering from the last floods and has been hit again. And I want to recognise the important work of Mayor Amanda Finlay there in supporting her community. We are in a climate crisis. Communities are on the front line of that climate crisis. They need us to act.
Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday it was a huge honour to be in the chamber as the Senate passed the Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill. This is a hugely important reform that will help so many people, particularly women, be safer. As I said in my second reading speech, it was terrific to have the opportunity to consult with my community, to bring together frontline service providers, experts, the small and family business ombudsman and employee groups, to talk through the details, to talk about the implementation and to not add any unintended consequences. We had great conversations and everyone left that round table knowing more. I left that round table with a really clear view of what my community wanted. That consultation sat alongside a Senate committee process looking into this particular amendment. That committee had 28 calendar days to hold public inquiries, receive and consider submissions, draft a report and ultimately form a view. Although important, it was a relatively straightforward piece of legislative reform. Last year, the Respect at Work Amendment Bill the committee had 43 days to look at that piece of legislation. The Fair Work Amendment, supporting Australia's jobs and economic recovery bill, had 92 calendar days to do the same. And now we're faced with a massive bill to do with industrial relations, something that is so crucial we get right for Australians, not only workers whose wages need to grow, but employer groups who have concerns. This will only have 22 days. While I applaud the Greens talking about more transparency, it's disappointing to see them back having a short time to actually look at a bill and consider it.
Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. But thanks to Labor, Australia is facing a cost of living crisis. It was always clear they were devoid of an economic plan. This has now been reinforced by a forgettable, empty, nothing budget. You would have thought that Tuesday night's budget would have at least attempted to help families. Instead, Treasurer Jim Chalmers and Labor have already begun to wave the white flag. The test for Labor in the budget was to build on the strong position inherited from the coalition, and Labor have failed this test. Instead, we've been presented with a budget that does nothing to address Labor's cost of living crisis bearing down on Australian families. This budget confirms that the cost of living will skyrocket. Whether it's your electricity bills, rent, mortgage payments or the taxes you pay, Labor will always cost you more. Under Labor, your electricity bill is expected to go up 56%. That's 56%, not 5.6%, not 15.6% or 0.56%, 56%. That's what Labor cost you, even though Anthony Albanese promised 97 times before the election to reduce your power bills by $275. This is a classic example of the dodgy combination of lies and incompetence that underpins the non-existent ethics. They simply don't care about you. Australian families need a budget that tackles the big issues of the day. Tuesday's offering falls well short of this standard. Families $2,000 worse off. To review. Labor love reviews, lots of reviews.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Australian beef and are here to stay as Australia's main paper published in the journal Animal found pasture-fed beef 197 times more human way to produce natural, nutritious, affordable protein to feed our world. This fear-mongering fails on the most basic of tests, the bio. Methane in the atmosphere combines with oxygen that are then reabsorbed into pasture through photosynthesis. Nature's trace atmospheric gases being sequestered. There's no environmental harm. Can be grazed in a sustainable manner. The war on red meat doesn't have a leg to stand on. Australia to dump its red meat 2030. Scarcity of red meat to double meat's price and increase producers. Red meat 20 which will then be returned to nature in a process called rewilding. Meat is grown. Meat will become an chemicals. Lots of chemicals. Pick up a Meat and Livestock Australia must stop pandering to the danger to people's cost of living and to our very food supply.
Right to quality and accessible. However, we know that stark access to healthcare. 60,000 people and usually 600 babies. But since the 4th of July, to access this essential healthcare, extract billions of dollars from Gladstone and Central. Wealth gets shipped out of the community into the are failing. Lack of proper healthcare services other critical workers to our community there because they know that they can't access that service at our hospital. We have teachers who are leaving for the same reason. Lasted for over 3 months. Now there's a risk that we're going to lose more functioning maternity services. Caved in to community. Currently have a planned C-section by appointment. A major regional hospital like Gladstone is totally unacceptable.
Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Nampijinka-Price, you've got a few seconds.
Thank you. Just this week, the ABC the prevalence.
Sorry, Senator, your time has question time, and I call Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. The average Australian household be paying
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank Senator Cadell for the question. Say that they, with the implementation of $1.9 billion going on to fix the energy, 10 years of denial, making in the downward pressure on energy prices over time. This is ever. We need to put all of our effort into the system so that we actually support the energy transformation that is needed by the former government. And this challenge is the one that is perhaps most urgent in terms of our economy, in terms of households, on businesses. Expected increases in gas and electricity prices over the next year, depending on which state or territory you were in. Do acknowledge that it is an in the ACT, for example, where we have 100% 2021 and 22. Energy is the cheapest form of energy. Exactly why we need to put more.
I know the minister's inability to be paying in electricity and other costs. I refer % for grocery costs, an increase of 52% in fuel costs, and an increase of 31% in utilities costs. Reflect the reality of the problem.
Well, I'm sure though and understanding yes, we have an inflation to exacerbate with this budget. The pressure or to reduce inflation and get it back to within. The government took the very responsible decision to not make the work of the Reserve Bank any harder. Would to say that we upgrades that we got in terms of revenue. That would be the easiest thing to do. But what we did was bank 99% of that spending and putting it into service.
With Australian households already hurting under Labor and their promise to cut electricity prices by $275 or guarantee that they will at least keep their promise earning more than $45,000, or will Australia, as well as higher costs under Labor?
Order. Order. All senators on my order. Thank you, Senator Ayres. I should not have to repeatedly call out loud the obvious call you to order. I expect quiet.
And you'll see that at the budget that we handed down 2 days ago. And I know that is funny to those opposite, and I know that it is a false that you'd actually have a government.
Senator McKenzie, you don't.
relevance, and I don't know if it is because that Senator Cadell asked, but it was.
Senator McKenzie. The minister has only just started being relevant, but I can assure you, if she's not, I will draw her back to the question. Thank you, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, President. And I opposite that you would actually, in government, do what you said you would do, deliver on your commitments you make, and that's what this budget on cheaper medicine, on see them in the budget, ending the waste and rorts, not adding to the inflation challenge. We're doing that, and we're still delivering on hospitals, on aged care, on NDIS. Have been neglected for years. We are deliver on what we
your
promised.
time has expired.
Can the minister please inform the Senate how women have budget?
Senator White for the question, all of those that sit on these benches our government is committed to putting gender equality at the core of our budget and unlocking the valuing the in Australia. We're investing. This will make it cheaper and easier for early childhood education, support workforce participation, especially by women. We're providing 531 rental leave scheme, up to 26 schemes that Labor built, and Labor is of a country free from gender-based violence. Measures form just part of our $7 billion. These are our first steps, President. We will also about how we can achieve gender equality in Australia, and I look forward to working with all of my colleagues in doing that. We launching the Women's Minister Abbott, the Minister for Women, that back in place, and we've made it a document of substance, and that is what we will continue to do, because this is a government seriously.
Thank you, Minister.
Fantastic answer, Minister. Can the Minister
White for the question. Unlike the previous budget, they are at its core affect women. We're putting gender equality, introducing gender-responsive budgeting after it had and I pay credit to our colleagues, Tanya Plibersek, Sharon Claydon, the Status of Women Committee, who worked tirelessly time to assess the public service that we did in opposition. The Women's Budget Statement that was released on Tuesday night.
Can the Minister explain why advance
Unfortunately, Australia 46 countries in the World Economic Forum Global Gender. Where we are today, our gender pay gap for First Nations women. It's not good enough. Ourselves a fair country while one half of more unpaid care and experiences much higher rates of violence. Driving gender equality economic policy. This was a resounding message from our Jobs and Skills Summit, where one of the first outcomes of that meeting must be treated as the future of our economic prosperity that we deal with.
Ask you.
Thank you. Women and the Minister representing the Minister. In previous question about your support for women, but for aspiring parents diagnosed with cancer or condition, yet this commitment has been shown. Has the Albanese government broken their promise to aspiring parents?
President, and I would say that the budget also includes, I think, almost $70 million from memory for the Assistant Minister leading the work on a women's health work and consulting budget in terms of the investments in health.
I think you'll note that the question was specifically missing from the budget in relation to being diagnosed with cancer or genetic conditions. There has been that measure.
I don't need the commentary. Relevant. She has been talking about women's health. To the question, Minister Gallagher.
I think right at front, and I said no, should not. We have not. In women's health and the work that is being done to actually put together a strategy around it. We understand that women's reproductive health is and that has obviously flowed in our community. So that is the point I'm making. I'm also making surprise that we were to Medicare and not invest in health measures.
On her feet. Order. Order. The opposition to account 3 times.
Thank you, President. Once again, on a matter of relevance, referred specifically to a budget. That
Senator
question.
Ruston, as you know, I can't direct the minister to be your response, but I do believe for relevant.
Well, are you? I have answered the question. answer the question that was put. The other positive measures in the budget, including budget for health. It's dealing with a decade.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Russell.
And I respect your decision here, President. The question, despite saying that she has, and
in my opinion, and
submit that if Senator Ruston had been paying attention in her and well, much time on this as you wish. And we're always happy to have
order. Order. I should not have to name Senator. Relevant. Minister Gallagher, okay. Senator.
Thank you. During the 20 new Gidget Foundation Australia perinatal mental health has the Albanese government support as well?
Thank you, Senator.
Budget delivers on the budget, that it's in the budget. Well,
order.
Is this so? Being given to me, but.
Seat. Order. Senator McGrath. I'm waiting for quiet. First supplementary, which but at this point she is still being relevant. Question, speak to your side about getting on the list. Minister, to answer the question that's before her. Senator Askew. Please, Minister, continue.
Thank you, President, for your protection. Can I please answer it? The government will that we made in the and if you look at budget paper 2, which goes through the measures, you will see page after page of areas in particular.
Second supplementary.
Shelved or cut 2 of your key women's health commitments from the election. Will you apologise to new mothers and aspiring prioritising other spending areas?
Order. Order. Minister.
Thank you.
Second supplement.
Well, I'm not about to lecture from those opposite about. Look in this budget, it is a good budget for women. If you read you will see that we have delivered on the. Surprise, surprise, we're going to all initiatives to make sure that they are delivering the support. The approach that I will take as Finance Minister. We deliver on things. We also evaluate to make sure that they are delivering the support measures.
Thank you, Minister.
My question is to the Minister representing the private schools funding $1 million more than the amount the previous government. Does the Minister believe that public education is in dire need of support?
President, and thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. But as I have often said in the past, I to choose the schooling environment that is appropriate. The appropriate choice was a state school environment. For other families, it's a Catholic or independent school. So we prejudices about
Senator
GPS
Watt,
schools, it would
helpful.
appear, but some of us move on and grow in life, and some of us stay at about Rennick.
Senator Watt, I'm asking. Please.
But as I say, we respect the choice. State and non-sector schooling environments. School Upgrade Fund, 56.2 to expand the High Achieving Teachers Program, 27.
Senator Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Orman-Payne.
Than public schools is fair.
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne, and I will remind Senator Watt of the question, please.
Thank you, President. In 2022, the Australian government $4 billion, $8.64 billion for independent schools. Now, I will check this, but my understanding is that the increasing to non-state schooling, and again I'll check this, is a result.
Senator Orman-Payne, first supplement.
As a proportion of total funding, according to the budget, and does the Minister accept that the government's budget has moved Australia even further away from the minimum schooling resource?
Senator Orman-Payne. Minister Watt.
One of the factors that influences the amount of funding that's provided to different schooling sectors in every budget is the indexation model, is the number of enrolments. Of beginning a new schools funding agreement with the states and territories point out that in electorates that are represented by the Greens, there are a substantial portion of children, and we strive in the interests of public schools. But we also respect the need for some level of
Thank you, President. Is the Minister aware that the King's School, a private school in New South Wales, plan to use funds to build their... Is the Minister also aware of an increase in demountables from 24 giving even more money to private schools while the...
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. Senator
involving, I think it was the King's School, and I think decisions about how that funding is used. I don't think funding to be used for inappropriate goes on in classrooms, and I'd certainly encourage all private schools for at least the last 10 years that the last government was in power, further with the states and territories as we approach it.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the what the Albanese Labor government is doing to clean up the mess left by the Liberals and the Nationals to get the NDIS.
Minister Farrell.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart for her question and her the National and the NDIS is a scheme. The NDIS is an essential investment support for over 500,000 Australians with disability. Despite active disinterest left the NDIS position. Many difficult issues. They shuffled 7 ministers through the portfolio over people with the disability. Fraud and criminal activity sneak in. At the centre of this scheme. Review led by the Albanese
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Urquhart, first supplementary.
What the Albanese Labor government is doing to reduce the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Minister.
Under the Liberal government, fraud and criminal activity are a significant contributor to waste scheme. Under the watch of those opposite, this mob targeted by serious organised being investigated for has zero tolerance for fraud and is committed choice over their lives. Earlier this year, the Criminal Intelligence Commission, Michael Fitzgerald, of the scheme's funding could be...
Senator supplementary.
Can the minister explain of the Fraud Fusion Task Force will scheme?
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. Senator Urquhart for her insightful question. To that question, the Albanese Labor government commitment to restore trust in the NDIS for Australians living with Fusion Task Force complements this from serious organised crime and other fraud. The task force will better enable response by the NDIS, Scheme Quality and Safeguards Commission, departments, law enforcement agencies and regulators. The
question has now expired. Senator Tyrrell.
For the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Aged yeah, sorry, didn't see you. Doesn't go far enough. It only applies to video conferencing.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Senator Tyrrell for the question and for a heads up on the question. Health Minister Butler has been engaging and will continue to do so. Of Health and members of the Minister's office met discussion on these matters, and that will continue. On the versus video conference, it's hard to remember because of how intense the last few years. Prior to the response to COVID-19. There are, I think, in my discussions with position too, that there is across the health workforce services better the preferred form of consultation with particularly in long-form consultations over 45 minutes. Based care and longer than 45 minutes should either be face-to-face or at times get in front of video conferencing and can services, and I'm sure the Minister's office will continue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplement.
Regional areas don't have good internet. Why is the government insisting if it's a choice between the phone or nothing, you'd rather?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And which affects regional communities. There is a very strong regional internet and as part of it, but again, I think face-to-face, in-person or video present falls under that criteria. If there are challenges in Tasmania about accessing
supplementary.
Sadly, she actually answered my third question.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing consistency in funding allocation. In his budget reply speech last year that all projects Structure Australia model. Project in Hobart, namely an AFL stadium, Mr Albanese until he had received a business plan. Pet project in Victoria that also doesn't have Victorian Auditor General identifies as failing rationale.
Wow. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I thank Senator Colbeck for the. I am pleased to get a question about Tasmanian infrastructure because, of course, Senator might be aware that, in fact, the Prime Minister and former Senator just this last week.
Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. Point of order on relevance. My question is about a Victorian infrastructure and, quite frankly, doesn't stack up.
Thank you, Senator. Note of was quite started off with talking about consistency in funding, but I will.
Well, I think Senator, who seems to be implying in this question with funding Tasmanian infrastructure, and I'd make the point that there are quite a deal of infrastructure commitments that Tasmania is receiving under, which has been something Tasmania and the Liberal government in Tasmania, something the Senator Colbeck and in government could never deliver. I'd also make the point that the budget has $1 to upgrade the Tasman in addition to other investments. Rail loop. We've been an
Senator
attempt
Wong,
by those.
please sit down. The Senator on his feet. Order. Just a moment. Senator Henderson, I've called you to order twice. You have a senator of your own side on. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. Point of order on relevance. My question was about the government process in allocating funds. Gone nowhere near complaining about funding of a project in Tasmania.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. As I said in your first point of order, that your question had quite a long preamble on a number of. I'm listening to Senator Wong, and I do believe she.
That he's actually asking about Victorian projects, not for him. I'm sure my Tasmanian Senate colleague rail loop. We are honouring our election commitment to towards early works for the suburban rail loop. Case for suburban rail loop released by Victoria last year demonstrated a benefit-cost ratio of up to 1 for every dollar.
Supplementary.
Thank you, President. My supplementary question to Senator Wong is when the support to raise the height of the Warragamba Dam that is recognised as a state significant infrastructure after their state election next for flood mitigation support until after the state election in
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I might just finish, if I may, because suburban rail loop will still be subject to assessment by Infrastructure Australia. Under the National Land Transport Act, I'm advised that will also be subject to a rigorous assessment process between between the Commonwealth of Victoria, and we will respect government in relation to dam raising project with the New South Wales government for the federal government with respect to co-funding the dam. But I will say this: we are not going to take a lecture about integrity and use taxpayers' money. All she likes, but every
expired. Senator Davey.
Point of order, Madam. Was directly referencing my colleague here on this side of the chamber instead of addressing through the chair, and should withdraw.
Senator Wong to refer to by their correct titles. Senator.
Why are the people of Tasmania and New South Wales being punished by hypocritical and partisan decision-making by the Albanese government? Victorian Labor mates as demonstrated by the federal money at a Victorian project.
Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Responded to the suburban to the Warragamba Dam questions. I'm now asked about partisan decision-making. Can we remember the $15 million despite the fact that the land was already set aside for public housing? Can we remember $115,000 per space for the Auditor General found was nearly 3 times the benchmark price? Can we remember 11 projects worth $1 with no assessment work?
Minister Wong.
Keep asking us about partisan infrastructure funding, because we are not going.
Minister Wong.
Madam President, direct relevance. Clear rulings from previous presidents have stated that persuasions have ruled that whilst passing glances at the opposition are acceptable, halfway through that has contained nothing but attacks on the opposition is irrelevant.
Thank you, Senator. Order. Order. Senators, seriously, all of you. It took me a very long time to get the attention of Senator Wong Much disorder in this chamber that it wasn't possible. Thank you, Senator McGrath. You are the biggest offender. Senator Colbeck's second supplementary and went to question about why something was favoured. Senator Wong is being directly relevant. Thank you, Senator Wong.
And had I heard, I would have responded. I have responded on the specific projects in question, but I would remind those opposite that their record when it comes to infrastructure is well there for all Australians to see.
Time. Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. Minister, the report which concludes that the closure of the Little coal-fired power station will increase electricity prices. Now, Australian families are reeling, Minister, from the news and the budget increased by 56%. Now, given the experts are now revealing that the closure of coal-fired power stations, will the government commit open to give Australian families cost of living relief who are struggling right now?
Thank you, President, and thank you to the Senator for his question, Senator Babet for his question. Problems in the energy grid, and in particular the exiting of supply, which has occurred over the last 9 years, is one prices, one of the factors. And I know the Senator may have a different view about this, but it is very clear from advice from energy market suppliers that the cheapest form of new energy is renewables. Now, I know those opposite difficulty with it has contributed to the mess and chaos that we see in energy markets in this country to date. Is concerned as prices and the impact that has on family budgets.
Senator Rennick.
Rennick, who just asserted renewables are more expensive,
Senator
and that falsehood, that is under you. 4 gigawatts exited of dispatchable capacity exited the system, and you put 1 gigawatt. Supply and demand knows that if you reduce supply, there's going to be an effect on prices. So that is the case. But I do agree with you. This requires urgent attention.
Order.
We believe, on the basis of the advice that from the
Please resume your seats. Questions because it's on a shared basis, and I would ask all senators to give him the respect that he deserves in silence. Thank you, Senator Wong.
I know that one of the things people seek is a solution which may involve taxpayers putting in subsidies to keep open. What is really required is a transformation of our electricity sector so we get more supply. Grid.
Senator Babet, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the Prime Minister, when asked about surge in this position because of the external factors like the war in Ukraine. How is it that a generation, Minister, we are now so dependent on Russia or anyone else for our energy needs?
Minister Wong.
Factors which are affecting order
on both sides. Order. I remind all senators to allow him to hear the answer.
President, Senator Babet, I think the effect of the illegal is not so much an effect on Australia alone, but an effect on global energy markets. A number of factors which are affecting our energy market and global energy markets, and of course contributing markets. We have, as I said, first.
Senator Rennick, I've called to keep doing that. Senator Wong.
Thank you. So the war in Ukraine is affecting inflation, and it is also increasing energy.
Your time has expired, Senator Wong. Senator Babet. Order. Order. I have Senator Babet on his feet. Supplementary.
Thank you, President. This week, the Green German government has pulled down wind turbines across Europe. Coal-fired power stations are being reopened, and there are 300 new coal-fired. Why don't we join the rest of the world and build new coal-fired power stations so that Australian families, businesses, manufacturers, and we can save our standard of living?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, we share your desire that we have in relation to coal-fired power here in Australia, is the market has not funded investment in new coal-fired power. The market has made a decision. I know that Senator Canavan wants tax in more coal-fired power generation because the market has made an assessment that renewables are cheaper. What is occurring in Germany? It has been a part of our discussion both between the Foreign Minister and I, but also at doing the right thing, seeking to reduce reliance on Russian energy, and we support that. We support that because that weaponise energy supply. So it is the right thing to do for the European Union and in particular Germany to look.
Your time has expired. Senator Giacone. Order.
No.
Senator Ayres. Order on both sides. Order. Senator Wong. Order. Senator Gallagher. I'm waiting to call.
Thank you very much, President. I appreciate that. It's a bit of a rowdy day today. My question, President, is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Penny Wong. Minister, how is Australia a stronger and much more influential partner in a very contested world, particularly the budget earlier this week? Could you also please also inform the Senate how the Australian government family?
Senator Wong.
Good.
Thank you. I thank Senator Ciccone for his question. Chair of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. I know he is particularly interested in these matters, which go to more secure in our region and in the this budget. The government's commitment to renewing our closest relationships and the government's commitment. You will see in that budget, consistent with what we have been doing since we were elected, Australia a partner of choice for the countries of our region to assure Australia's security, to assure better. Our intention is to do what we are able to help build a stronger Pacific family. We're economically resilient, develop critical infrastructure and provide their own security so they have less need to call on others. The investment $100 million over the next 4 years to support Pacific development and resilience. This and that is the pity. Ms Bishop's advice, and I assume against Senator Payne's, but that's a matter for her, that was a reduction in Australia's influence in the region. So that the additional ODA will advance supporting stability, prosperity and security in our region. Likewise, we are also intent to help Pacific economies still struggling with the aftermath of COVID.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Your time has expired. Senator Ciccone, first supplement.
Thank Minister Penny Wong for that comprehensive answer.
Oh, Senator Scarr, come on. Please. Senator Ciccone, please continue. Order. Senator Ciccone, please continue.
Thank you very much, President. To deepen Australia's security cooperation.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. This is a very important engagement, and I thank the Senator for recognising that. There are a number of measures in the budget Pacific partners and giving life to our commitment and our view that security in the Pacific should be. This includes the continuing AFP deployment in Solomon Islands in 2023, delivering an... Oh, really? I mean, I'm talking about an AFP deployment, and you want deployment that has bipartisan support.
Order.
Delivering a new Australia Pacific across the Pacific and doubling funding.
Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Oh, thank you very much, President. I again thank Senator Penny Wong for that answer. Building a more stable, prosperous and resilient region.
Minister Wong.
If I may, in the last minute, about two Pacific Island Forum members, important members for us. The first, Chair of the Pacific Island Forum, and I thank them for their hospitality last week. Whilst I was there, I signed the Minister Brown, which paved the way for deeper cooperation between our two countries. Cook Islands, as I said, is the incoming. Our engagement with the Pacific Island Forum is the key regional architecture within since my appointment as Foreign Minister. In relation to Fiji, I just would like to inform Fiji and Australia, signed by that marks an important milestone in our defence relationship with Fiji.
Your time has expired. Senator Wong.
Answers to all questions from coalition senators. And I would like to start with talking about rural, regional and remote Australia. And it is terrible what they are doing, because what the Labor Party are doing, they've got over rural, regional, remote Australia, and it's sucking all the money out of that and it's sending it to Marrickville, because that's where the We've got some Queensland Labor senators who think they know about regional Queensland. I'll talk about the Charleston Dam, which I want to be renamed the Nolly-Niken Dam, by the way, $10 million. But according to Labor, this is a rort. That $10 million building that dam allowed the drinkable water. They'll get water out of the river that was dry and they'd be drinking sludge, because that's what Labor want, regional. That is what Labor give to regional Australians. But we deliver. So that dam Council. But let's also talk about Merway Shire Council and the little place called Morva, which none of these bugs about 100, and we've put some money into some cattle yards. They don't care about that because, according to Labor, their food comes from or whatever organic fruit shop they happen to be going to on that day. But this is so important for that community. Has been rebuilt in Morven. If you go to Morven now, there is a new pub there. So important for the Building Better Regions Fund has done for Queensland. It is ensuring that those people who live one of those people, it means Australians, they can have the quality of life that people in the cities take for granted. And that's Jane McNamara, the Mayor of Flinders Shire Council, fought like a really, and she'll probably get cranky, like a really, she got millions of dollars through the Building Better Regions Fund to build a lake in Hewenden. And you might think, oh, so what? What about a lake? A remote little township, they have a recreational facility where people can go fishing. The benefit of living outside the cities. And this is why this budget is such fun. And also the partisanship that has come through the politics. It is really interesting to Daniel Andrews to help his re-election, but they're not prepared to give little grants of money. Is, what Wondi's for the art gallery there, and the mob over there think that they're the artists, the artists of who stand up for regional art galleries. It's our side who stand up, who understand that Elaine Medill, who is the like another tiger, fought to get $50,000 to rebuild the kitchen for the Wondi's Art Gallery. But according to Labor, well, I'm going to say to Elaine, I'm going to say to Jane, and I'm going to say for all Australians, but we'll particularly fight for rural, regional, remote Australians, because we know you're doing. We know that more money should be spent on your roads, more money should be spent on your bridges, and more money should government of what they own, not a hydro pump that's got everything going for it. But this mob here have taken the money away from. Don't believe in dams because they need preferences from the pixies at the other end of the political spectrum. So shame on Labor for that, because dams means money and money means we can do more for all Australians.
Senator use the term "you buggers."
I withdraw. You buggers. Oh, sorry, I withdraw. Sorry, withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Deputy President. Here, you think that these pillars of virtue and everything good about Australia. Seriously, you had 9 years, you mob. 9 years. Seriously, what the heck did you do? Building projects. And we have to say a few things here, Mr Deputy President. Please indulge me because it's been very wide-opening question time today. Nonsense over that side. And you know, when we talk about infrastructure, and I've been tied up in the infrastructure for 17 years, and I don't know what I did wrong in certain parts of my previous life, but I do remember. How can we look at this side of the chamber in the opposition and see if there's any credibility? Let's talk about a certain project. Of estimates from that mob over there this time round. Remember the Leppington Triangle? Remember that piece of land that was valued at the end? Listen to this: the new airport being built in Sydney. Okay, I'm not pointing fingers, but guess what? It's this $1 million it was valued at. Of Parliament to make this statement because it's damn true. You know what they bought it for under the minister at the time? $3 million. You notice no one's interjecting over there? No. Did they pay 6 or 7? You know what they paid? You know what they gallery? All out you were there in Radio Land? $30 million. Do I hear any objection? Benches. Not one of them are saying boo. Now there's some decent people on that side of the chamber. Senator Scar's got to fire up and take one for the team. Don't lower yourself, Senator Scar. You know you're better than that. But do I hear the National Chamber? Very decent people. I've worked closely, very closely with a couple of them, and I look forward to working closely with them in Senate estimates for the next few years. Objection? Do I hear still you? Well, fancy that. $30 million. Now, Mr Deputy President, on a more 9 years of rotting and waste. And Senator McKenzie, oh God, you've got to give it to Senator McKenzie. She got more when she got dumped as the minister for, what was it, the Minister for Colour-Coded Sports Rorts or Board? What? Let me share another one with you, Mr President. Mr Deputy President. It is very difficult on a serious note, and it's none of my business who the... And thank goodness I don't get a vote in that madhouse. But I do struggle looking across the chamber, or looking, not across, and I see, and I'm sorry, I don't know Miss Lee's seat, and I apologise, but I will say Miss Lee. Very much, Senator Davey, the Minister for Farrer, you know, who was a government minister, who was sacked from the ministry, and she was sacked from the ministry, and it's a well-known fact. I think it was 8 trips taxpayer funded.
Senator Sterle, I have a point of order. Senator Davey.
I think you'll find that she resigned. Shadow Minister for Industry and member for Farrer resigned from the ministry at the time.
If you're going to talk about another member of the two chambers, please.
Mr Deputy President, it's not got. All right, let's go with the minister resigned, okay? Because she used her taxpayers' dollars for 8 trips to the Gold Coast to. And I'm led to believe, if my memory serves me right, now let me see, it might have been a friend of. Now, seriously, you attack us, you come in here and you throw bars. Do not have faith in politicians and the political system. Can that was said on that side. Now, I can go on hour after hour about the rorts.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy. Hours after the budget, 24 hours after the budget, Labor is waving the white flag.
Please.
The fight to combat inflation, they have surrendered on their promises to generate wage growth. They have to Australian families. They have surrendered on low unemployment. 150,000 job losses. 150,000 job losses. Finance Minister to say at question time that the government keeps all of its promises. Keep inflation under control. The promise to keep employment low. Disappearing. Why is it his commentary before the budget, his commentary in his budget speech, inflation, but has not taken one hard decision? Combat the scourge of inflation. As the weeks and the months progress, no decisions taken by that characterises an economic statement, no hard decisions to combat inflation. Attention, great place, I'm sure it is, second only to Western Australia. National Australia Bank Consumer Sentiment Survey. Let me share with you what the stress associated with the cost of living is now at its highest point since 2000. Since 2018. It says that cost of living pressures are resulting in 1% of consumers surveyed for products. 54% of those surveyed said they were of survey respondents said they were cutting back on entertainment. Or cut back other subscriptions like newspapers, magazines, audiobooks. Club memberships. That is where the rubber is hitting. now having to change their decisions because they are feeling preparing for the worst because the government has failed to deliver on inflation. And if there is a meaningful measure that inflation, then I invite them to nominate it. I invite them to nominate it. We've got Labor senators in the chamber. What does this mean for people's hip pocket? What does this mean for people's hip pocket? The consumer sentiment says consumers will be paying around $239 in 3 months' time for groceries. The Consumer Sentiment Survey says fuel, where they're currently paying $67 in 3 months' time. And for utilities like gas and electricity and water, per month, and this is expected to rise by $320. People deserve a better plan from this Labor government.
I rise too to take note. Confusion from my perspective today about with the question from Senator Askew, who and assisted reproductive technology. So it is true reproductive technology storage funding commitment, and it was delayed to the 1st of July. Need to understand, because the measure cannot be delivered by the 1st of November. The delay detailed administrative design of the measure. So from the former government, electricity prices were also brought up today, and although I did speak about them yesterday or the day before, opposition come in and they act as though they had no responsibility. Government. I might know they were really good at announcements and they like power. They like power for power's sake. But when it comes to electricity, when it comes all over the place. I mean, in the past 9 years, they had 22 power, but they didn't implement them. I think they had 9 ministers, if I'm correct. No real approach to anything except to make great big promises. Spending money like they were drunken sailors, seriously. And now we have to come in about, you know, if you're promising somebody, if I was to promise my granddaughter didn't have $700,000, somewhere someone would have to help me clean up that mess. Cleaning up the mess of the previous government. And in regard to the health issue, just jumping, just say that the previous government neglected our healthcare system for the last 9 years. cancer patients to access Medicare subsidised reproductive services, but you all talk about it. There was no those on the other side. I know they haven't taken well to being in opposition. Because they cannot come to grips that they are no longer the government. In my books, they need to grow up a bit. They need to some respect, and they need to start taking responsibility. You had 9 years. You did nothing. You did nothing. To when Mr Abbott was running, I remember which election it was, but he said no cuts to education, no cuts to area, as well as the education sector and others. You know, no what he had promised, and just made the health area so much.
Take note of the answers to Coalition's questions, in particular electricity pricing and infrastructure. Liddell Station in the Hunter Valley will spin for the last time, and with it they take 1.2 gigawatts off. The Raring will also close, taking another 3 gigawatts of power off the grid. This is more than 4 gigawatts coming out in this term of parliament. These losses to the market will in the budget. How high will electricity prices go up? Just like interest rates, just like household bills, have no clear Prime Minister. Maybe they should have said it's just going to be bloody tough. Senator David Pocock spoke in this place about members in the gallery earlier who were that minister said he would say hello and give them a wave. No care, no support, or even a realisation of the burden that families has promised to lower electricity prices by $275. That was repeated 97. And now, confirmation in the budget papers of massive rises in electricity prices. A hole in the budget of the country, they were lining up mums and dads, our seniors, and putting a hole. In fact, to follow the lead of Minister Farrell, I might give you my own gratuitous advice to those in the gallery. 23-42. You're more likely to win the lotto with those numbers on Saturday than get a proper answer. Minister Gallagher stated that renewables are the cheapest form of electricity, but the more renewables enter the market, energy project I was working in the Hunter to build grey hydrogen made in a hydrogen, $9.40 a kilo. How are they cheaper? Reviewing the by $438 a tonne now to $60 a tonne. 50% over that same time. Deputy Speaker, doesn't belong. We then move to infrastructure. Using the Infrastructure Australia model that I established as a minister. $275 off bills. It seems Labor and the Prime Minister have broken another promise. The Andrews Labor government, a flagship commitment of the Andrews government. The Auditor General timely manner on 4 of the projects it reviewed. Mr Deputy President, it's articulated in the SRL business case lack necessary and supporting evidence. Part of the case, but they are not supported with comprehensive evidence, are not supported by need for a transport-related intervention. If we were guilty of pork barrelling, this is a bacon popular Premier who locked people down, and the rail loop should be spent more money letting people get out of Victoria.
Just please give me a moment. I'll put the question. I put the question that the motion. No, the ayes have it. Senator Ullman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. Education regarding Labor's funding for private schools. Figures from March 2020 schools were in demountables. That represented a 45% increase in demountables. Governments consistently tell us that while demountables may not well, if demountables really aren't that bad, why not make them ever more grand private school buildings? Why is it that public more and more public funding? Gledswood Hill by 2021 had 13 demountables taking over their open had 27 demountable classrooms as of last year. $1 billion over the next 4 years into the private system. Of course, the dreams. The reality is that that's complete rubbish. Every dollar of and other recurrent expenses directly related to educating students. Students, allowing them to spend money on capital works. Yet general funding and as capital works grants, the average independent school has raised their 80%. So much for the idea that funding private schools relieves pressure. A story of largesse from the richest private schools in Australia. Plunge pools for headmasters, trips. The 25-metre one wasn't quite good enough for the water polo team. To be clear, I want to live in a country where school kids, no matter their parents' income, have access when rich private schools, and I note that it is just the rich ones, block grant authorities, when the rich private schools get public money funding across the forward estimates, Deputy President, will now be 1.7 portion of total funding. Private school funding is growing, and funding for public schools away from reaching 100% of the minimum schooling resource standard for public schools. A greater proportion of federal funding for schools is now going to private schools. Private schools over the next 4 years, compared to only $45 billion for public schools. System. At a time when our public schools are in dire need of adequate resources, this is not only incredibly disappointing, it's disgraceful. Well, we continue to fight for public money for our public schools.
Yeah.
Senator Allman-Payne. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. There's a document, as I understand it, there is a committee report to be tabled.
I seek leave to incorporate a tabling statement in Hansard relating to delegated 2022 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, which was tabled yesterday.
Is leave granted?
Yes, I do, thank you. And on behalf of the Standing Committee, I should say on behalf of the President and on behalf I present the Committee's 65th report concerning the 2022-23
I'll now proceed to the consideration of documents, which are listed on page. Whip's like to go first, and then I was intending to then just go page by page. Senator. Go page by page so that every member of the Senate can have an opportunity to speak to a document.
I take note of document 15 on page 12. (13) and on page 17.
Do you have any documents? So, honourable senators, I'm just going to go page by page. If they could rise. So we'll go to the two on the bottom of page 10. Does anyone wish to speak? Senator Pocock, I'll go slowly, so take your time to find the document. Senator Steele-John.
Just to see the naval shipbuilding report and the government response to coronavirus report.
I'll bear that in mind.
Thank you.
Do you have a particular? Okay, right. Senator Pocock. Reports in a minute. I just want to go through documents first. Yep. So does anyone have anything they wish to raise on any of the documents on page 11? No senators indicated. Page 12. Senator.
On Surveillance Devices Act 22, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and 23.
Granted. Page 13. Senator Shoebridge.
Yes. I've been the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity report through to document each of those documents, so 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29,
yes.
30.
Thank you.
As well as documents 33, 35 and 30. I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Granted. Leave is granted. Page 14.
And on page 14, documents 45, 49, 50 and 51. I just had.
Thank you. I'll check that collective now later. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Page 15. The last call, after asking page 15. Now we're on to page 16. Does anyone have any to speak on? Right, we now come to documents. Of the last asking, any documents to which no senator has risen on will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. We now come to reports. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports, which are listed on page 18 of the notice paper. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak to document number 115, the interim report of the Work and Care Select Committee. When the Labor government has introduced one of the cornerstones of its election promises to reform the workplace relations system, the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill, I want to talk about the bill must address the crisis in our work and care system.
Senator Pocock, just interrupt you. Which number is that? I just had a query from.
The census tells us that 5 million Australians are dealing with putting together their job for someone else, their child, someone with a disability or an aged parent. Carers are under stress. The Australian work and care system as it stands has let them down. It's broken. The architecture of work and care needs to change to address our current and emerging challenges. We're an ageing population. We've got more and more women at work. We need more men to step up. Care handed down its report on the 18th of October. We've had over 100 submissions and we've heard about the lives of thousands of Australians. We're heading shortly to Queensland, Western Australia and South Australia, and we're seeing a very consistent picture. The evidence is clear. There are several things we could do right now in our workplace relations system that could make a difference. The interim report recognised the need to lift wages across the care sector, in disability, childcare and aged care. We need to ensure wages are lifted fairly and comparatively across all forms of care. We also need to introduce multi-employer bargaining to allow care workers, often powerless in small workplaces, to bargain effectively. Women are the backbone, yet they're leaving in droves because of their low wages and their poor conditions. The interim report recommended improving roster justice for workers who too often are forced to compete in a kind of rostering Hunger Games to secure the hours they rely on. Workers need stability, predictability, their rosters ahead of time with their employers. Roster justice. Workers also need an enforceable right to request flexibility, which because they know they'll never get another shift. They'll be sacked or otherwise disadvantaged in their jobs. I know, as a researcher, 2009 made no difference to the number of workers, flexibility or the flexibility they got, because they knew they didn't have meaningful protection in place to support them when they asked for it. We also need technology that pulls work into our homes and which many people, while they The changing ways of work in recent years with the advancement of technology have called employees feel they need to be available all the time, answer the emails, calls, simply deal with their workload. This has been exacerbated by the pandemic. The Victoria clause in their enterprise bargaining agreement to a right to 8 hours are done, the employer can only contact them outside their hours in or for a welfare check. And we need this kind of protection. And of course, looking beyond the workplace relations, we need a lot more changes in the law, important as they are. We need to quality of childcare and preschool, as well as extend paid parental leave to 52 weeks in line with international standards and lifting it closer to the pay rates that parents actually receive. We also need to look to the tax system, which imposes very marginal rates of tax on working carers and makes it simply uneconomic for many of them. Labor government on their workplace relations reform. We've got a lot to do to secure the kinds of changes I've talked about. They are decades overdue. Of women, the need for support as they put together a job with the care of. This legislation matters to the quality of work for I mentioned 5 million today at work putting together their job with their care. But it goes beyond that. It matters to the quality of life for our activity, it matters to those we love, and it matters to the participation rate of about what we've learned in the Select Committee's report. And in closing, I want to thank the senators who've worked so hard alongside me and the many people in the Parliament through this Select Committee. Your stories are not wasted. We have heard them.
The whips to see whether they have any documents that they wish to speak on behalf of their parties, and then I'm going page in the event any individual senator wishes to speak on a document. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Deputy. I think I jumped the gun before because I did ask that document. 17. I actually put that into my job lot earlier. Marks.
Senator Scarr. Senator McKim.
To Jack?
Yeah, we're at reports.
Oh, we're in the right space? Okay. I will take note of document number at C. Now, by making the observation that in reading the report, that weapons of war are the physical manifestation of one of the greatest failures we can commit to resolve our conflicts, our disagreements, and have to plunge our resources, our collective energies, into the task of murdering on an industrial scale. Time we have allowed politicians into an industry that stokes violence, as though Australia is now fully within the grip of the military-industrial complex, and that this new government is happy to continue this business in an unprecedented time in history. We are seeing effects of climate change across the nation, a distribution of wealth that is becoming more and more personal playground. You would think that, given this context, the Albanese government policy focused on peace and non-conflict resolution, and put forward by the government and the facts spending of billions of dollars on the procurement of facilities such as nuclear-powered dangerous deal with the US and the United Kingdom. Indeed, the Labor government is Liberal Party that will see the nuclearisation of the fleet, nuclear submarines off the shores of Rockingham, not far from where I call home and where my life. This will precipitate a drastic rise in tensions in our. It is a disgusting and deluded compact with two nations whose judgment in matters of policy are little more than an international. The Greens will continue to raise about the AUKUS deal and about who is benefiting from it and who is being put at risk. We will not sit by while parties in this place put our community rising precisely because of the decisions that the government is making. We will not sit with manufacturers, the weapons dealers, to continue to talk the amount of money they divert from is in fact being spent in the public good, when the reality the money that is spent on weapons of war go to line and increase the probability that we will end up in a conflict. We will continue to push, and the absolute moral public resources should be spent on the peaceful, violent addressing of the underlying of conflict, and that the wisest course of action
Honourable Senators, any report or response to which no senator rises will be in the notice paper. Does any honourable senator have any wish to respond to anything on page 16, 17 and the top of 18?
President, I seek leave to take note of the Auditor General. Australia's COVID-19 response, vaccine rollout, Department of Health and Care.
Thank you.
Now, in making this as the Greens health spokesperson and as a I'll note that on the 8th of November, Cabinet made the decision to remove the requirement isolate while positive for of October. We are now living in that reality. To isolate while they are infectious. In fact, at the peak of their infectiousness. existing public health measures that humanity has ever isolate yourself from others are also basic. A school child, let alone a public health officer, health would be able to recommend it to the public. In the of these basic public health realities of this country and the political convenience of its leaders, community public health. That is the reality of the COVID-19 response in Australia in of older people, of disabled people, in the aftermath of this decision, enraged and terrified that their government, state and federal, and had seemingly made it in the face of all public health understandings, all basic joined in that conversation by public health experts that shared have proposed the following. I will read for the information of the Senate because in this report. Number one, unredacted medical the National Cabinet in making the decision to remove a mandatory isolation period for 5 days with COVID infection to be reviewed to continue with the pandemic disaster payment for to be reviewed in obligations for people on job seeker and other income that the federal government, if you are COVID-19, would require you to go into the public must have a non-contact, particularly Centrelink. The provision of rapid regulations to require COVID-19 testing working in the industries if it is requested by the person they are caring for. Funding of an ongoing public health, bringing attention to the importance of prevention, treatment, with COVID-19. Increased funding and the reinstation of healthcare items during the 2021 period. And with long COVID. I know that feel abandoned by the government because of the Greens are with you. We're going to continue safe.
Senator Stewart, do you wish to what? Do you wish to seek leave to continue your remarks in relation? Thank you. Contribution. Minister.
The order for production of documents concerning the Hells
You're seeking leave?
Thank you. Deputy President. Now, I move that... No? Okay.
Laws Amendment 2022 measures Minister.
Deputy President, and I proceed without formalities. May now be read a first time.
I say aye. Against no. The ayes.
Treasury Laws Amendment 2, Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Fee.
Minister.
That these bills now be
Is leave granted? Leave is in accordance with (2022). The President has received representatives forwarding the Family Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022 for concurrence.
May proceed without time.
I put the question. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Assistance and for related purposes.
Minister.
Mr. Thank you. That this bill be now read a second time, and I see incorporated into Hansard.
In accordance with Standing Order 100. Messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022, Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 20, Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022. The President has received letters requesting. Minister.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to...
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that senators be appointed to committees as
I put the question. put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk. No, the Senate will now proceed to the
of Senator Lambie, establishment of a select committee.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy. Business notice of motion number 78 relating to the state disaster resilience. I amend the motion in the terms circulated. Madam Acting Deputy, our days start to get long in Tasmania at this time of the year. Forward to the long daylight hours. When I was a kid, we'd count down the nights roaming around with the other neighbourhood kids. Nothing was better than mucking about and enjoying late twilights and warm evenings that we'd get under the Christmas tree. These days, we've had 3 years of fires, floods, storms. Lives upside down. These days, that's what they think is normal. It is their supposed to have 1 in 100 year weather. Regional communities aren't supposed to get again and again, but that's what we get, and we've got to get used to it. Copped it bad this month. Our rivers are getting pumped. Is full of talk every day about the roads that are safely, the bridges you can't use anymore. Is this what's going to happen every year from here? We'll be having concrete slabs and wash them all, and tons. Our wildlife hospital was flooded. Photos, furniture, fences and gardens, they're all gone. Had to close, and that's after. And I can tell you we'll be feeling this and cleaning this. Been hit with the worst yet. Hit again and have no idea to watch your paddocks get washed over and over. Stock go up, down under the water. We've got farmers who have had to leave fruit and on the vines because they can't put heavy machinery. The heads of cattle have died in floods this year, and there's been thousands of them. My heart goes out to all of you. It must feel like you're getting whacked again and again. The really crazy thing is, I'm running for longer. They started in June. The country was burning in the sky was a weird yellow-grey colour for into your skin. It was terribly hot. here in Parliament writing speeches and moving amendments while we watch the wind, hoping the wind would childhood homes. We cheered for news for the time Australia lost 34 people, 46 million acres of land, and only Wales alone. In the Victorian town of Malakuta will half of our country was on fire. Massive be our norm, apparently, and I hate to say we're going to live through more disasters like that in our lifetimes. It's starting to scare them as well. It's working for us. The thing I love most is when we have to. Where I'm from, well, if you're in trouble, you help them. If you're in trouble, they will help. As much as we might get on each other's nerves about someone's dog being a pain, when we have to. That's what we've seen in Lismore. It was Lismore residents who got on with saving people when the waters went up so fast. Way too stretched to get to everybody in less than an hour and a half. The normal processes were broken. The way the government wanted to play it more people were. Boys and girls hopped in their tinnies and went in. Residents of Lismore did it on their own. Mother and her three-year-old who'd been trapped in. All of those people could have done those things themselves. And I reckon that's pretty bloody amazing, I'll be honest with you. I reckon that's the kind of brave too. But it's called the 6 Ps. Proper planning prevents piss poor performance. And we keep getting hit with our pants prepared. And it's not fair to leave their job. It's our job. We're leading the country. Planning. The 6 I can assure you it is not very good. That's our own backyard. Not the climate wars, not more reduction. We need to talk about because we are getting absolutely smashed. Net zero by 2050. Tomorrow, and we'd still be up the creek in a barbed wire canoe without any paddles. The planet is warming. Doesn't matter if it's 2 degrees. Things are going to. That's what this inquiry is about. We fix our poor performance. And we're flying by the seat of. We have cadets who have been deployed out to sandbag. Those guys are meant to be in training. Servicemen and women. have had every summer disruption. Is extremely worried about this, and so am I. We've got China breathing down our throats, especially when you've got Russia. That's their job. Countries that want to do us harm. We can't. When climate change hits us again and again, and we need to be better prepared for that. The other problem we have is that the country volunteers, we can't get them. And that is what we've become, all about self. Nor will we ever remain the lucky country that we have life, I can assure you. Always rely on somebody, you can't always do it by yourself. In 2020. Nearly half of all our volunteers to rake up mud and to feed those people floods. We need to build more resilience as a country. We need to pull together. That's what this inquiry is about. Those views are on record. I reckon the Guard would be formed as a stand. We train people up to go in. That's all we're asking of you people out there. We're now asking you to give back to you. All responsible for the floods and fires now, and they will continue. No matter what age you are out there, for looking after each other and looking after this country. Logistics, emergency. Let's see what you're made of. Come on. Give back to your country. I tell you what, it's the hardest thing you'll ever do in your life. Take it. It'll give you a bragging point. Veterans who aren't ready to end their service, who've lost everything, wouldn't have to organise everything off their own bat. That's my idea. I'm open to others. Open to others. Nice and broad, we've left it right open. In dire straits when it is under flood. Let's see what you've got. Put your hand up. Who pulled up their socks when the federal government went missing in than I do about what we need to figure out what we do over the next 12 months to get this done. Minister Watt knows what we need to make changes. Here this week that he's asked his We've had to natural disasters up till this point, and the ADF deserves better. About, like I said, this is the easy work. votes on. And we've all got to be a part of that. And if that means at times when we've got it happening in our own backyard, here, especially if there's two of us not in this country, it is time for a nation-building exercise through COVID. They're resilience up, and we need to look after this country. And unless somebody has a much better idea than what I do, I'm not hearing you. This needs to be done now, and we need boots out in the ground. Politicians make that happen. It's everybody, it's a whole country contribution. Get off your butts there and lead it. Let's move.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Sheldon.
Deputy President. Look, first of all, I'd like to say to Senator Lambie and congratulate her on this Australian disaster resilience. That our country, our communities are resilient in our countries, but also it's happening right now. We know that the disasters that we face within this, as climate change hits us, the country, but it hits those within the country. And as quite rightly, in supporting disaster resilience, it reminds me of really a very important point which was raised with me, community people in the Gabargo area. And Zena Armstrong, who I met at Gabargo, and mind capturing some of the language that Senator Lambie was using before. These are the first responders. These are the people who are actually day out, making sure the community's not. When others leave to go, they're still organising the resilience within their community. They're still organising the human recovery, the humanitarian disaster, these events. And a fantastic local activist in Gabargo and Bega Valley came up and rose up Black Summer bushfires, and I'm sure she'd be embarrassed. I'm very pleased to talk about it because she's such an activist and been so involved public about it. But there are so many people like Zena that have been so active as well. But I want to concentrate on Zena because she of that strength that's around the country. And the town is now well. It helps to have a good stock of social capital. Asked her what's her view of social capital. Diverse the circumstances are. Derived from community cohesion and an ability to adapt to quickly changing circumstances. When disasters strikes, you call to support. Who is it you check in on? And oftentimes, it's in those in your very own community recovery. To lend a helping hand, who will be able to talk about the events over a cup of tea once in a while. And as we know, the response hit. That ongoing building these connections, she went on to say, and relationships in advance sets a strong foundation for building. I thought she couldn't have captured it more. Necessity about how we as governments and has with the ongoing, but increasingly so in the coming months and years. You know, when visiting the Hawkesbury, community spirit and camaraderie and understanding of the local risks, you know, is exemplified by a story from Susan Templeman. As actually is a member of the Labor Party, is a very active member of Parliament and very active in a community. But in the National Party that I've met in the Lismore area, along with wonderful people, state member up there as well, different political parties, is because what binds us together is that sense of making sure we make a difference, that it goes beyond politics of areas where across all, and that is the need to make sure that we get it right. We build a community resilience and understanding, and part of building that is not this doesn't lack desire to fix it straight away. It says, what are the steps we're taking as we learn each experience? Resilience and capacity in the future so much more powerful. And Susan said to me, was contemplating selling after the recent floods. And I think this sort of captures, and again, Senator Lambie, I'm going to capture your spirit. And I think Susan captured part of that in the story she gave me. And she said, as she was talking to that mum who was contemplating selling, she said her 10-year-old son said, "No, Mum, we can't sell because even if we do, we'll have..." And that says what I like to think, and I'm confident that so that's why we need to be. One of the things that particularly has struck me is, whilst these hazards, these natural severe, that the humanitarian disaster is being met, but and I wouldn't describe it in even a more consistent way. And that should be the desire of everybody in here. Because I'm not going to suggest there are certainly answers. And the important part of this inquiry, the select committee, will go to another aspect of those across our communities. And again, I won't point the finger of any political party in the about what we're going to do today and tomorrow and the day after that. I do get I've been now built only after 12 weeks of being involved directly Zena, and the story that Susan was relating to me and so many others. Disasters. Inevitably a natural disaster. When a disaster hits, it can be a humanitarian disaster if we don't prepare resilience to what is occurring. If we don't prepare when those events hit our communities, whether it be flood, fire or cyclone, then next round, the next occasion, the next opportunity that we do meet those claims. And I'm talking beyond examples, and I will hold out Queensland as a good example. Right across the country. The unfortunate consequences for North Queensland and the consistent battle weary but battle hardened. And this is a point, I think, again, Senator Lambie, and that we can be battle-hardened as a community. Step in finding them. The commitment to recovery and preparedness by all of us here and certainly by the government is critical. Embargo with the Bega Aboriginal Land Council on the importance of cultural burning practices and those sorts of matters when we're dealing with fruit. But we have to all come together and say, let's make sure that us battle-hardened, because the battles are going to come more and more and more. We have to be able to listen to the communities and strengthen our coordination, as I say. Disaster prevention for natural hazards, we can also protect lives, livelihoods and lower damage. Even in addition to that, more importantly to that, the real community response and about how that money, make sure that we're not just putting another bridge in to be washed out 12 months later because it's just connected. Those businesses can be kept connected. Now, those are critical parts of but also something which I'm pleased to say is shared by many right across the other than political, but are very outspoken in making sure that we have the capacity for, example for disaster relief. As the answers in toto, because they're not. This is about us building the crossbenchers to make sure that we can build a more resilient and I know they've shared, a lot of us here share a lot of confidence in the great work Relief Australia, but I'm also proud to say that this government has also which will support the skilled volunteer workforce to build the workforce that's but I am saying more than that. That's why this committee, this select committee is in the critical areas, as has been pointed out in the confident I share this with everybody in the committee, and that is that we have a great deal. We have in recent weeks that have been doing such wonderful work. Service personnel do a critical job supporting communities in communities from Lismore to Cobargo to Windsor. I've heard firsthand about the appreciation and support although so many years later, and it's like it was yesterday. But we all remember the scenes during the Black in the East Gippsland town of Malakuta. This town was devastated by bushfires and was cut off by having started leaving the area by sea. People had started leaving the area by sea. Roads and there's a need for that capacity and that ability right across our community to build not only but also look at what is the capacity and resilience we can build across the community. One of the things that during the Black Summer bushfires, the ADF provided assistance across the period from the 6th of September to 2020. Excuse me. That this operation, known as Operation Bushfire, firefighting, aircraft, catering, recovery efforts, engineering assistance. Going to be critically important to the future as well, but we also need to make sure that we aren't just on those strengths, but the strengths in the community to make sure that our capacity in these times of
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy. Bringing forward this motion and this inquiry. I think it covers to thank Senator Sheldon, Special Envoy in Emergency Management. He has been out in across around in the Hunter region. He's been on the ground talking to people. Our people in the regions want to see. They want to see that they are being heard and they want to know that we're actually trying to do things better in the future. Because we won't always get it right. The expectation that someone, a week before the rain actually fell is ludicrous, but we are learning to understand what we've done in the past, where the best systems going forward. And they must always be evolutionary because every disaster is different. I'm from Deniliquin in the Southern Riverina, and we are now, I moved in 2016 and we are now flooded again as we speak. And not one of those floods has had the same impact or the same results, other than what I will say, brought people, neighbours helping neighbours, volunteers, handbags. We've seen it across the board. We've seen it in Lismore earlier this year. Flooded 5 times in the last 18 months. Rochester, Shepparton, Echuca, Moama still going down, and obviously my hometown. But we've seen it before as well. We've seen it and one thing we are learning more in far north Queensland, when a cyclone hit, didn't really impact us. And in 2011 really brought it home that natural disasters are not in Western Sydney. It is no longer a regionally that we do look at how we address these issues. SES volunteers and SES coordinators in the various states There is no consistency in training. There is no consistency in call-out methodology. Can and can't do under their SES role compared to what someone in another state can do. State, we do have volunteers from other states, from other rural fire brigades or other SES, but they're talking different languages. They're coming together for the same languages. They don't even use the same hand signals when directing vehicles. And this is one thing where the ADF does have it over those other volunteer organisations. Because Queensland, New South Wales or Tasmania, as Senator Lambie did, you are trained exactly. Your hand signals are exactly the same as the hand signals of someone who joined in North Force and Darwin. When the ADF are called in, you know that it doesn't matter where they come from. They understand how to move, logistics, and how to move it across state. One of the issues is the ADF, this is not their core business. Their core one thing when I talk to my colleagues in the but they are concerned that it is becoming more and more common. It is almost now the rule. And I know he has changed his tune a little bit, because when he was on my side, he missed an opportunity to play politics with this. He never missed an opportunity to sit here. Well, now that he's on that side of the take place, it's not for the federal government to swoop in over and above. And it also shouldn't be. The Army should not be. And as much as I want to acknowledge that our communities, when they are in crisis, is a morale boost, because they see it, they recognise it, and they go, proud of the ADF for having that reputation in Australia. When Canberra was surrounded by bushfires, we didn't for volunteers in the reserve forces in Canberra, and many of them took up that. But it wasn't a call out during the Black Summer bushfires. We've had them called out during the Lismore flood. COVID. We called on our Defence Forces during for lockdown to man border patrols, to facilities, and this was at the request of the states, because the federals and now they're in hospitals. So we really do look at our volunteer organisations, because if we continue We are actually undermining, and we don't want to white ant these fantastic organisations that have fantastic volunteers. I note in the budget that Disaster Recovery Australia has received funding, and I welcome that because they do really Blaze Aid, the Salvation Army, the Red Cross. These people point people in the right direction. But the one thing that I hear from them as well, they are using Google as much as anyone else to try and find out where to go. Investigate natural disasters. Just most recently, the Bushfire Royal Commission pointed out the need for streamlined processes and consistency. But we also don't have the ideal would be a single portal for all information and a single call-out mechanism. At what point do we say it should be our last response? Because we do have that every state emergency management minister gets together around a table, and I would happily accept before. This is not about politics. This is about and we do it better for all of our communities because that strangers, friends and because particularly in the regions, I mean, if you see someone with a flat tyre on a regional road, you pull over and say, do you need help? And I actually don't like it when people go, why was it left to the community to have their dinghies? Live in the Australia where we don't help our mates. Then I say thank you for getting in your dinghy and going to help. For the wheels of bureaucracy to turn, for all the boxes to be ticked. Organisations in situ. This is why we've got a Deniliquin branch of the SES. Army base in every single town. And you can't wait. Even though in a very short amount of time, those hours that you may have to wait can be the difference between someone getting off that roof down to. How do we do it better without white-anting and undermining the systems we have in place? Undermine our communities. We want to make sure our communities will always be there to pack the sandbags, to drive the fire trucks, and to support their neighbours. Because at the end of the day, it's about communities and it's about doing it better. So thank you, Senator Lambie.
Senator Green.
Thank you. I am very and I thank Senator Lambie for bringing it to the Senate. I don't rise is that some of our speakers have had our Special Envoy for Disaster Resilience and Emergency Management, Senator Sheldon, who to that position and has spoken with real knowledge of what is going on in those communities and is working very hard. The Minister as well has a deep understanding of some of the issues that we are facing, and I know that we are the Defence Force in dealing with these recurring disasters, and I know Senator Lamb a working knowledge and a real passion for our Defence Forces and a real understanding of what the particularly participating in these types of exercises does take. People who are working in this space, but I do so who has experience natural disasters. I live in a place prone to cyclones, and it's a real people living in Northern Australia particularly about how we deal with ongoing natural cleaning up these disasters. I think it's really important to climate change. We've seen changes to the way disasters are impacting our. I think importantly to develop this select committee comes at a time where there is a very on what we should do to deal with climate change and the cost of the government supports the proposal to establish a select committee. Of me to not speak about this important topic without extending my sympathies to those Australians who are have quite an academic debate, but there are real families, real communities of flooding across the country. Almost relentless in a new way that we are needing to come up with new ways of preparing for disasters because it is important. Families are cleaning up when communities are facing the aftermath of a disaster, but particularly important about the contribution from the then a real necessity and should be the emphasis of any government. It is important to turn up the day after, but what were you doing 6 months before? Particularly, can I say that the Minister who has only recently taken on that role and the frequency of these disasters don't dilute their devastating impacts. Places contending with these condolences to all of them. I also express my appreciation for the ADF, emergency currently putting themselves in harm's way in service of these impacted communities. I know there are personnel doing this work, and we could not be more appreciative of the frequent due to climate change. We need to think about more seriously what we can do hit the ADF do play an incredibly critical role in responding to natural. Underestimate the morale boost that it gives communities to see those camouflage uniforms in their communities. But we've seen in recent weeks, the Albanese government deployed Defence Force personnel across the east coast of Australia in the immediate recovery. The efforts of our ADF personnel on the ground are incredible, and I thank them for their sustained and acknowledge the fact that our increasing reliance on the ADF may not be sustainable. Minister, investigate how we can bolster Australia's emergency management workforce capability. A more coordinated disasters, including the possibility of a standby workforce. We're having this conversation at a time when there are skill shortages across who's been responsible for some of those skill shortages and not training people. COVID created chasms, and we know that there is a workforce that isn't all to really participate in types of these works. And the idea that there's this army of volunteers, I think we all know that that's not the case. It's not a matter of there being a work. There is a discussion that we need to have about where this workforce is engaged, what this workforce is going to be required to do, and what is the emphasis of this workforce. Australia needs to be able to rely on a systematic response every time these kinds of events last-minute arrangements. And I think the debate today has been very respectful. Political assessments, but it would be remiss of me not to comment on disasters. New systems that would allow there to be rapid response, preparedness, the M word. I know the previous government didn't believe in investing in mitigation as opposed to other methods. And it will be investigated by this select committee. With disasters occurring more, what help to expect from government? I think there's definitely a case to be made that a disaster, there's an awful time period where people are waiting to see press conferences. It would be nice to know the day after a disaster that the type of response is going electorate you live in, no matter whether you live in a state. Like if you live in Australia and you are affected by a natural disaster, there should be a federal, state and local government response that is the same no matter where you live. Already the Albanese Labor changes. In only 5 months of government, our government has established a new resilience fund. And I know Minister Watt, I'm very proud of these achievements in such a short time. some of the weather forecasts that we've been having, the high-risk weather season that we're heading, it has really exacerbated the need to get these things happening, and that's why unlike the previous government that focused on announcement and no delivery of ensuring these funds and corresponding agencies are used. We would have been spent on mitigation of natural disasters. That is not helpful to any community. A flood. A mitigation project that has been designed, planned, investigated, implemented by active government. We've also established a $1 billion disaster ready fund to support the long-term disasters. And I'm sure there will be many submissions to Senator Lambie's proposed select committee for, and how this fund could really be used to benefit prepared federal budget under the new Albanese Labor government. We have renewed our commitment to that the Australian Defence Force, but also Australian veterans play in this. $3 million to veteran-led disaster relief Australia. This budget allocation this money in mind. Adequately resourcing a range of groups will help to reduce the pressure on the Australian Defence Force. Support 5,200 more disaster response volunteers. Now, I don't pretend in the lives of veterans other than particularly who support the veteran community, work really closely with the veteran community, particularly mental health, but employment situation. The Oasis in Townsville is one of those really good examples. Other ministers and other members of the opposition have had the chance to meet when they've been in Townsville. Giving veterans jobs that provide something to do. And that is why we seek. It's a two-pronged approach, and I think it's something that should receive support across this chamber. This system should not be a partisan issue. We'll all have a stake in making sure to the best possible support in their most difficult moments. That's why our government welcomes the intent across the chamber to deliver a more sustainable emergency management workforce capability. Right now, with communities across the country facing a high-risk weather season, in mitigation and preparedness, there could not be a more important time for this inquiry.
Very much, Acting Deputy President. And look, it gives me great government support, but my personal support to Senator Lambie's proposal those disaster resilience. In contribution in Senator's statement about the floods that are impacting of Victoria. I talked about the amazing and our ADF personnel, both those who are engaged a role not just working in their own private lives, but also the other role that they full-time officers when their need in some of these dark times when it comes to natural disasters. Now, all of these protect many communities and to begin the recovery efforts. I also just wanted to briefly note the contribution by a good friend of mine here in his capacity now as the Special Envoy for Disaster Recovery. Now, we were elected about 5 months ago, and it really reflects on how seriously that need reform. And as noted earlier by Senator Davey and Senator Sheldon, ground zero, dealing with many communities, as has our affected by the flooding, as well as those communities about how they best manage the flood situations at hand. Particularly in our regions. And we've heard also in this place that represent those communities. But the devastation in businesses and often tragically result in fatalities, and sadly there have been a home state of Victoria from the recent floods. Thousands of people recently that featured in the media who and she says it's unlikely that her family will be able to that her and her children are currently going through right now. And I really do hope that the various state governments and the others in that community. So beyond the economic damage that's been caused by the impact on the fabric of many communities, families are forced to not, it's not as simple as, oh, well, we'll just wait for the water to subside and then we'll just go back to normal. On not just people, but families, communities, the social fabric of what that community friends and connections to various sport clubs and community groups are disrupted. This is what is at stake. And it is so important that we get the reforms right. And it was really good to see earlier announce a new agency that was delivering the support before and recover from these natural disasters. I must say it was on September 1. NEMA, as I guess it is now commonly and the National Recovery and Resilience Agency into a single agency. Approach from the Australian Government around responses to emergencies and preparing for the new NEMA would lead Australia's disaster and emergency management efforts in and local councils right across Australia. It will provide we will deal with and prepare for emergency in this country. As good as it was in some ways very ad hoc and patchy, and I think it is important that how are we going in terms of how we are responding to natural disasters with the flood. But I must say, it was comforting to see that there's been much in our community, the support that they need to recover and to recover quickly. NEMA is increasingly important in the face of longer and more intense natural disasters due to climate change. The disasters that the cost of floods and others have on our economy. It is important that we do consider the economic impacts and the livelihood. But we've also, and I've touched on our calves being washed away, farmers, breaking. The nightly news, the devastating impact it will have on our agriculture industry. A role on the increasing of our food supply. Indicates that there is a real threat to our food security. So no. I would urge people not to rush to our supermarkets, not to. But it is important too that the reform look at and inquire into other areas of improvement, and no doubt, the contributions. Ensuring that we do have a system in place where Australians are confident governments can manage these disasters as best as they can, but to support wrong. So of course these disasters are deeply traumatic for communities and those around Australia. Do bring out the very best of many Australians. I know many of us, particularly senators from the South, story about another town that's been impacted. There is another story about communities that are coming together. Sport clubs, community groups and charitable organisations all doing an amazing job. They are providing shelter for those who need it. They're also coordinating volunteers, acting as a base camp. I was recently reading about the local football providing a barbecue lunch with the Lions Club every day for volunteers. Australians all over are providing such great to the flood relief efforts, touched as I'm sure we're all working. And now in Queensland. This charitable reaction will the right direction to ensure they were actually going to help communities affected by the flood. That's been offered by many Australians. And it's whether of the Australian spirit, demonstrating that we're always willing to lend a hand, whether it's picking up a but while these efforts should be celebrated and the government's response to that does not mean that we should not review Australia's ability to respond. Cannot rely entirely on the abundance of the Aussie spirit. Indeed, the generosity of the volunteers. I think this is what goes to the heart of what is being put here today. And what then happens to communities who would have volunteered are instead occupied defending their own families, homes and businesses. On the hope that volunteers will be able just to plug gaps in government's responses. Relying on our reservists to somehow just fill that short gap when, in times of need. All flood levels are rising, to rely on the generosity of Australians who may not be. Our country's ability to respond to events like the current floods was far from perfect. Too many communities haven't recovered from the last disaster before they Prime Minister Watt, the $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund to support our long-term in the last 5 months since we've come to government. And in the budget that was handed down, organisation Disaster Relief Australia. Now, I hope that play in how we handle the disaster resilience in this country is also looked at. I know there's efforts in up north in Victoria who have sent other fellow veterans who are in need of help at the moment with the floods. But financial assistance to those who have been affected in council areas. The Disaster Recovery Allowance, which is available in a wider range of council areas, which works out to as a result of these floods. I would note that the Minister for Emergency management workforce capability, which I think is welcomed, and again is another area that thank the Minister. I want to thank Senator Lambie for her initiative in bringing this matter to the Chamber's current consent next year.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Look, far away, a long time from now. It's easy to get focused on the day-to-day, kick hard decisions about. It's happening here, to us. We're experiencing the effects of climate change in Tasmania. We've had literally in an instant. But they're the latest in a long line of climate-related droughts. Some parts of Western Tasmania had their most extreme droughts on record. You get fires like we had. We had fires burning through old growth forests. Experience is a story told at different scales. Because we're actually net zero. We're doing our bit, but we're at the mercy of the rest of the country too. And like to play, we do. We've got a growing economy and we've got net zero emissions. Achieve it as a country. But even if Australia reaches net zero tomorrow, our emissions, and it's going to require global action. Every country that drags its feet undermines the ability for us to others into action. And that's why it's so important we take steps to reduce our emissions here. You have to as well. Tasmania is setting an example for the rest of the country. Climate change keeps on happening to us. 2 weeks ago, I sat down and watched was underwater, and it broke my heart. It made me think back to 2016, where we lost damaged so badly they had to be rebuilt. Launceston, our second largest city, was half under. Expert said. It's just happened again. These floods weren't. But we still had houses hit hard for a second time. We've got business all their lives and now thinking about moving. They can't put themselves through this again. For the people directly affected, it's months of cleanups and temporary accommodation. Children and precious sentimental objects that you couldn't grab before you had to evacuate. They're directly affected. It's the concern for family and friends, not knowing if they're okay. At his home 2 weeks ago. We were lucky. His place was fine in the end. Mama, knowing your child might be in danger is one of the worst things that can ever happen. It's not. The recent floods will have long-lasting impacts in ways we couldn't imagine. So they're barely roads anymore. They won't be able to be fixed in a day. This bridge is the only access point for people from Circular Head and the West Coast to get to Burnie and beyond. You can't take the back roads around. I wouldn't recommend it though, it takes a long time. But it can be an hour and a half trip for something that should only heavy traffic all day, not just people heading to work and appointments. We're talking about school buses full of kids. In the floodwater, the bridge is sagging. One lane is too dangerous. Trying to empty the ocean with a medicine cup. You can have a crack. And more. One person on social media said they flew from Melbourne to Wynyard and then drove to Somerset before their mum. It was quicker to fly from another state than to drive across the Cam River Bridge. That's know what will happen if they go into labour. Women stuck on the wrong side of the bridge are scared they'll give birth on the side of the road. The state government's telling people to plan and allow time for their trip. Good luck planning your trip when you wake up in the middle of the night having... Emergency vehicles can't get through to help people on the other side. Some schools told kids to stay at home because it would just take them too long to get to and from school. The Northwest Coast has been divided into what side you live on because floodwaters we weren't prepared for. Natural disasters involves immediate rapid response work. It is, the worse the damage can become. Finally, there's the prevention. That might not be emergency work, but it's constant. To us, the places, people, and the things we love. To protect them, we have to do the work. It requires work all the time. It requires someone to do it. So, who do we order? Right now, we're relying on emergency services like state fire services in a pinch. And in a pinch we call them the ADF, who do great work, but they do a lot of it. Don't forget, we relied on the ADF. Every fire, flood, they're there too. We keep deploying the ADF over and over every time, but it's not their core business. The recent Royal Commission into National Disaster ADF does not have the capacity or a capability to fight bushfires. It found there was a public perception that the ADF is always perceptions are correct. But we do what we can with what we have. And the ADF do an incredible job. And this is not to criticise that work, but Defence itself acknowledges that what we're doing right now, we need a new approach. Like every other department, the department it's a lay of the land summary of what's going on and a bit of an around the Labor government. It was under intense pressure due to the need for persistent natural disasters. Defence has pointed the finger of blame. Core business. This is what we need to fix. We need to get organised. We need to get real. If what we're doing is something different, a permanent standby capacity of mentioned state emergency services. It could be deployed wherever it's needed, whenever it's needed. That's what we want to look at in this inquiry. Lambie and I have ideas about how it could work. Those are on record. We're keen to hear what everyone else thinks too. Let's clean up better after fires and floods. Because Minister Watt, when he said our current system isn't going to work long term. Climate change is here. The question is how we learn to live with it. Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. The government supports the proposal for a select committee into Australia's disaster resilience for her passion and her drive on this critical issue. Devastating the impacts of fire, flood and drought can be in terms of the economics, but also in terms of the impact on people's lives. Losing your favourite photo, your memorabilia from your family and your items that cannot be replaced. The impact that it has on their lives is a tragedy. In the state of South Australia, we're holding our breath at the moment, waiting how they will impact us, how high the water will go. We've had a report today that it's going to be much higher than we thought it was going to be. And it's a terrible situation, and it's a terrible fear about what next. The modelling shows us since 1975, everyone's concerned. And what we rely on, and what in other states, is we rely on the Herculean efforts of our emergency services personnel and our Australian Defence Force personnel to support our communities when they are at risk and when they are in crisis. In recent months, the ADF have stepped in, responding as they always do. And for those communities, seeing the ADF site that tells them that help is here, it is a relief to know that there's someone there to help prepare, to help protect their community. Now, at the moment, as we're all in here, are supporting the local related tasks across both those areas. They are assisting with flood preparations, community engagement, sandbagging. They've got helicopters. They're lifting and moving heavy equipment. They're providing support to deliver supplies. They're filling sandbags, and they are feed for livestock, but also relocation of livestock and the other critical issues that need to be covered on a farm that's looking down the barrel. Earlier, who were telling me what the were. And I spoke to one who said, and I know this, I've heard this for months from a range of farmers telling me they've lost everything. And the only thing for them to do now is to plough that crop ground and start again next year. We have to acknowledge that our increasing incidents of fire, flood and drought are placing a corresponding increase of pressure on our emergency services and the ADF. As these
Excuse me, Senator Grogan. I draw your attention now. Pursuant to order, the Senate will now proceed to the consideration of the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2020.
Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator McLaughlin.
Deputy Chair, I rise to speak to the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. I have opposing the passage of the bill. The arguments in advancing the bill are twofold, as I understand it. First, need to restore to the territories the democratic rights to legalising euthanasia, and further to that, as the states have chosen a legislative regime allowing euthanasia should be made available to everybody living in Australia. A territory is the Senate, and the other place are the democratic chambers that have ultimately been entrusted Constitution to make decisions for the peoples residing within the. In my view, it is not possible to abrogate that responsibility. Make our own judgments accordingly. We cannot seek to avert our gaze as to what will happen to us. The positions on euthanasia, territorial and parliamentarians are clear and in the public forum. I am in some way diminishing the franchise of those residing in our territories. This debate is inevitably about the legalisation of the. To think otherwise is, I respectfully suggest, being willfully blind. I do not believe that the states that have passed such legislation are on the legislative path. If I'd remained in the South Australian Parliament, I would have voted against the proposition. I therefore do not agree with the assertion that euthanasia in Australia and citizens will be disadvantaged in the event access is not legalised. Informed by my work in the law, particularly from the communities I have lived, worked and volunteered in, as well as for and against euthanasia are complex and their articulation has filled and journals. Nothing I say in this contribution. The advocacy for legalising euthanasia is grounded on a value. My strong view is that Parliament should not wait for the taking of life, except in circumstances of a democracy must always have as its principal to topple or undermine this fundamental and seek to normalise the termination of life. An act tends to form a habit, tends to form a destiny. Assisted dying is the bright line between intending to kill and intending. Such legalisation creates a new lead to a shift in professional and legal standards that will not favour of life. In a just society, on the opinion that the life of another is not worth living. I do not support the bill.
Senator Junior.
Thank you very much. I too seek to make a contribution to 22. It's interesting around the eventual intent of the bill, specifically voluntary assisted dying, putting the territories of this Commonwealth on the same and complex this issue is for many Australians. For those family members, friends who have experienced life and who have sought the services in territories in Australia. I don't want to diminish that at all. Many accounts we've heard in the debate on this bill thus far, and indeed, and so in doing that, though, I do bill does what from affirming this bill by passing territories to perhaps legislation. Reflecting again, though, on the fact that the bill This bill does singularly enable territory to one issue, and that is the matter of it doesn't alter other constitutional arrangements. It doesn't we're talking about here. It doesn't change anything of the matter of voluntary assisted dying, on the matter of euthanasia. It is in states and territories, and I think it is important to remind ourselves to eventually vote on this bill, because to enable people to access assisted dying, as this enable contemplation of, I think, and I don't know that this bill is passed. The reality is that we are legislating. At the outset, I do want to indicate that the bill, and there are a range of reasons for that, that I've over a long period of time, because this is not the first time I debate this issue in 2018, of course, and including this one, and considered the views that have been put forward. For many across Australia, faith is such legislation, and I'm one of those. As a Christian, it's a gift from God, and one that you seriously. And it's on that basis that I fundamentally find I put this very personal aspect to my thinking on this. This is a conscience issue. It is a matter that we are dealing with. Reflect on the respect with which this does show that on serious issues we as a party one another's views while holding different ones ourselves. But for me, I view life. And I know I'm not alone in that view, but as I stated before, there are many Australians hold concerns or indeed objections about what we'll do. And has happened, as I said before, in many, many parliaments. Years 1994 and 2011, there were 100 attempts in different Congress and to legislate for voluntary assisted dying or euthanasia. I examine the issues that have previously been canvassed. Important to note that a lot of the issues that have been raised in these previous debates haven't been addressed. I've engaged with members of the community on this issue. I have to say I remain very concerned negative activity that might occur can be prevented. I was drawn to an article authored by Mark Powell and he outlined 10 non-religious reasons, which I thought many of the issues that have been raised in other debates in the country and indeed around the world that I think we do need to pay attention to and consider if we do intend to legislate on these issues. Would enable certain parts of our country to do. And I think breath and weigh up what actually will happen here. I know others have considered the issue of the role of the medical practice medical professionals to do. The first concern, of course, doctors, healers, helpers or killers. And a survey showed that the majority of doctors in Asia. Indeed, here in Australia, AMA has been critical of the practice, and because in their practice, in their training, doctors tend to hope and of healing and comfort, and certainly not agents of death. It does bring into question, it does change the focus who is seeking to heal and to help, and that is one thing we need to consider. Does a change of this nature change that relationship as well? Secondly, the potential for elder abuse. The European Court of Rights stated that the risk of abuse inherent in a system suicide should not be underestimated. Jeremy Pritchard, in an op-ed in a paper down in my home state of Tasmania, that in coming decades we face a rapid and increases in health problems like dementia. Euthanasia cases from Oregon where patients' applications for medical treatment were rejected. And I think those sorts of examples are things to think about when these options are available, perhaps as a role, or a reason rather, or a way of dealing with some of these. Around ending one's life, there were statistics taken from the state of Oregon in the United States. Legalised euthanasia in 1997, and pressure, a concern around wanting to not be their family or friends, and citing that as a reason to be euthanized. And in 1990, surveyed indicated that that was a reason for their to voluntarily suicide. To 26% in the year 2000, that was at 63%. With the statistics available to me, people are citing wanting to not be a burden as a reason out of this life. The fourth reason, societal perception for those who have a disability. Stated by Jeremy Pritchard and another author, there is a claim or an implication that people are better off dead, worth living, and their phrases I think we need to be very, very aware, but they're ones that have been used in noting the issue of bracket creep, and it's something that has been observed in other countries. And that's, you know, if that is the wish of the family, what sort of practices are we enabling to be included in that? What are we enabling to be included as legitimate to really end one's life? So bracket creep is something that we need to consider, and again this point around never being able to ensure that there will never be any abuse of these laws. The same document I've already referred to by Jeremy Pritchard monitored as doctors don't in the Netherlands tended to be something like 20 to 23. has decreased markedly. In 1998, the year after, period of time, 2%. Obviously, non-voluntary euthanasia. 2 people were put to death. It's been claimed without, and that, of course, security around preventing that from happening, I think, is something. Family members, we've already talked about some of those concerns as well. Claims that have been experienced. Just head down this path. One, as I said before, in the sanctity of life, but also, importantly, legislate for something I don't think can be ever done safely, can ever on individuals to end their lives for reasons. So many people in our community faced with this issue, with witnessed family members suffering the complexity of the issues they've faced. But it's for those reasons
thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Sanctity and sacredness of life, and or sanction the removal of one elevates issues life above life, and once you get into that path, we move down into deal with the issue that this bill, of course, itself doesn't seek euthanasia. It simply seeks to give to or reinstate them after an amendment in the I certainly think the rationale at that time, no other jurisdictions in Australia, and to do that first, to make such a monumental, see that change occur in jurisdictions of a euthanasia, but and so perhaps the justification of this restriction is not as strong, but here that this is not quite a black and white question. Decision to legalise euthanasia, because as we have seen in other countries that have longer experience with this, extremely difficult circumstances, and there are not clear lines and how might the arrangements around that. In fact, what we have tended to see, continual expansion of the availability of euthanasia has been legal 4% of all deaths over that period. Cases in recent years where a dependent being euthanised was given a sedative. Additional drugs, I believe. It is also, there was a survey done in 2015, the Netherlands were carried out without an explicit request of the patient. And in Oregon, the rate of complications of 7% in 20. The question of if allow euthanasia, but also, of course, to design the regulations around them. The countries, which I don't think is being proposed by most people, contributions to this debate. I think most of the people in Asia come in good faith and seek it to involve the end of life, and where there are a few options. There has been this expansion of how can we ensure in question here where there are unicameral parliaments, there are not the same parliamentary I realise this is a tough issue for the territory. Understandably think, well, we deserve to decide on their smaller numbers. As I say, they do not have a bicameral, a much smaller percentage of the Australian population, and are right and proper for the territories. We could, of course, have a bill or debate a bill euthanasia in the ACT and NT. We could, just as other states do, and I would recommend and weigh up all of these very difficult questions with due consideration. I also think right now, given especially in the Northern Territory, especially on life matters, there is a shocking violence in many areas of the Northern Territory. Deterioration in a year and a half or so ago I was there in Darwin. This is not just in communities, there is out of control crime and violence. Point here that right now for the protection of every human life, that is creating a breakdown in community and society, because we have been a Judeo-Christian country. Our Constitution is done so humbly. Those words were said by our founding fathers because they believed we were all created in God's image, and that preamble embodies the Judeo-Christian view. Be protected and not. And I say that, in saying that, I recognise that in the difficult cases that we often discuss with, there should be to make the suffering at the end of life that principle that life is more we are saying with legislation like this, or to eventually deliver a service. Effectively, what we are saying is that the human suffering that occurs is more important to avoid than the protection of life. The opponents on this debate, they are ultimately saying can be so overturns the principle that we should protect life. Issues, that is the suffering at the end of and the actual protection of life itself. Of worms that opens, because it is a utilitarian. Moses and the Ten Commandments especially, but beliefs or ethical behaviours that cannot be voided, that cannot be some other shalt not kill is one of those acts. Everything we do, I think the communities, the societies that have been based on a natural those the most generous, compassionate societies, because we all are on an equal footing before God, or we all agree to certain principles. Once in ethic, that is less important than another principle. Often leads to the greatest scene on the something special and unique about human life. Breaking and breaching that principle of human life, I think, opens us up of calculations that would occur in a spreadsheet, not the and loving every in this place seek to celebrate who suffer on this earth by sanctioning in any way, in my views, those principles, system that has given us the country for granted. Now, I do think that the issues that are important to the people of the country definitely deserve consideration. I would encourage my colleagues that would seek to change the principles around this issue to I do this will not provide the proper parliamentary through this particular process. We really haven't been debating these weighty issues of who should have access, who has to approve it. Do people have to be of a certain age or conscious to conduct assisted in this debate? They really haven't been in a because we are focused here on the process a mature ourselves. We could do so in a way that takes into account the views and considerations of the territories. We have the absolute constitutional right to make laws for the territories, and the reason capacity to potentially deal with issues available to smaller jurisdictions. Now, of course, if those jurisdictions do and want to become states themselves, it will be removed too, and the Northern to acquire statehood. That wasn't many decades ago, but that our territories. There is a good reason our constitution from not just the House of Representatives, from the Senate as well, deal with these sensitive
There are no other speakers. As there are no more speakers, the sitting in the Senate
I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 15, Budget Statement and Documents 2022-2023, resumption of debate on the motion to take note.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, President. President, I seek leave to have the Coalition's 22-23 budget reply speech incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Birmingham.
Thank
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to table a response to the budget from Senator Pauline Hanson on behalf of One Nation.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Roberts.
Thanks, Senator.
That's it. So the sitting of the Senate is adjourned and beg your pardon, I pose the question that we now adjourn. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Payman. Senators, we've just called a senator to speak, so. Senator Payman.
Sorry, I didn't realise I'd be on my feet so soon.
That'll go.
Sorry?
That'll go before.
Nice
okay,
try,
if
Senator
you don't mind.
Canavan.
Yeah, go first.
Okay, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I'd like tonight to speak about a lovely, beautiful place of North Queensland, the Pioneer Valley. I had the privilege last week to visit and travel up to Yungala and its surrounds around the Pioneer Valley, and I want to thank all of the local residents who came out to meet with me. A few weeks ago, the people of the Pioneer Valley had their worlds turned upside down. The Queensland Government announced that it would flood up to around 50 homes in the Pioneer Valley, and the people of the Pioneer Valley found out in the news. No. They found out in the news that their homes would be flooded. So I spoke to one family whose daughter found out from others and had to go home after school and ask their parents what was going on. No. This is no way to treat people. No. Whatever your view on this particular project is, the way the Queensland Government has treated Queenslanders is despicable here, to make them find out in the news from their kids, from their own children, that their homes, their family homes, would be flooded under a Queensland Government plan. The situation here is that the Queensland Government announced to big flashing lights a new energy plan, a $62 billion energy plan, a component of which was a $12 billion investment in a Burdekin Pioneer pumped hydro system. Not one minister, official or anyone else connected with the Queensland Government had visited the Pioneer Valley to inspect this scheme before committing $12 billion of taxpayers' funds to it. This is fiscal recklessness on steroids, because if anyone from the Queensland Government had gone to the Pioneer Valley, they would have seen a subtropical rainforest. They would have known that there are endangered species in this area. They would have seen that there are regular mudslides on the mountain they want to put this pumped hydro scheme, which may just raise the question whether this is safe to actually do so. Before you commit billions of taxpayers' dollars, you'd think you'd drill a few holes, walk the ground, ask some engineers. But no, that is not how this Queensland Government operate, who are more interested in a press release than a project. Now, I don't think this project will ever proceed because it's been designed on the back of a postage stamp, but I am standing with the people of the Pioneer Valley to ensure that this project never goes ahead, because the way they've been treated is absolutely terrible. Now, up there at the Pioneer Valley last week, I had meetings in Finch Hatton, Yungala, and visited a number of people's residents and homes, and they expressed to me their love for the area, the beauty of the area, and the complete contempt with which they had been treated by the Queensland Government. Not only had they found out through the news, a few days later, swarms of bureaucrats in new shirts just freshly ordered from RB Sellers turned up with a little Queensland Hydro embroidered logo on their chests. This organisation didn't exist a month ago, and now there are dozens of public servants based in Brisbane trying to tell people what to do in the Pioneer Valley. Worse, those people couldn't answer simple questions for the people of Pioneer Valley. For example, the Queensland Government hasn't been able to clarify to the people of the Pioneer Valley if they can access legal assistance funded by the Queensland Government. The Queensland Government here is acting worse than the worst mining company in Queensland. Mining companies today, best practice mining companies, will offer to fund the legal assistance of landowners affected by their own projects, yet the Queensland Government has failed to even offer that basic protection to people who stand losing their homes. Last week, after my visit, I wrote to the new CEO of Queensland Hydro, Chris Evans, asking him, as a matter of good faith, to restore some degree of faith and trust with the community of the Pioneer Valley, to offer such assistance, to offer it in writing and make it very clear that local residents can choose their own legal assistance funded by the Queensland Government. Because people, Madam Deputy President, are being asked and pressured to sell their homes in the next few months. They're being asked to resolve these acquisitions by March next year, I've heard, over Christmas, and they've been threatened with compulsory acquisition if they don't do so. And I would ask the Queensland Government to take compulsory acquisition off the table, because it is not fair to make people find out in the news they're going to lose their homes, to then come and threaten them with an army full of bureaucrats where someone doesn't have legal representation, doesn't know their rights. They're trying to hoodwink these people to sell out their livelihoods at a cheap price. This project has to stop for now. This project should be sent back to the drawing room. Something should be, if they want to proceed with something like this, there should be more than a desktop study done at ANU in Canberra. That was the foundation of this, a desktop study on Google Maps, and they need to actually take the Queensland people into their trust before they do anything.
Senator Canavan, your time has expired, and I just remind you it's been a long time since I was acting Deputy President. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. This week, Treasurer Jim Chalmers handed down the Albanese Labor government's first budget. Throughout the term of the former government, women's voices were ignored. Women knew that the former government were not interested in representing their interests, and I heard it time and time again while campaigning that the Liberals were out of touch on issues like women's safety in the workplace and at home. They abolished gender-responsive budgeting, a Labor legacy. But now, with the first Labor budget in nearly a decade, we have finally restored it, putting women back at the centre of our budget. It was a special moment on Tuesday night, hearing this Labor government's budget indicate a true understanding of what will improve the lives of women in Australia, like making early childhood education more affordable and accessible, like 6 months of paid parental leave with the flexibility to be shared with both parents, like tackling the gender pay gap, and investing in women's safety. As a Labor Senator, I am so proud to be part of the team that will be driving gender equality. And as a young woman, I feel incredibly lucky that our country's government is recognising and rewarding the work of women. When you support women's equality, our ability to participate in society and our contribution to the economy, you support the entire nation towards progress and prosperity. The Albanese government knows this. We know that women's equality is central to building a stronger economy and a better future for all Australians. I want to take this opportunity to reflect on the disturbing trends we are witnessing globally of the erosion of women's rights. In Afghanistan, girls and women being denied their God-given right to education, they're being denied the essential social and economic participation. In India, the sexual crimes against women continues to rise, and female feticide remains an ongoing tragic concern. And in almost every conflict around the globe, crimes against women are used as a tactic of war. In Iran, the human rights violations have long been a concern for Australia. But the recent death of the young and innocent Mahsa Amini has sparked widespread protests. My heart goes out to Mahsa's family and loved ones who have endured the loss of their daughter, sister and friend. As I stand here today in this chamber advocating for greater opportunity for women, greater respect for women, calling equal rights and equal pay for women, better education for women, and change in the global perception of women, I must point out that I am doing so with my hijab on my head. This hijab is an integral part of my identity and expression of my faith. It is the crown I wear with pride. It is with her hijab on her head that Malala Yousafzai stood up against the Taliban and became a global advocate and hero for female education and progress. It is with her hijab on her head that Senator Ilhan Omar entered the US Senate. It is with her hijab on her head that Kubra Dagli won gold in the International Taekwondo Championships. The hijab does not oppress. Lack of opportunity oppresses. Lack of education oppresses. Lack of access oppresses. Ignorance oppresses. Outdated perceptions oppresses. Oppressive regimes oppresses. It does not help women and girls in Iran or anywhere in the world to misunderstand the issue and falsely label the hijab as oppressive. I stand here strongly in solidarity with all women and girls around the world in their struggle for equality and recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Bolly.
I rise to speak about the first Albanese Labor federal budget. A proud moment after 9 years of rorts and policy drift under the former Liberal government. Tuesday night's budget was a budget for Australian families and working people. A budget that addresses cost of living pressures that all Australians are feeling. It is a budget that is responsible. It's a budget that is the right budget for the times. And it's a budget that is right for our future. This budget delivered cost of living relief, including cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, expanding paid parental leave, more affordable housing, and getting wages moving again. It is the most important thing that we are doing in this budget is we are ending the waste and rorts of the previous government. For 9 very long years, the Liberals piled on waste and rorts and left Australia $1 trillion in debt. Delivering our election commitments. The Australian people voted for us to deliver on our promises, so that's what we're doing, including the cost of living policies, but also other big important policies like free TAFE, and bulk build urgent care clinics. We're delivering for Australians. This first budget will strengthen Medicare, restore dignity in aged care. An extra $11 billion is spent on health over the next 4 years, and it will ensure that more affordable housing and it will get wages moving again. At the May federal election in my home state of Tasmania, the Albanese opposition outlined a strong plan for jobs and health care across my state, and in particular the area I'm responsible in representing is northern Tasmania. And in the budget on Tuesday night, the funding commitments were delivered. The Albanese government has a plan to deliver secure, well-paid jobs for northern Tasmanians. Already, we're so far ahead of those on the opposite side who were very good at making announcements, getting the media and getting all the photo opportunities, but they never delivered, and they left Bass without the essential leadership that they needed so urgently in Tasmania, and particularly in the electorate of Bass around health, secure jobs. But our plan is to invest in local and secure jobs that will bring manufacturing back to our shores. An Albanese Labor government will strengthen the jobs market, and in northern Tasmania our economy will prosper under our leadership. We've invested on Tuesday night $3.4 million in Firmus Tas to allow the purchase of additional equipment for the Legana facility and ongoing jobs growth. Investing $6.1 million in Waverley Woolen Mills to preserve the historic mill and improve safety, and supporting another 120 ongoing jobs. investing $2 million to support Costa's berry distribution and workforce, investing $5.5 million into line hydrogen to assist the green energy future and hydrogen-powered trucks and buses, investing $70 million in the Green Hydrogen Hub to assist with the infrastructure for this really important start-up phase, investing $35 million in the TransLink intermodal facility at the Launceston Airport to assist again in securing long-term tenants for the site and increased support for our very important tourism. Along with this investment in the jobs market, the Albanese Labor government is delivering on infrastructure commitments in northern Tasmania, investing $15,000 to support the upgrades of the Ravenswood Skate Park to keep the park users safe, including the constructions of a boundary fence, investing $150,000 in the Port Dalrymple Yacht Club slipway environmental upgrade. All of these investments, which is only a few that I've touched on tonight, are also crucial for northern Tasmania. We will deliver on our health commitments. There's funding to ensure that people have better support in aged care. We need to invest in the care economy. We need to support Tasmanians in secure, well-paid jobs. Part of that has been supported by this government for aged care workers, but there's so much more to be done. But we will not leave Australians behind. The Albanese Labor government will be and continue to be a very strong supporter and a friend of Tasmania. I look forward to rolling out the rest of our commitments to ensure that all of Labor commitments get a hearing.
Senator Polley, your time has expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. And before I make my contribution, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinarily important points made by Senator Payman in relation to the plight of women in many parts of the world, and in particular, if I can say to our wonderful Australian Afghani community, that our thoughts and prayers are with the women of Afghanistan at this extraordinarily difficult time. On Saturday, 22 October, I was delighted, indeed honoured, to attend the 20th anniversary celebration dinner of the Buddha's Light International Association of Queensland Loving Care Group. Now, this is a group, President, who have been providing charitable support to all sorts of organisations across Queensland for the last 20 years. And I want to provide with you three important reflections on my attendance that evening. The first is the extraordinary number of charities which this group has supported over their 20-year period. And in their beautifully prepared presentation booklet for the 20th anniversary dinner, they list a number of those charities which were supported just in the last 12 months. So just in the last 12 months, they've supported the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, Food Bank, Logan City SES, Give It Storms and Flooding Appeals, the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust again, the Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital Foundation, the Children's Hospital Foundation, the Australian Koala Foundation, Surf Lifesaving Queensland, Gold Coast Youth Centre Services, and many, many more, just in the last 12 months. And there are dozens and dozens of more charities who have been supported by this group. And as the Mayor of Brisbane, the Right Honourable Adrian Schrinner, the Mayor of Logan, the Right Honourable Darren Power, the Lady Mayoress of Brisbane, Nina Schrinner, Edward Tao, Director-General of the Taipei Cultural Economics and Cultural Office in Brisbane, all mentioned they have provided outstanding service to our community in Brisbane and the wider Queensland community, but also internationally. The second reflection is the bond between the members of the Loving Care Group. United by their Buddhist faith, they've been attending, many of them, the same temple in Logan and the Greater Brisbane area for the last 20 years, the Chung Tian Temple in Outer Brisbane. And you can just see that through their faith, through their love and compassion, they have formed a family bond that is truly inspiring and deeply moving on so many levels, and something we should all be, or could all be, inspired by. third point I'd like to make is I'd like to pay tribute to a number of individuals who participated in the evening and whose name should be put on the Hansard of this place as an example, a positive example for all Australians. First, the Chief Abbess for Australia, the Venerable Man Khan, was there and made a presentation, as did the Abbess of the Chung Tien Temple, the Venerable Man Wang. There was also the current group leader of the chapter, Mrs Pei Lien Su, who also made a moving presentation. I'd also like to give my deep appreciation and respect to the Chair and Founding Advisor of the Love and Care chapter, and that is Mrs Wan Fu, who has just provided outstanding leadership of this group through her personal example, her character, her care and commitment. She has just been an outstanding leadership figure in this group over many years. And I congratulate all the members. I congratulate all the members of the Love and Care group on their 20th anniversary and their celebration on Saturday night. Now, during the course of the celebration, we were all given a leaf which came from what's known as the Buddha tree, and I made a commitment on the night that I'll keep that leaf in my drawer in this place. I'll keep that leaf in my drawer in this place to remind me of the great work that so many Australians are doing, the great charitable work, the love and compassion which this group and others are doing to make a better Australia.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I remind honourable senators that legislation committees will meet to consider estimates commencing on Friday the 28th of October at 9 a.m. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday the 21st of November at 10 a.m.